Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. 2 more of these left this week, and it's the return of Johnny. Johnny's back, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
How am I doing? How am I doing?
You're still alive. That's good to see.
Barely. They drink.
Your friend is gonna be the death of you.
They drink so much. And then you drink.
You can't.
They drink with you drink with them, and then
That was a mistake.
Yeah, and then but the tricky part is when you're doing it, and we're doing it,
And you're doing it well.
when you're doing it well, you don't feel it. You're like, oh, this is fun. This is a great time. I love this. This is we're having fun. There really is a Chad Zumach saying for everything.
Yeah.
We're having fun. We're doing it.
We're feeling good. Things are happening.
Of course, this one works for most occasions.
What am I doing? Who am I? Where am I at? I don't know. Boy. Oh, beef.
That one works well, too. When you're doing it, you don't feel tired and wiped out and all of that and beat up. And then you keep doing it, and then you stop doing it, and then it's the day, like you drop them off at the airport, and that's like an hour and a half after you had your last beer. And then from that moment on, the last 3 days start catching up with you. And like I can tell today is going to be another one where I'm like, you know what? Just take it easy. Just, stay down. Just give it some time to rest. I mean, they left me and April and I with just feelings of exhaustion, tiredness, and I got a fucking herp lip.
That's what happens when you make out with Gina.
It's the grease. It's the grease and the olive oil and the garlic.
Best part of Bisconte is the grease.
I feel tired again today. I feel a little wiped out, but we're feeling good.
We're feeling good. Things are happening.
It's absolutely true. Looking forward to today's show. Johnny is back. Cannot thank Johnny enough for his generosity with his time. It's kind of one of those. It's a double-edged sword, which Louis C.K. once pointed out. All swords are double-edged swords. Even single-edged swords are a double-edged sword because there's one on one end of it you can hurt somebody, but on the other end you couldn't, and then that would be a detriment to what you're trying to do. So the term double-edged sword is stupid. But at any rate, on one hand, Johnny didn't get to do Monday and Tuesday this week. On the other hand, Johnny hasn't had to get up at 5:30 in the morning for over a week now. So
Yeah, it's been great.
That's got to be nice, right? What's
Yeah,
that
dude,
like?
sleeping in's been awesome. Like I get up and then I tune into the show when I get up, and then I got my stuff to do and I go do my stuff, and it's just
Thank you for saying you didn't turn the show on and then, oh yeah, I turned the show on and I'd fall right back to sleep. It was great.
No. I wouldn't turn the show on right when it started, but that's because I would be asleep, and then I'd get up and I'd turn the show on.
Get up, turn the show on, do your stuff. I don't know what it would be like. I can't even on days I don't work. I can't sleep past 7 anymore.
Well, I didn't sleep in that late. I slept in till about 7:30.
Oh, you hear that? Everybody who sleeps in past 7:30, you're all a bunch of lazy bastards, according to Johnny. Oh, I didn't sleep in. I didn't sleep in past that. I didn't sleep that late. I mean, what am I, a bum? No, it's fine. I'm lashing out of exhaustion. What's a guy to do? But we've got a great show planned for today. Plenty of things to talk about and plenty of places to go with you. And I promise that today I'm going to get back to putting clips up. I have got all the shows up from this week on Patreon. I'll get the prize night from last night up today. I'll get this morning's show up today. But I got a few clips from the last week that I'll be able to put up. I promise. All right, let's go into the chat, see what you guys are talking about. We do have, there's Trucker 18 Wheeler says there's another drop that works for any situation that we have on our soundboard. He says it's this one.
The Klan is back.
Now, I don't know if I agree with that, but he said it. So I just, Mr. Q says, turn the show on, turn it off, 10 minutes into a Charlie call. Yeah, I haven't heard from Charlie in 24 hours now. So I don't know if he's done calling in. I don't know if I upset Charlie. Johnny, I don't know if you heard any of the Charlie calls this week.
Briefly,
Charlie was teaching us about comedy.
Yeah, I must have missed that part of the lesson. I'm afraid I ditched out of class by that point.
Yeah, Charlie was letting us know that we weren't doing as good a job as we could. I think he was more. I think he saw more potential in me than he did Gino. But he was definitely trying to teach both of us comedy lessons. And look, I guess time will tell if they took or not.
Well, I'll say this. If you need them, Gino probably would need them more than you. He's older. I mean, he has less time.
He needs to be educated. I more have my finger on the pulse, as it were. Oh, no. Producer Robert says, Charlie called into Keanu Cast last night. Producer Robert, could you do me a big favor? Could you give me a timestamp on that? I have the link. I'm good there. Give me the timestamp on Charlie calling into Keanu Cast, and let's see how Keanu handled it. Because I would love to hear what Charlie had to say about Keanu and Gino and probably me and everybody else. I would die to hear that. And, the audience wouldn't mind either because he wouldn't be on this show. He'd be calling into someone else's show, so they don't have to get mad about him calling into us. So, Producer Robert, if you could throw me a timestamp on that real quick, I would appreciate that, and we can play it today. Vidam says the Charlie bit annoyed me, and I shut the show off. See, yeah, that's not good. The problem with a guy like Charlie is that for the people who stick around and watch it, they're like, holy shit, I love this. This is amazing. This guy's out of his fucking mind. But then there's I think we went from like 800 to 500 something between all the between the two platforms, and a couple hundred people go, fuck this, I'm not watching. Charlie says Charlie brings this online public access thing down. Well, I mean, technically, yes, it is public access because it's free to put out. It's on YouTube. It's not on a television network.
It's better than a public, like a government funded thing. You ever been to a public access station? Those things are rat holes.
I've never been to one. I've never filmed it.
I've worked out of one for a little bit, so
not good.
Not good. No. Well, I mean, it's public access, so it relies on viewers like you, and let's just say not a lot of people donate when they don't have to, and so there's secondhand and old stuff.
People need to be coaxed into donating to shows. Like when you say we're $280 away from today's goal, we made a dent. yesterday morning. Thank you guys very much for that. We have not used this all week. So I am very excited to hopefully get that 280 knocked out before 9:55 this morning, do a good show for you, and not after. We have literally, I can smell the finish line. We have 2 shows left to do this week. And with 2 shows left, we have not brought this offering plate out. If we do, or if we don't have to, the next 2 shows, that's a big week. So hit like, hit subscribe, no matter what platform you're watching on. All that's great. But if you can throw a couple of bucks in, we always love that too. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. We're still over 600. Thank you guys very much. That's very kind of you. Greasy N-word with $2 says, no Charlie, no funny, no funny, no money. Damn. See, what did I tell you, Johnny? It's an approval rating of 50%. You know, one half says, fuck this, I'll leave if he's on. The other half says, if you don't have him on, I'm not paying attention as much as I usually do. Vidam says, I miss Oz and Corey. I wish the old lineup would return. Well, I mean, Johnny does great. April does great. What do you want from me? You're being a bummer. You're bumming us out. Corey's driving RVs all the way across the country. Oz is moving into a new house and getting his health back in order. He can't even drive here in the morning anymore. You're not allowed to drive at night. I don't know how that would even work at this point. But you know what? We'll just hang in there. Corey pops up every once in a while. We'll get. See, now that was a bummer. Now that just bummed me out. Vidam just, because now it makes me feel like Vidam here is telling me, Aaron, your show's not good anymore. You know, Aaron, it's just not. You know what? No, I miss those guys.
Well, I didn't want to say it.
You know, you two are mid. It's just not what it used to be. Steel Toe's dying, Aaron. Wait a minute. Was that Vidam or my inner monologue? I can't remember.
I have no idea.
I can't remember. Was I listening?
Very similar.
Was that the voice in my head, or was that Vidam? I can't recall. Producer Robert says Charlie called about 1 hour and 39 minutes into Keanu Cast. All right, let's go to Keanu Cast on YouTube. Of course, Keanu C. Thompson, fiance of Gino Bisconti somehow. Let's go ahead and check out last night's episode. About an hour and 6 hours and 58 minutes. Jesus Christ.
Where does she have the energy for that? No offense. So she flew back from here?
Gino was wrapped up in a blanket the whole time. He was asleep. He was dead to the world. No wonder we took about a 50, 60 person hit last night. Keanu was on for hours. All right, let's see if this is the part where Charlie.
You're more than
comes
welcome.
in.
Okay.
Let's see if this is where Charlie comes in.
And I'm fixing this thing.
1
Do
hour.
we like the new studio?
39. Oh, here we go. Here's our boy.
You're more than welcome. Okay.
Let's get. Okay, so Charlie comes in right around here.
And I'm fixing this thing.
Our
Do we
boy.
like the new studio? We like it.
I bet you Charlie likes it.
Watch this. All right, here.
Call from
Charlie.
It's Charlie. Of course it's freaking Charlie. And I knew, Charlie, I knew this was you, by the way, on the Steel Toe stream. I knew it was you, right?
So why would I call you with my number when Gino doxes people? You're just as dumb as he is. You'll throw
I gotta say this about Charlie. There's no hello. There's no how are you. There's no love you, love the show. It's just jumping right into
immediate criticism.
It's just immediately what Charlie wants to get into. Charlie's got some shit to say, and by God, he's not going to let pleasantries get in the way of that. All right, so here we go. Why would I call in with my number when Gino doxes people? Okay.
throw everyone's information out there. Why do you even need my number? It says, please leave your name. Don't you just listen to the name and say, okay.
I knew it was you. I just didn't want to answer you, clown. That's all. It's okay,
Listen
Charles.
Hey, listen to me. No, it's not okay. Hey, listen to me. Can you show your ring again?
Why?
I want to take a look at the ring again.
He calls into a show and he's like, let me look at your jewelry. Do you have a nipple piercing? May I inspect it?
This is a lot more energy than he had when he called into your show. I'm not as bored as I was the first time.
Right? He doesn't have as much gusto when he calls into us. Maybe it's a waking
more
up thing.
fire here.
Yeah. When he calls in, she starts at 6, so this was at 7:40 at night. He comes alive later in the day.
Why would I give you anything that you want? You started off, you just hit the ground running screaming at me, Charles. I just want you to calm down.
Because I did not know that Cubic Zirconia's retarded daughter, Melissa Zirconia, was designing rings. Where the fuck did he get that thing? Did he just go to a storage locker and just start bidding 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, like they in $10 and just start going through shit and say, yeah, this will do? It literally looks like he had like 5.
No, I have to say, the way to do a good joke, and I'm learning this from Charlie, the way you do a good joke, Johnny, is you just make it longer and longer and longer and longer. Like some hack once said, brevity is the soul of wit. That guy was a stupid retard asshole. Could you go ahead and Google something, Johnny? Find out who said brevity is the soul of wit. And I'm sure it's some hack shithead who never did anything with his career. Charlie does the joke, but then he kind of drags it out with the storage locker thing and the 555 and the cubic zirconia, and then the cubic zirconia has a relative. Okay, Johnny, who was it?
It looks like it was William Shakespeare in Hamlet. What would that guy know?
That guy's a fucking idiot. Charlie says, stretch it out for time.
100 tokens or chips from Chuck E. Cheese pizza. He turned it in and said, yes, that one right there. That's a disgusting, horrible-looking ring. Your marriage is absolutely going to be doomed. It's not going to go anywhere. You guys are both fucking lunatics.
Wait a minute. Is Patrick Melton using the pseudonym Charles? I think Charlie might just be Patrick Melton. He's an angry, hostile boy who seems to be obsessed with other people's marriages. He needs them to fail. I think Charlie might be Patrick.
So wait a minute. It's not going to go anywhere. They're both effing lunatics. If they're both lunatics, won't it work out? It seems like they're meant for each other.
Yeah, I mean, if they're both lunatics, Charlie, wouldn't you want them to stay together? You don't want to wish these lunatics on anyone else, do you? Of course not. And, if you know Keanu and you know Gino, you know that they've had enough dumpster fire train wreck relationships that they definitely know what they don't want. Isn't that wonderful?
Absolutely unfunny, obnoxious twit.
You're so cute. Very good. Yes, it's his late mother's ring, and it's beautiful. It's everything I would have wanted. I'm actually, you know what? I'm shocked as you are that it's so beautiful, and I assure you it's real. Anyway, take care.
He should have plucked that ring. He should have buried that ring.
Take care, you, Charles. Take care. I'm sorry you're so unremarkable. I feel terrible for you. Just please don't kill yourself. All right. Goodness. See.
That is the best way to say goodbye to Charles because we're all thinking it. Oh, bravo!
That was actually handled quite well.
Yeah,
she did it better than you did, sir.
I know. She handled Charlie better than I did.
Although I will give her this. She had the forewarning of your interaction to know that.
That's true.
Probably better to handle it that way.
I trained people to handle Charlie.
She learned from your mistakes.
But so I kind of taught her how to handle it. But we have to admit, she kind of took my blueprint and built on it. I mean, that's a good way to say goodbye to Charlie. Real Stonies says, I wish Whiskey Pete and Mark Allen would come back. Yeah, see, now it's not as good without Mark Allen. I think Corey said it best. We forgot that Mark Allen, like us doing the bit of Mark Allen was funnier than Mark Allen.
Than the Mark Allen.
Yeah, because we brought Mark Allen back for a second time.
Because of the bit.
Because of the bit Oz and I did, where we're like, welcome to my home. And then he got back, and I'm like, God, these shows are a fucking struggle. Oh, these are tough ones to get through. God, Mark Allen really isn't bringing in the he's not really bringing fire. And then Corey told me, he's like, yeah, the reason that it's not working out is because you and Oz doing the impression of Mark Allen is really funny. Mark Allen is not funny.
Not.
Damn it. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 today. Says, in the funny words of Charlie, hey, Johnny, you have a face like a hubcap. Get it? Because you're in a wheelchair. Hey-o.
Wow, that's hurtful. I am not in a wheelchair.
That's a pretty good Charlie joke.
I'm not far. I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility. I'm not there yet. I mean, give me a week.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Charlie is a drunk liar, and I genuinely hope the worst for him. D-Rex says, Aaron, are you throwing up in your mouth a little bit? You look like you might be a little. I didn't think I looked that shitty. I don't feel great, but thank you. Everyone in my chats today, whether I go over to Rumble or YouTube, everyone definitely helping me feel not self-conscious.
Well, I can see your legs jumping pretty heavy, and I will be, if I may say, the boys are hanging down a little bit, so I can tell you're retaining just a little bit of water. And just you'll be all right though. A day or two, you'll be fine.
You know what? In my
defense, gonna get in the ring tonight. You gonna spar?
I'm gonna spar tonight.
Someone's gonna punch the shit out of you. You're gonna crumble like a fucking paper something.
Yeah. But what?
Yeah. I don't know. I fucked it up. Okay.
How's that week off treating you?
Not well.
Like a paper what?
I don't know. Like a paper bag. There we go.
Okay, like a paper. Well, paper bags would crumble easily, so that does check out. At least
it turns out my brain damage is just, continuing. It's fine. I'm more retarded.
At least when we talk about Joe Biden or anything, you're not going to say that he committed a peachable fence.
Well,
one of Gino's gold lines from this week. He goes, that's a peachable fence.
I like that line, though. I like that line. Peachable fence is great.
The term peachable fence is full of hope because nobody knows what it is, so you can kind of just use your imagination. Like, is it a fence and you look at it and you go, I could throw a peach at that fence? Is it a fence that has peaches growing on it? Or is it a fence that looks kind of like a peach?
It's a peachable fence.
It's a peachable fence. Nobody knows what it is. Hulkamash Baby says, for a guy that wants to ride Kumia's dick, hey, enough about Gino and I. Says he's really making a bad impression on Kumia's underlings. Underlings? I've been upgraded? That's wonderful. Mick Marshall said
about April.
Mick Marshall says it's 6:15 and we're already listening to this dipshit. You're making me want to root for MSO to win today. I just wanted to play just one little quick piece. That's it.
It was a snippet. And like I said, she handled him rather well.
She handled him very well. Don't kill yourself. That is a great way. I'm going to start saying goodbye to people like that more often. Jose Pantalones, guessing Shakespeare. Total hack. Yeah. Brevity is the soul of wit. No, Charlie knows how to give you a good bit. Let me tell you. Charlie sounds like every Moose Lodge piece of shit that is convinced his years of service at the phone company entitle him to something more than $250 every week, says annoyed Wawa supervisor. All right, let's catch up with YouTube. Then we'll catch up with Rumble. Then we'll get going today. Today is not your day, says MSO. Thursday is the new Tuesday. All right, we'll see. We're starting out ahead today, so that's a gutsy call on MSO's part. Carlos says Gino could start a new brand of peach liquor called Peachable Fence. Got a logo ready and everything. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, Charlie, we get it. You drink Evan Williams like a big cool boy. Please stop applying for government assistance on your internet so we can be rid of you. Sad Boy says, Charlie even caught an animal cancer from fucking sheeps in their butts. Now he has sheep colon cancer all over and up his dick hole. That's a peachable fence, says Sad Boy. I'll say this about the guy. He generates a lot of energy from other people.
People have strong feelings one way or another.
They really do have strong feelings about the guy, no matter what. All right, guys, let's go ahead and throw a couple of thank yous out here to start the show, and then we'll get into it. I miss that. Oh, Sir K on co-host says, I miss that N-word who wasn't your friend. Probably the N-word thing not helping. That's for sure. Thank you, Rocky, for the $10 over on PayPal, getting us started over on that platform. 265 away from today already. Holy shit, you guys. Get under 200 by 8 a.m. Central, and we're good. That's not very far. 265 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Again, we have not used the offering plate all week. Let's keep it on the bench. Hobo Chili with 199 says, also, did April say the N-word yet?
Like the minute you got off the air.
God, last night. Yeah, that Philadelphia thing. There were so many.
She erupted like a volcano the minute you lost. All right, we're clear. We're clear. Boom.
Yeah, it was instantaneous. She goes, give me the hand signal when I know we're clear, because sometimes when you hit stop streaming on OBS, YouTube doesn't cut out right away.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, give me the hand motion. And it was going to be like, Doctor Strange in Endgame. I was just going to hold up one finger.
One finger.
Now, have we established this? Did the one finger mean wait, or did it mean this is the one in 14?
And this is the one.
Okay.
Because he's looking at him, because they both know that this is the moment where Stark's like, I got to decide whether to do this, and it's probably going to kill me. And Strange is like, he's got to decide whether to do this, and it's going to kill him. So he reassures him. He's like, this is the one. And he's like, all right, we're doing this.
But it's only the one if he does it.
Yeah.
It becomes a different one if he doesn't do it. Okay.
If he doesn't give him the one signal and Stark doubts it, that moment of hesitation could have been the decider.
Holy shit. Well, I went to April and I went like this. And before I even got my finger fully extended to make the one, yeah, I mean, she was off and running. That Philadelphia shit, though.
Take the girl out of Litchfield.
That Philadelphia thing, though, the more stuff like that happens, I feel like the more there's going to be like streaming rule changes on certain platforms.
Because they don't want people to see that stuff, or just the advertising?
No, they don't want people to like organize these mass lootings and shit on their platform. And like, there's going to be, I think it'll start with like city councils and police departments being like, well, how can we hold these social media companies responsible for helping promote these things? And then they'll be like, well,
all the damage they cause.
Yeah, we're going to put rules on them if they don't do something about it. That's how all of that censorship shit starts, is the government threatens and the companies immediately go, okay, we'll change. Don't make any laws. Like, they don't even have to violate the First Amendment, because they just threaten and the companies go, we'll be good. We'll do what you need us to do. Don't worry. So I think if that shit continues, I think you're going to see, I don't know what the changes are. I don't know what they look like, but I know that it's going to be something different, because YouTube and Twitch and all these other places are going to get pressured by governments and shit like that. But
I think groups of people, I won't specify, but groups of people really love a reason to loot, apparently.
I will say it's remarkable,
because the PS5 thing wasn't like a social justice thing, but they started getting crazy there. I imagine that if that got a little more out of control, looting probably would have happened then too.
It was amazing to me how what do you call that, mono, what's the word I'm looking for, where it's one race? It was, you know what? I'll stop trying to be smart. It's amazing how it was just one race. Usually when even a mob of people get together, even in a mob, there's like, a few tokens in there. If it's a bunch of white people, there's a black guy in there. If it's a bunch of Latinos, there's a white guy in there. Or if it's, there's usually one. And in those streams, in those videos.
Well, why they were all out there anyway, or supposedly at first. Anyways, because of the cop that got in the Baltimore cop that got the charges. He got the case or whatever. He got off on the charges or whatever.
Okay.
And because of the verdict, like, that's why one of the ladies was like, rest in peace, so-and-so, after she got done screaming, like, we all got to eat. And it's just like, yeah, that's what you need to eat, liquor. But I guess, for some people, Hennessy is the spice of life. Yes. But
and it's how you honor people. Rest in peace, so-and-so. Smash the window, steal the Hennessy. Oh, I'm sure he feels honored. Yeah, that's amazing that a cop shooting thing leads to that. And then in Baltimore. It's funny that it happened in Baltimore because then this week in Baltimore, some rapist got let out of prison and he went and killed some lady who's like the CEO of a company, and Forbes named her one of the 30 under 30.
Oh, yeah, I talked about her the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday.
The guy they let him out of prison, and then he just immediately just goes out and murders some lady. Nobody's upset about that. We're not going to smash up the liquor store for that, but some scumbag gets beaten or shot by the cops. We got to go steal some Hennessy.
She's a white lady with a, English name, so she's very colonizer-esque, and it turns out she was like the head of some sort of tech company or whatever. So it's upper crusty stuff. Do we need to worry about it? Those people deserve one.
Not at all. Greasy N-word with $10 over on Rumble says, terrible Charlie news. He was so spiteful, he went against Kiki's advice. R.I.P. Charlie Zuniga. He won't be missed or care to boot. Wait, who's Charlie? Thank you, Greasy. 255 away from KOing today's goal and doing 30 minutes of overtime.
Of his kind, his family name has died out.
Yes, without he's like the Tarleys. Without using the offering plate, we're knocking it out today. 255 away. Thank you. Links are in the chat. So, yeah, the Philadelphia thing last night, after we went off the air, April may have vented. How's that? She vented. Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says, I seen a white chick say, fight the power, and then she stole a cheesecake. I mean, funny, but on brand, right?
At least it's something,
Yeah. She got in there. She did her part. She contributed. Hey, Johnny, April sent me this morning. Gino Bisconti comes to St. Cloud, Minnesota for 3 days for, a little over 7, probably about 80 hours. He comes to St. Cloud. And yesterday, the website 24/7 Tempo did a study that they claim is very scientific. Their study found that St. Cloud is the drunkest city in America, narrowly edging out Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and Missoula, Montana for the honor. He was here for 80 hours.
And he put us over the line.
3 days, and he pushed us over the top to the drunkest.
I would say that's hard to believe, but then again, I am remembering Monday and Tuesday's stream, especially Tuesday. Tuesday, you had your ladies coming out like the prize women on a game show.
Yeah.
Just freaking refilling your booze. And I'm just watching, like, every time they do it, I'm like, and there's a few more years off of Aaron's life. All right.
Right. Like I said, today I've got heavy eyes, like as Johnny pointed out, heavy tits. Just heavy everything. Like we had so much like heartburn and shit yesterday from drinking for 3 days straight that we're like, oh man, we're exhausted. We're gonna get the kids Papa Murphy's today, and obviously the kids are excited. They're like,
who doesn't love Papa Murphy's?
Yeah, they're like, fuck yeah, we get Papa.
The house smells like pizza while you're making it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, April and I are like, I can't eat that shit. Like So now today we've got a pizza and a half that we can just kind of dive into, wrap ourselves in. Maybe blankets, throw them over our top of our heads like a hood, and just look like Obi-Wan Kenobi fighting off the sand people.
You really need one of Gino's pink blankets, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a nice pink blanket would be nice. Using factors like the percent of adults who drink excessively, percentage of fatal car accidents involving alcohol. Oh shit. Median household income and population. The research found that St. Cloud is the single drunkest city in America. The website used 2023 county health rankings and roadmaps from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and University of Wisconsin Popular Health Institute. Well, if you got numbers from Wisconsin, they're definitely downplaying them.
Well, and also Wisconsin, like those people literally are part alcohol. It's like, 25% cheese, 15% beer, and then the rest is a person.
I'm taking a look. That chemistry combination adds up. Yeah, that checks out. You're right. That's exactly the percentages of people in Wisconsin. According to the study, 26.9% of St. Cloud adult residents drink excessively. I believe it.
You certainly have.
It's right? That's what I mean. Gino comes to town for 3 days. The town gets pushed over the top. The national average is 19.8%. Holy shit, 1 in 5 adults drink excessively? Dude, we gotta, I don't say this very often.
Like I'm dropping the ball now in this house because nobody besides me really drinks in this house, and I haven't done it for a while.
God, I gotta say, guys, it's look at that. Woo. Guys, it's a good joke. Yeah, the story's a funny joke, ha ha ha, look at all the drinking, but seriously, guys, 1 in 5, we got to cut back.
We got to have a talk.
That's a lot of this whole country needs an intervention. The percentage of what if the economy's not bad and we're just drinking?
This whole country's drinking more in the last 3 years. Give me one reason why we would be like the economy. No, I don't imagine that would have anything to do with it.
If I spend this money on booze, they can't give it to Ukraine. 1 in 5 of us, maybe if we cut back a little bit, we might be able to, blunt some of this bad news. But then again, you got to face more bad news, and then you might drink more. So it's a vicious cycle.
Mm-hmm.
The percentage of fatal car accidents in St. Cloud is 27.4%, which ranked 200 out of 386 cities in the study. The national average is slightly lower at 26.6%. What do they mean, the percentage of fatal car accidents, involving alcohol?
I'm guessing so.
27.4%, and the other 72.6% involved cell phones. I'm not sure what the median household income has to do with it, but it's listed at $65,641, which is slightly below the national average of $69,717 and ranked 145th out of the 386 cities surveyed. So we're like middle of the road on drunk driving deaths. We're middle of the road on median household income, but we're way over the top on the amount of people who get fucked up. All right, well, there we go. St. Cloud's number 1 in the country in terms of being the drunkest city in America. Congratulations, guys. We won something. Minneapolis, St. Paul, Bloomington is number 42. Duluth is number 20. And Mankato is number 18. Charlie, I'm sorry, buddy. I cannot take your call. My audience will crucify me. They do not want... This is for... I'm not making this decision for me, buddy. I'm making it for the audience. They really get... they'll leave. I've watched it before. They will leave if I take your phone call. Some of them will be wildly amused and entertained. A lot of people will leave, and I can't handle it. We had a solid showing yesterday. It was incredible. I now look at the numbers after the show's over. We were into the mid 400s on YouTube and the high 300s on Rumble. If I take a Charlie call, we're never getting anywhere close to that today. Sorry, buddy. But it sounds like you and Keanu are good. Call in hot water today, Charlie. Should I give him the Compound Media call-in number?
That's up to you. I'm not giving you any advice on that. I don't have.
Hold on. If you want to call in to Gino Bisconti's show on In Hot Water this morning, Charlie, just hold on a second. Let me go on demand. Let's go to In Hot Water. Do they have the call-in number? Oh, they don't have the call-in number. Son of a bitch. That's contact. Here we go. Email. Call in. Want to call in to a show. 1-877-962-6846 and call in to Gino Bisconti in hot water 1:15 Central Time today. Do you got that, Charlie? I hope you're Charlie, just write in the chat and let me know that you're getting this. 1-877. So here, compound call in for Gino today at 1:15 Central. 1-877 Charlie. Make sure you're paying attention. 962 6846. There you go. Charlie, that's the number. It's in the chat. You go ahead and call Gino today. I'm sure he'd love to hear from you. Bearded Trucker with $5 says, sure missed the skinny errand, but at least we have Johnny back. I don't. My weight hasn't gone up that much from being hungover from this weekend.
Yeah, they just look a little more ample. That's all. Grabbable.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. 62 Luap says liquor and iPhones, the breakfast of champions. Yeah, apparently St. Cloud's very good at doing both. Bigot on socialist media says have to be number one in something. Yeah, so I guess why not let it be binge drinking? You guys are right. I'm being too sensitive. 250 away from today's goal. You guys are doing great. Thank you very much. Like I said, let's knock that out because we're running on a perfect week. No offering plate all week long. Let's make sure that, and you know, tomorrow being Rumble Link Friday, where people just send shit in and go play this for Rumble Rants, we'll probably knock that out easy. So if we get through today, it's going to be a no offering plate week. Thank you. I got something that should cheer everyone up. Johnny, would you like to hear from John Fetterman?
Sort of. Does he say anything coherent this time?
You know what? This is going to be, have you ever watched a man who's in a wheelchair get up and walk around for like 5 minutes and then just sit right back down in the wheelchair? You probably haven't.
No, I've been that person.
The only thing I can tell you is that watching John Fetterman make a cogent point in a Senate subcommittee hearing is going to be very similar to watching a man get out of a wheelchair for 5 minutes, walk around, and then just sit right back down and never speak of it again. By the way, Charlie, don't call. Write down Compound's number and then call into Gino's show at 1:15 Central today. You got me, buddy? Okay, good. Now stop calling me because I'm going to be tempted to answer, and my audience will be very upset at me if I answer a Charlie call. That is one thing I should have trained this audience to do better, is enjoy the uncomfortable, shitty stuff, because I really like it. I like stuff like Charlie. I'll take a Charlie phone call all day long. It gives me a chance to fuck around with somebody, walk off the show and let them keep talking, hang up on him, all kinds of fun things. And
right. It could have got better. He might have won me over time. I just got bored on Tuesday.
I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, the audience kind of tells me what to do, and I'm like, guys, I disagree with this call on a judgment basis. I think you should let the guy talk. All right, I'm going to give him 30 seconds. If you want to leave, you can leave, but I'm giving this guy 30 seconds. I'm morbidly curious as to what he has to say. Charlie, one time today, I'm giving you like a minute, and that's it. What's up, buddy?
Oh, I don't need a minute. I need like maybe 15 or 20 seconds. First of all, thank you very, very much for taking my call.
Yes.
I'm very much enjoying you guys. You guys have a great online podcast. It's enlightening. It's entertaining. You guys are quick. You've got unique angles on today's top stories. It's enthralling. I'm really into you guys, what you guys are presenting. I really like it.
Thank you, buddy. Now, did you get the Compound call-in number?
Well, you know, here's what I've noticed. I've noticed in your chat rooms, and I go back to different shows of yours, my name pops up constantly. You're bringing up my name constantly.
We love you.
So think about the other day when you had no money coming in. You know how you guys were like,
you said 30
like,
seconds. You said you needed 15 to 30 seconds.
May I please have 10 more seconds?
You lied to me, Charlie. You lied to me.
Can I get 8 more seconds?
Clock's running.
So you guys, you and your beautiful wife, actually without makeup on, not so much. You guys are standing on the street corner saying, "Give us some money, give us some bread. We need to feed our youngins." You're begging. But with me on the line, you're going to get that massive donations. You're going to get those donations.
Yeah, but my problem is, well, we've been doing pretty well this week, and we knock out our numbers every week, so that's nice. But I will.
Yesterday, when I was on the show, you thanked me because I brought in money for you.
Yes, of course.
I held your audience.
Oh, of course.
I'm holding your audience right now. They're saying to themselves, "Who is this idiot?"
Charlie, they leave in droves when I take your call.
They're not leaving.
I'm
leave
telling you
right now.
I've watched the numbers myself. They leave when you come on.
Did he just blow a dog whistle?
Is that a whistle? Did he just blow a whistle? He leaves after he finally comes up with a good bit?
He blowed an R whistle and booked? That's hilarious.
Did he just blow an R whistle at us? And then you leave after the one funny thing that you do? Son of a bitch. I had one question I wanted to ask him. That was it. Did you get the compound call-in number for Gino's show today?
But he wasn't going to give that to you. He was just going to keep dragging it out. That's his bit.
My father says, stop stalling and answer the fucking question. Wouldn't answer it. All right, so let's go from one tard to another. John Fetterman was in a Senate subcommittee hearing yesterday. And Fetterman, look, usually when he talks, you have a 42.5% chance of hearing the dumbest thing that's ever been said by any human being in a position of power in the history of the United States of America, maybe the world. But he actually made a little speech in the Senate subcommittee hearing yesterday that actually made some sense. But it also shows that John Fetterman did not get the memo on what the Democratic Party line on China is.
No.
No. You know what? I have to do it. I'm sorry. I have to. Ready, Johnny? I can't let this derail my show today. I can't let hundreds of people leave at a time. They don't like the guy. Ready? 1, 2, 3. There we go.
Now someone's going to have to loot an Apple iStore for a new phone.
No, I have the couch across. I make sure that I get it. I've got a spot that I aim for on the couch. It hits the back cushion, lands on the bottom cushion. My phone is fine. No phones were harmed in the making of today's episode.
He wasn't looking. He accidentally tagged her with it.
I didn't know she was sitting there. Oh, my God. I thought she was getting some sleep. So
my ass.
Fetterman is in this Senate subcommittee hearing, and they're talking about China, and he didn't know that he's with the party that's, different cultural norms. Our sitting president's got a really sweet financial deal with these Chinese Communist Party people. We got to be nice to China. Well,
Uyghur, what are you talking about?
Uyghur, please. So there's Fetterman. Of course, you remember they ixnayed the dress code because suits are itchy on this guy or something. I mean, if you can't dress in anything but hoodies and shorts, then you don't get to run for the Senate. Like, the Senate is one of those, dress for the job you want kind of things. You wanted to be a part-time counselor at a middle school. That's the job you dressed for. Like the guy who helps out. He's not a gym teacher, but he helps out at gym class. That's the job you dressed for. That's what you should be doing, like a Parks and Rec gig. But he wanted to be a senator. He just thought, you know what? Ties are itchy on my neck. Is there any way I could dress like a complete slob, but still do the business of the people? And what the people in the Senate should have said is, sure, why not? We clearly show a disrespect for the Constitution and this country on a daily basis. Why shouldn't you literally wear it on your sleeve? Works for me.
On top of the fact, does he think this represents him well? Like, oh, I'm just an everyman. See, I don't wear a suit when I go to work. Like, well, that's not an everyman thing. See, a lot of people don't wear suits when they go to work because they don't work at a job that really is suit required.
Yeah. Coal miners don't wear what they wear to the coal mine because it's comfortable and they like it. They can't wear a suit. It'll get all dirty. It doesn't make any sense. There's, if he's trying to be Mr. Everyman goes, oh, I have a funeral today. I should probably wear a suit.
Right. Mr. Everyman dresses for the occasion.
Right. So John Fetterman just dresses like a big lurch. So let's see what he has to say about China, and then maybe to punish him, they'll bring the dress code back. Let's see.
And let me say, I hope many of our colleagues agree the Chinese government and other U.S. adversaries should own zero agricultural land in our country.
I mean, holy shit, ladies and gentlemen, I've just found a broken clock, and this is one of his 2 times a day.
Is it weird, or is it like, I feel like when I watched this clip, I thought it before and I'm thinking again, I feel like he's channeling Matt Posner. Like, I just kind of feel Matt Posner coming through him.
Well, I will say this. Don't enjoy the cogent, coherent point he just made, because there's always a flip side to these things. So did you enjoy hey, China and our adversaries shouldn't be allowed to own any farmland here in the United States? That's good, right?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Well, get ready for Senator Hoodie to fuck that up.
I believe that. I mean, they're taking back our pandas. We should take back all of their farmland.
See, it was he wanted to tell a joke.
Well,
he wanted to make a
best jokes have an element of truth. At least there's that. They are pandas are being returned. Some of them.
Are we returning the pandas to them?
Yeah, the Smithsonian zoo or whatever has like 3 pandas, 2 that we brought over from China, one that they had a baby, they reproduced in captivity and everything. And what it is there was a lease agreement for the pandas. The lease agreement is up, so we were renting the pandas, and we simply didn't or can't extend so it's like a car that we have to bring back because the contract's up.
You know, you're right. My problem with John Fetterman is his jokes are too deep for a guy like me. You know, the guy's on too much heady shit. You know, he's next level. John Fetterman, of course, the first graduate of the class of 2023 from the Charlie School of Comedy. Great job, buddy.
Still sounds dumb, but I mean, he does have a point. They are taking back their pandas, but again, it's not like some sort of malicious thing. And also, we don't really have pandas naturally in this country. So, I mean, It just kind of feels like, what? So we stole some pandas and they want them back. I mean, it's a bear.
That would have been funny if that was the tact he took, is he's like, China's taking back the pandas the same reason we should take back the farmland they own here. For the same reason, neither of them belong in this country. Whoa, that's not what the point we were trying to make. Let's listen to the whole thing at once. Let's listen to cogent point followed by shitty joke by Senator Hoodie.
And let me say, I hope many of our colleagues agree the Chinese government and other U.S. adversaries should own zero agricultural land in our country. I believe that. I mean, they're taking back our pandas. You know, we should take back all of their farmland.
Zinger.
Even his stuttering voice didn't believe in that shitty joke. We should take back their farmland. I would rather have Petey Green go in there and do his how to eat a watermelon bit, and it would be less uncomfortable.
Well, dude,
whatever
when do
the
you
fuck
not
that
want
was.
Petey Green to enter and do his how to eat a watermelon bit? That's the greatest entrance we could ever have for everything.
That is a good point. That is, if Petey Green could just come in, instead of the national anthem to start baseball games, if we could have Petey Green eat a watermelon,
And now to celebrate this great nation, Petey Green on how to eat a watermelon.
When all you got to do is pick it up like this, you pick it up like that. Oh. 30,000 people watching wonderment. Sid Saraf with $4.99 says, Johnny, thank God you're back. You have no idea what's been going on here. Well, he got a taste of it a little bit ago.
Yeah, it was interesting.
He got a taste of what's going on. Even Jake Hudson is saying over in the Rumble chat, Charlie is very fucking annoying.
Oh, wow.
Jake Hudson. I want to hear a phone call between John Fetterman and Charlie. That's where I want. That's the conversation.
Person won't end it, and the other person doesn't even know what's going on.
Yeah.
It'll be.
Hey, but you know how they say that U.S. senators should have to wear their sponsors like patches, like NASCAR patches on their suit?
Mm-hmm.
At least Fetterman does it. I mean, he's in the pocket of Big Carhartt. He wears it. He wears it right there on his sweatshirt. Oh. I'm sorry. That joke was a peachable fence. That joke, a remarkably peachable fence. The National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. has decided that they want to replace their stained glass windows, Johnny. That's good. Refresh, kind of update the stained glass, change it up a little bit, show how you honor your Lord and Savior. I mean, it's the National Cathedral. If you're a Catholic, this is the biggie.
I thought it was separation church and state, but so is that a regular thing? I don't know much about religion. They regularly change the windows. I thought the stained glass windows was like a thing. Like we did these back at this point, and then for whatever. So is they like it's 2010. We got to do new stained glass windows.
I'm not sure, but they have had previous stained glass windows. 4 of the stained glass windows previously featured depictions of 2 Civil War generals, Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. They put some Southern generals on there. And the reason they did that is it was a tribute to the South and a symbol of national healing and forgiveness after the Civil War. The window was donated by the Daughters of the Confederacy in the 1950s. But they decided, you know what? That sign of national compromise and healing, and the sign that this country can come together no matter how deep the wounds are, they decided, after about 75 years of that shit, it's time to replace these stained glass windows. And they replaced them with, well, here.
What the hell is this?
Those are Black Lives Matter stained glass windows.
But why aren't there any white people?
Right. That's not what a Black Lives Matter protest looks like.
There should be a couple of black people, and then most of it should be, again, rich white people going, no, you don't understand. We're guilty. We are so guilty, and I'm an ally, so don't be mad at me.
Right. That's not an accurate depiction. So they took that down. They put the new windows titled Now and Forever, based on a design by artist Kerry James Marshall. In the new work, African Americans are shown marching on foot or in a wheelchair, because even when you're shoehorning your Black Lives Matter racial propaganda into the National Cathedral, you still got to get, you still can't be accused of ableism.
Hey, you remember that in the wheelchair? How fuck you think he got there? I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake.
See, and then you need to have Alonzo Harris on the next stained glass window actually shooting the man and putting him in the wheelchair. Maybe that's what it is. It's not a Black Lives Matter mural. It's just it's a recreation of the Snoop Dogg scene from Training Day. That's all it is. Or they put a speech bubble above the guy in a wheelchair and it says, "Hello, Gilbert." Oh, he wasn't in a wheelchair. That doesn't work. Actually, the guy in the wheelchair, they put a speech bubble over him and he went, "Well, before you go, why don't you run down to the corner and get us another bottle of Ripple?" It was actually a Lieutenant Dan.
Oh, shit.
Mural. We had no idea. In the new work, African Americans are shown marching from left to right across the four windows. It starts with them holding banners saying "No justice, no peace." And then in the second one, Black Lives Matter. In the third one, they're staring off into the distance. And then in the fourth one, they're looting a liquor store. I thought it was a little on the nose for the National Cathedral, but apparently they thought...
Whereas I thought they did it right, but they could have made it better. They could have dropped that third one originally and just made the third one the looting the liquor store, because them standing around doesn't really depict anything. And then they could have made the fourth one the leader of Black Lives Matter sealing her private gate in her mansion, because, again, Black Lives Matter, especially hers.
Yeah. Just have Patrice Kaluurs signing closing papers on a mansion. Just have her, they're handing the keys to her in front of like a 9-bedroom home. She's like, "Oh, thank you very much. This really helps this nation heal." Now, some march in profile, some directly face the viewer with signs proclaiming fairness and no foul play. Light floods in through the sky-bright panes of white and blue above the figures. Wow. No, the figures. The figures. Now, D.C.'s National Cathedral removes stained glass windows honoring Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson, replaces them with BLM windows. Yeah, I mean, it looks great. I'm sure when people go into the National Cathedral, they'll go, "You know what? That really tells the story of this country."
I feel like if you want to be holding a grudge with somebody, I mean, yes, the cops do perpetrate apparently all of this violence, but you could say that if God wanted to step in, he could somehow miraculously make the bullets not kill them.
Right. If God wanted to step in and do something, couldn't he? Actually, you talk to God and he's like, "I fucking tried. I've been sending messages. They take it the wrong way. I killed Tupac. I killed Biggie. I mean, really, how much blood do I need on my hands before people decide, look, this isn't the way to go? You guys get sad every time one of them gets shot. And then you go and you go, you know what we should do? Go to the funeral and shoot some of them." And no, that's not what I'm trying to do. Good Lord. Gray Duckling with $10 says, "Surprised the window isn't busted out." Yes. There's plenty of jokes that could be thrown in. In fact, many of them are coming into our chat right now. Sad Boy says every time they get replaced, to teach them those windows are a peachable fence. Yes, that Civil War one is definitely a peachable fence, I think, to a lot of people.
Technically celebrating racism.
Veldrain says, no great St. George stained glass window. Yeah, I mean, why doesn't George Floyd get his own stained glass window? We were talking about that outside US Bank Stadium on Sunday. We were like...
It's me and a bunch of my good white friends talking about...
Oh, April and Keanu were making some nasty George Floyd jokes. Gino and I are walking towards the stadium. We look back at those two because we heard some of the jokes that they were telling, and we're like, Jesus Christ with these two. Good.
Well, that's the confidence you get when no one slaps you to set you straight. You know, I mean, like that's the well, we can say this. What's the worst that's going to happen?
Not only did he not slap her, Gino proposed to her right then and there. It was remarkable. Couldn't believe it. But we were walking.
Like, wow, we know it gets you going.
Yeah, we were walking by the stadium, and I said to Gino, I said, honestly, I am surprised that nobody's ever proposed like a George Floyd memorial or statue or something outside US Bank Stadium. Not that I think they would do it, but I'm surprised that nobody's ever like pitched it publicly. Like, you know what this stadium needs to remember what this city's all about is a statue of George right in the middle of it.
Well, they did have a design for the stained glass window to honor George Floyd, but then they didn't think it through. The designer thought it would be somehow very symbolic to have Jesus lifting him up by the neck to heaven, but they realized once it was illustrated and stuff, it really just looked like Jesus was choking George Floyd, and they were like,
they also didn't want to put a statue outside of a building where the game played inside, where the sign of victory is taking a knee. You know, there's 35 seconds left. We're up by 7. No need to risk a fumble. Let's go ahead and drop down to one knee.
Oh, I want the statue, and I want Colin Kaepernick to play either for the team or in a team against us, and then just because I want to see him take a knee.
Well, that's the problem. He'd have to win. It's been a while.
It's not what we do.
What time does Gino's show start Central Time? 1:15 Central Time. 1:15 Central Time. Paul Polito says, Gino looks like he smells like olive oil, garlic, and sausage. Your house will reek of Dago for weeks, bro. That's the risk you run when you bring those people into your home. You just kind of have to wash it out over time. He says, source, I'm a total wop. All right, fair enough. Vinny's mom says, Kiki can do better than Gino. Sad. It's a very mean thing for you to say.
I think all that really matters is she happy? I mean, everybody can technically do better. I mean, if you want to be honest, April could do way better. But I mean,
shut up. If she hears this, I don't want her hearing these things. How else are you supposed to brainwash a woman if you let people talk like that?
You've had years, man. I gave you your shot. I can only stay silent so long.
It's like boosters, all right? They keep needing more of them.
All right, Fauci. I'm sure it's worth. Do you change definitions in the middle of the night so she can't leave?
No, but I do have to medically restart her heart 3 times a week.
Oh, man, that's a pain.
Yeah.
No idea why, though. It's just, something that happens.
It's not associated with the... Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with it. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Aaron, that joke took my breath away. You see, it's George Floyd joke. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says there's at least one patch of carpet in your house that you haven't found yet that is just soaked with sugary urine. That's what Gino leaves you. I mean, you're right. I haven't found it yet. Hobo Chili says, why is there so much Italian hate in the chat? Because your people make it easy, You're like the Irish. You don't fight back. People really want Charlie to stop. Cream Pie Mafia says, I'm going to steal April from Aaron. No, not the Cream Pie Mafia. Am I going to have to go to war with the Cream Pie Mafia in order to save my marriage? Oh, Lord. Paul Polito says, I love my people, but stereotypes exist for a reason, and many are true. Yeah, see, that's why so many people make fun of Italians, because we sit there and we'll shit on you, and you guys go, hey, wait a minute.
Nah, it's fair.
Yeah, it's, a touch indelicate, but fair. You know, this is a point in Keanu's column here. She loves quoting Daniel Plainview from There Will Be Blood.
There you go.
Loves
you guys
it.
must banger time, though.
Oh, yeah. A bastard from a basket. What's her favorite one is, yeah, when he told Eli that from when you crawled out of your mother's filth. It is a good term. Cream Pie Mafia says he's just kidding. Oh, thank God. The fatwa from the Cream Pie Mafia is now off my head.
Odd from the Cream Pie Mafia.
You know, not many people get a reprieve from the Cream Pie Mafia. So, thank God that I got mine. I understand how lucky
Pie Mafia means they're taking the back door.
Oh, no, not the Brown Pie Mafia. That's
the Mud Pie Mafia.
The Boston Cream Pie Mafia. Pig Riser says the Irish don't fight back. I guess my fractured skull is all in my head. Boom, boom. Actually, yes, it is. Literally. That's a fun little dad joke book joke. Hey, do I have a fractured skull? That's all in your head.
See, that's the thing. My parents actually told me when I first had some MS issues, I'm like, I think there's something wrong. Maybe I need to go to the doctor. Like, it's just a pinched nerve. It's all in your head. And then I went to the doctor and they're like, oh, you have MS. You have lesions in your brain. And then so to make himself feel better, my dad just went, see, I was right. It was all in your head. I'm just like, this isn't the time.
Yeah. He was right.
Yeah.
It was all in your head. It's just instead of a pinched nerve, it was a crippling degenerative condition.
Yeah. It's just, way to really, I'm having a horrible time, but way to absolve yourself from guilt, Pops. Love it. That's great.
It's like you aimed for the outside corner of the strike zone, but you hit a pigeon in the dugout. You still threw.
You explode. There was feathers.
Right, you threw the pitch. It just missed by a little bit. There's Keanu in the chat. Says, morning, Aaron. Crawled out of your mother's filth, didn't you? Yes. Give me the blood, Lord, so I can get out of here. Give me the blood, Eli. I am a sinner. I am a backslider. I've abandoned my child. What was that, Daniel? I've abandoned my child. Oh, I can't hear you. I've abandoned my child. I've abandoned my boy. Yes, give me the blood, Lord. Give me the blood, Eli. And then that fucking scene where even at the end of the baptism, because in order to get the bandy tract or whatever to build the pipeline, he had to become a member of the church. Even after the baptism, when he fucking shakes Eli's hand and then whispers in his ear and you watch Eli's face just drain. I've always wondered, like, what the fuck did he say to him? Because Eli turned pale after
That's one of my favorite moments of all of the DC animated movies when they do Justice League shit. There's usually one scene where they're all hanging back with Superman and Batman goes to interrogate somebody. And they're like, what's he saying? And he's usually like, I can't repeat it. And it's just like, oh, this is awesome. I want to know what Batman's saying now.
You're so arrogant that you created a contingency plan for every member of the Justice League except yourself. I have a plan. It's called the Justice League. Oh, and then Batman goes, I'm fucking out of here, you pieces of shit. Keanu says, I'm finished. She also says, by the way, Keanu C. Thompson, soon to be Keanu C. Bisconti. You guys don't know this about her. She is not just waking up right now. She's still just hanging out. She keeps moonbat hours. She says, also, I'm telling you, Charles called into my show the last 2 weeks. Oh, so Charles has been called. Charles called you first.
Oh.
Before he called our show.
So apparently the real light of his life is Keanu. We're just second fiddle.
Oh. Well, here I thought that he was just kind of tagging along. Like Keanu was just part of this extended thing that he was doing with us. No,
Brown, my friend.
Keanu C. Thompson first. Son of a bitch. Well, look, as far as the Charlie thing goes, I gave him the Compound Media Studio call-in number. I want him to call into In Hot Water today. I would like to hear Charlie have a little discussion with Gino on the air for a couple of reasons. Number one,
loves him.
My entertainment. Yeah. Number two, as Johnny said, he loves Gino. And number three, just want to kill an hour of show for Gino so he doesn't have to work too hard today. I know he's probably very, very tired. Okay. So they're saying that he is Keanu stalker. Okay. She also says, I'm sending you something funny. You know, I always like when people preface something with, hey, I'm sending you something.
And it's funny.
Paul Polito says, have any friends that appreciate a Dago as much as you, Keanu? I'm not successful, but I'm aging well. I can be a trophy wop for a 7-ish. You talk about a guy who knows his limitations. It's very
Is he
good.
calling Keanu the 7-ish, or is he calling himself a 7-ish?
I think he's saying
that's
he's saying that's the limit he can hit. And he's asking her if that's okay. I don't think he's calling her a 7.
Okay.
Charlie says, I will call into In Hot Water, but they will dox me. They won't dox you. Garrett is very discreet. Garrett. Scary Terry says, good morning, Aaron. How is your golf game going? Non-existent, my man. April and I did 18 holes, God, like almost a month, probably a month ago now, maybe even, it's been since before Labor Day. So I think we might be done for the year. I had 2 really bad rounds. And after those 2 really bad rounds, I just said, you know what? I can lock it up for the season.
Hit the links one last time this weekend. Just drill a couple holes.
No, actually, this weekend on Saturday, after we drop the kids off, I am heading to the Renaissance Festival.
Well, that's gay.
I ordered something.
What did you order?
Would you like to see what I ordered?
A cod piece?
I mean, go deeper.
I didn't want to even be close. Jesus Christ. What is it? Chainmail? You got like a full armor suit?
Hey. I already have chainmail.
You're wearing the legs, the bottoms?
I already have chainmail, my man.
You have a chainmail collar. That's not the whole thing. That's not the suit.
I got this.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
I am wearing that. 95% polyester, 5% spandex, 100% crusading around the goddamn Renaissance Festival, drinking mead, having a gay old time. I'm assuming you can leave your car down there, right?
At the Renaissance Festival?
Yeah.
Yeah, just the thing.
Everybody, yeah, I'm sure there's a shitload.
Almost everybody drives or gets bussed in, but they even have ferries from the parking lot to
Whoa. Hey. They're called homosexuals.
No, not those kind. Those will be everywhere. You'll see them. They have wings.
Oh.
But I'm saying they have like I guess transport ferries to ferry people, in the old from the parking lot to the actual venue. For people especially like myself who are infirm, just because we're always limp, we got to have someone carry us.
Fair enough. Well, I tell you what, Keanu said she's sending us something funny. Do I put us on hold? I can't put us on hold till we get that. I just hope that as I go away from the chat and go into the next thing here, I hope I know when I get it. I did throw my phone across the room, so because Charlie kept calling, so I won't know. I don't know if it's being sent on Twitter or in the chat or.
You don't have a sword to go with the whole ensemble, do you? You're just going with the.
No, I am going to go to Spirit Halloween though, and I'm going to get a great sword. Or even a mediocre sword.
Plastic one? You're just a big.
I don't know. I'm look. Don't put pressure on me. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna find my sword and I'm gonna, maybe we'll take.
I'd let you borrow one of mine, but none of them would work with that outfit. So
we'll take the kids to the mall tomorrow or Saturday, and I'll find the sword that I need. So
you need to find a shop that sells you one of them, like just the metal ones that are not really swords that you could.
Oh yeah.
That'll work.
I golfed sober for the first time yesterday. Dropped 5 strokes, says Toolman Mike. Oh, for sure. Yeah, golfing drunk is not the way to go. It's so bad, dude. You look down to tee off, and you're doing the zoom in, zoom out thing on the ball, and you're not hitting it right.
You're not in and out. You're rocking back and forth. Like that's you moving back and forth.
Vinny's
getting closer.
Vinny's mom says, oh my God, y'all golf together too. Yeah, April and I do literally everything together.
They golfed together, and then when Gino and Keanu came out here the first time, they golfed. All 4 of them.
We went golfing. Yeah, it's April and I, we work together. We hang out after the show. We have a what do you call it? A ritual after the show. April, I sit down and watch The Price is Right with her, and we have breakfast. And then after that, whatever show we're watching at the time, we get a couple of episodes in, and then we go to the gym together. and I still look like this. Do you know how much McDonald's you have to eat to stay looking like this when you go to the gym at least 3 to 4 times a week and do intensive cardio like boxing? It's remarkable, guys. Remarkable. All right, Johnny, I'm going to go grab my phone real quick, and I'm going to see what Keanu sent me, and then we're going to move on. I have to get to, I want to do this very funny Chris Mad Dog Russo rant on ESPN. I love that these old school sports guys hate the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing, and they're just like, because a guy like Mad Dog Russo, who's been the most famous sports broadcaster on radio before, he's big on ESPN now. I don't know if he's still on Sirius XM or not, but Mad Dog Russo and these old school sports guys going off on rants, like hating the fact that ESPN's covering Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. I enjoy it. I do. I like all of it, actually. I like the hoopla around Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, and I also love the people bitching about it. I like them all.
I honestly don't see why does anyone. Do you think you have a shot with Taylor Swift if Travis Kelce's out of the picture, or do you think you have a shot with Travis Kelce if Taylor's out of the picture? What's the game here?
You know, they all think they do.
Well, that's not because I'm literally next in line, so I'm just waiting for this to go. Because I signed up a while ago on the Swiftie list, and so I am literally right behind Travis Kelce. Like that's why I was excited for their relationship, because I'm like 6 to 8 months, and there we go. I'm in.
Yeah, Johnny April is saying I should get a real sword.
Yeah.
But aren't they like super expensive?
Well, I mean, if you get a real sword, yes, those are super expensive, and those have to be locked down if it's like a real bladed weapon. But if it's like a cosplay metal sword, they don't care about those.
Where do you get those?
Well, online and stuff. You can get them for a variety of prices. Can
you get them at Treasure City? Because I know they have blades and stuff, but I don't know if those are real or not.
They're probably not real because, again, real swords are going to be in the thousands of dollars kind of price range. So
okay, let me go grab my my phone real quick.
All right,
and then I'll see what Keanu sent, and then we'll move on. And we got a bunch of stuff to talk about today. More China Biden stuff. Very funny. We have Ric Flair having a meltdown on a podcast and walking off drunk. We've also got Fauci CIA connections and some high schools with some blackface controversies. So fun in the sun, including hamburger buns on today's show. 245 away from today's goal. While I'm gone, why don't you throw a couple bucks into the Streamlabs, the PayPal, or the Venmo, or the Super Chats, or the Rumble Rants? We'll get that 245 down to 200 by the end of the hour. Give me about 12 seconds.
All right, so we can count how long it's. Let's see how many N-words I can shout between now and then. Not going to do it, but all right. I feel like 12 seconds is over. He lied to us. Yep, that's more than 12 seconds.
Oh, my God.
Did you miss some phone calls?
No. Well, yeah, I did. There's a lot of missed calls. Quite 12. I have 12 missed calls.
One for every second you were gone.
Yes, Charlie called quite a bit. No, Keanu sent me, says, during my show tonight, the blocked number is Charles. And, oh my God, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there's about a dozen of them. And now this one says Charles 2 weeks ago. Oh, so now, Charlie said that he called our show because of Elisa Jordana very recently. And now Keanu's saying this is Charlie calling her show 2 weeks ago, and that would mean that Charlie's lying. Let's take a listen.
Darling, I forget your name because
What don't I know? What don't I know?
You're very unremarkable as a human. And I think that if you listen, you know how conversation works?
Why am I very unremarkable? You don't even know me.
To my point,
how can I? You don't even know me. What's my name?
I love this.
You
won't tell me. That's the problem, dear.
What's my name?
Oh, that was okay. That was the end of the call. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like that was Charlie. I think that was him. So you didn't start calling this show because of the Elisa Jordana stuff, Charlie. You lied to me. You were calling Keanu long before that. You son of a bitch. Eric Nagel says, what is this whole Charlie thing? I'm trying to move on from it. he's some drunk guy who doesn't like Gino. And when Gino and I were doing shows together this week, he was calling in to tell him how unfunny he is. He was trying to teach Gino how to be funny. And I don't know if you guys remember, he asked Gino, hey, what's your best Holocaust joke? And Gino, in fairness to Charlie, Gino did not give him a response on the Holocaust joke. And so Charlie said, well, I'll give you one. And Charlie had his own Holocaust joke, and it was, Gino, your face looks like a yarmulke. And I think Gino had to admit at that point he'd been beaten. But I really hope that he decides to call into In Hot Water today at 1:15 Central, compoundmedia.com. Everyone get your memberships. And those two can kind of bury the hatchet. Because I think they're this close to being buds, Charlie and Gino. Let's go ahead and give a thank you to Bobby. Oops, sorry. I said the first name. Now I can't say the screen name. Sorry about that. Thank you. You know who you are. Thank you very much. $5 coming in from them. Appreciate it. 240 away from knocking it out today. As I said, no offering plate so far this week. Let's keep that shit going. Thank you very much. Let's go on to the Mad Dog Russo thing. So Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are like the biggest story in music and the biggest story in sports right now. I don't take my sports serious enough to think that this is like terrible or bad or awful or, we shouldn't even be talking about this. Honestly, I know what's going on in the world. I can go ahead and have my distractions. You got a lot of people out there, they're like, I shouldn't be focusing on this shit. There's a lot of bad shit going on. Right. And I eat that bad shit on a regular basis. Like I talk about
divert.
Yeah, this is a diversion. That's what they always say. They're just trying to distract you. I'm like, fucking good. Thank you. I appreciate the distraction. I had to split up the first hour of prep today because I'm like, look, there's 3 serious news stories in a row. I'm like, let's throw a Mad Dog rant in there. Let's have a Ric Flair drunken meltdown in there. Let's split it up a little bit. If you live your whole life watching like the news, and the stories behind the news and what they're really trying to say on the news, you're going to go insane. And no one will ever listen to you. No one will ever hang out with you. You're just going to turn into a lunatic. However, if you slip in a little distraction every once in a while and you go, ooh, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, what's this about? It's the same as like getting your chores done and then you go have a beer and fuck off. You don't have to be so serious all the time. So right. Mad Dog Russo went on a rant about the Travis Kelce Taylor Swift thing. And he expresses the opinions of a lot of old school sports fans, which is, I'd like to just watch my football game. I don't give a shit about Taylor Swift being in the stands. Now, see, to me, I love guys like Mad Dog Russo. I also love that a bunch of Taylor Swift fans who have never seen a football game in their life are now massive Chiefs fans, and they're going to start talking about football, and every time there's some fuck up for the Chiefs, all the Taylor Swift fans will be tweeting, why didn't they just throw the ball to Travis? They should have just given the ball to Travis. Like on a 4th and inches when it's time to run, you're going to have Taylor, and they don't pick up the 4th down. Taylor Swift fans are going to be tweeting, they should have given the ball to Travis and let him run it. And it's like, but he doesn't play that position. It doesn't matter. Travis should have the ball. So I like both. I like that the old school sports fans are annoyed shitless of this. And I love that there's a bunch of people who have no idea what the fuck they're talking about are going to be ranting with the confidence of Lou Holtz for the next however long these two are together. So this is Chris Mad Dog Russo letting the world know he's had it already after 1 week of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
Oh my God, I can look at this! That mother didn't want her in there! She wants to enjoy her son! And who takes their girlfriend 2 minutes into a relationship to visit mommy and daddy? Nobody does that! That's it. I mean, I didn't even got to show them walking out. And now all of a sudden, she's a big Kansas City Chiefs fan. She's never heard of Lenny Dawson.
That's my favorite part of the rant is when he goes, now all of a sudden she's a Chiefs fan. She's never heard of Len Dawson. I tell you, that's a fair point, because if you're a Viking fan, you've heard of Len Dawson, no matter how old you are. Yeah, he might have been their quarterback in the 60s and 70s, but you know why Vikings fans know him?
No, I don't.
He beat us in the Super Bowl. Super Bowl IV, when the Vikings were favored by 20 points. I believe it was 3 touchdowns we were favored by. And we got the shit kicked out of us by quarterback Len Dawson and head coach Hank Stram. They screwed our asses into the ground. That was our first of 4 Super Bowl heartbreaks, and all of them happened before the day I was born. The Vikings have not been to a Super Bowl in, I believe, 46 years at this point.
All your fault.
If
your dad just pulled out.
We're killing it. We're doing it. All right, let's. We'll wrap up the. There's about 10 seconds left in the Russo rant.
And now all of a sudden she's a big Kansas City Chief fan. She's never heard of Lenny Dawson.
Wait, hold on.
Oh my God.
Time out. Maybe.
I love this. Oh, and of course it's the woman who's going, wait a minute, time out. Hold on a second. Don't you think that? No, he doesn't think that. He's the old school sports guy. He's a 63-year-old man, and he doesn't want to see the singer lady popping up in the millionaires box every time a good play happens, or every time Travis Kelce catches the ball. He goes, "All right, I fucking got it." I understand.
You gotta see, how did Taylor react to Kelsey's play there? Let's see if she enjoyed it. Too many people are obsessed with Taylor Swift, in my opinion. Just overall, her music isn't bad. She's a good songwriter, but I like all of her songs when they're performed by other people.
Semper Reloaded with $4.99 says, sports ball, that's what you're doing this morning? Such a disappointment. See what I'm talking about? There's some people who are like, you can't. No, we have to keep your eye on the ball, Aaron. Don't get in. I love the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce thing. I think it's great for America. I think it's a wonderful distraction. People are they're watching it. They're keeping their eyeballs on it. They're commenting. Even the people who are mad and angry that it's getting so much attention, they can't help but talk about it. I just
want, what kind of porn is Kelce watching? Because we got to remember, it's not just about whether or not you're boning Taylor Swift. It's about what you like to look at when you think about boning, if you're boning Taylor Swift.
Right, because she dated the one guy, and then they found out that he was on the Come Town podcast talking about watching ghetto gaggers and whacking off. And then all of her fans are like, Taylor, how could you be with someone who treats women this way? And if Taylor could be honest and she wasn't like a corporate machine at this point, Taylor could have answered, yeah, that's the kind of shit I like to do. I like to be treated like an absolute piece of shit in the bedroom.
I dominate everything in life. So, in the bedroom, I like a little role reversal for just a couple of minutes. You know what I mean? Out of my shell.
I put my hair in pigtails. I let him grab the pigtails and thrust my face onto his manhood. Sorry, girls. I'm not as empowered as you thought I was. You think I'm dating a 6'4", 260-pound granite sculpture because I want him to be gentle? There was a picture of Taylor Swift recently where the caption was, Travis Kelce already putting Taylor to work. She was posing for a picture with a fan from this weekend, and she had red marks on her knee in the photo. And you're like, well, look, Travis Kelce works hard. He gets hit in the head a lot. He could use a little relief, the guy. I also love watching football fans troll music fans. A lot of Travis Kelce fans and Chiefs fans are going, oh, man, this Travis Kelce's making this Taylor Swift's career. Look at the boost he's giving her and the bump she's got. I love it. I just love every part of this. Everybody's just they're either being angry that it's a popular story, or they're actually investing themselves in the relationship of these two people. And I don't know what it is. I like it.
And there's so much room to troll all of them. Just go in there and be like, other than his coattails, she's also riding his cock. Am I right?
That's my favorite part of the whole thing, is that as long as you don't care about it, you can kind of just take whoever's side you need to at the time. So you can just kind of go, oh, yeah, Travis Kelce, man, he should probably get away from that Taylor Swift. She's crazy. She has bad relationships. And then as soon as Taylor Swift fans start yelling at you and go, she's been a victim in all her relationships. She needs to find a man that treats her right. And then you can go ahead and take their side for a while. I like it. I like the whole thing. I endorse it. I also agree with Daniel over on Rumble. He says Mrs. Mahomes is pissed at all the attention Taylor's getting. Yeah.
And that is enough reason for me.
Deep down, it makes Brittany Mahomes crazy, and that makes me remarkably happy. All right, guys.
Neither is working for it. She always has to try. That's the worst part about Brittany Mahomes is no matter what you want to say about her, she's a try hard for look, notice me. I didn't do anything to deserve any of this attention, but notice me.
Yeah. I mean, at least Patrick Mahomes' brother probably almost raped a chick.
And at least Taylor Swift has a music career. You know, she was doing something before she showed up to start sucking off a star.
Jackson Mahomes and Taylor Swift both did something to earn their fame. I mean, Jackson.
Ironically, for both of them, it involved trying to get a girl to suck a dick.
Yeah, right. You ain't getting my money, says Kelce. Going from black women to this thin John is wild. Won't last. What if this is the one? What if this is the one? Z Senior says Aaron likes a big-time lefty and a Pfizer Bud Light shill. That's true. I am a big Dylan Mulvaney guy. Or no, is Pfizer Bud... Oh, no, the Pfizer Bud Light shill is Travis Kelce. And Taylor Swift is the big-time lefty? I don't know if she's a big-time lefty. I just know you kind of have to say you are one when you're in her relationship, her position. But yeah, Travis Kelce did do a Pfizer commercial for the flu shot and COVID booster. And there was a very funny meme I saw of it. It's him with Taylor Swift, and it's him, and then it's a split screen. The other one is him in the Pfizer commercial, and it says, either way, this guy's getting his heart broken.
Oh. Get it? Because
the Taylor Swift breaks vaccine people. Wait. Hulkamasha Baby says, Taylor has way more money than Travis. He had to do something to feel like he's in charge, a.k.a. just railing her. Well, I mean, she really likes her last boyfriend, loved ghetto gaggers, so, maybe she has a type.
And she's got, some awfully red knees.
Yeah. See? She likes a certain type.
And don't judge her for it. Some ladies just want to be treated like filth before they bust a nut. That's just that choice. You should respect it and move on.
Jose Pantalone says, what about the new fall line, huh, boys? Guys, next we're going to talk fashion. You're going to love it. Semper Reloaded with $4.99 says, the fun part is when the sports fans wish death on her like they did to Jessica Simpson every time Tony Romo threw an interception. Yeah, that's going to be fun, too. The fun part is going to be when the Chiefs start to struggle or Travis Kelce doesn't play well, and all of the fans just start turning on Taylor Swift, and she's a succubus. She ruined him. She took all his hits. She's wrecking. We got to get her out of there. It's going to be fun. See, guys, you don't have to look at this and go, oh, it's a stupid distraction. It's the media, blah, blah, blah. You can enjoy these things. I promise you can enjoy them. Thank you very much, Semper. 230 away from today's goal. Hey, keep her going, guys. Let's get her under 200 by 8 o'clock. We're halfway through the 7 o'clock hour, and you guys are more than halfway to 200. So keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats. If you just joined us today, we have not had to use this at all this week, and we've got 2 shows left. So we're very close to a perfect non-beggy week. Keep throwing in. We'll avoid having to use that today. Thanks, boys and girls. Jay, we got some news on, they've been looking into China and Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. And, so far, if you look into the China, Hunter Biden, Joe Biden stuff, you don't see a lot of connections between the three.
I don't know why you would.
I don't even know why they're looking into it, to be quite honest with you. I mean, it just looks like Hunter Biden's a businessman and China gave him a bunch of money, and in no way was that connected to his father, and in no way would they expect favors to be done.
Especially on an administration that has been increasingly harder and harder on China. The Xi Jinping can't get shit done with Biden in office, man.
No, absolutely not. In fact, and Trump was such a pushover with the Chinese, and, Biden's really laid down the law and let them know that, hey, if you don't stop what you're doing, we're going to give you an entire world to run.
Some people say that if Biden was in office, we wouldn't have had that whole coronavirus thing happen.
So now the Republicans in Congress have been, digging deeper into the laptop and, the different evidence and whistleblowers and things like that. It turns out that Hunter Biden was receiving payments originating from Chinese nationals, including Jonathan Lee, in July and August of 2019 when Joe Biden was running for president of the United States. And the bank records in 2020, Joe Biden told Americans that his family never received money from China. We've already proved that to be a lie earlier this year, and we now know that 2 wires originating from Beijing listing Joe Biden's Wilmington home as the beneficiary address when he was running for president of the United States. When Joe Biden was vice president, he spoke on the phone and had coffee with Jonathan Lee in Beijing and later wrote a college letter of recommendation for his children. Joe Biden's abuse of public, now this is the opinion part. He's bad, he's terrible, he's evil. But yes, Representative James Comer subpoenaed and obtained 2 bank wires revealing that Hunter Biden received payments originating from Beijing in 2019 when his dad was running for president, and Joe Biden's Delaware home is listed as the beneficiary address for both money wires.
But again, we got to get Trump, guys, because that horrible guy might have kept a document.
Yeah.
Can't forgive that. It's not cool.
We can't forgive it. I mean, and like that person said to Kevin McCarthy when he pointed out all the lies that Joe Biden told, and she goes, well, is lying an impeachable offense? She's a reporter with the Associated Press. And she goes, is lying an impeachable offense? No. You know what? If I were you guys in the media, I wouldn't even look into it. Don't even bother yourself. You're right. Giant waste of time. Yeah. So bank records don't lie, but Joe Biden does. He was running for president. Not only had he already received payments from Chinese nationals before he said he didn't in 2019, not only had he made it when he was vice president of the United States, but while he was actively campaigning for president of the United States, they gave him 2 payments totaling $260,000 wired to Hunter Biden with Joe's address as the beneficiary.
Yeah, but it's not like they would have expected anything in return. They're just like, here, have some. This is just some extra money we have. Why don't you take it?
One thing one thing the Chinese do really well is just kind of give people stuff without expecting anything in return.
Yeah, they're very open, and they're a culture that loves to share. I mean, that's why they built the Great Wall of China, so everyone could easily access China.
Right, but in an organized fashion, through the gates.
One door.
Yeah, like an amusement park. You want everybody to come in, but we have to have rules.
Yeah, buy a wristband. That's why the Mongolians were so mad. Like, we won't pay an entry fee. F this. Take down the wall.
That's right. Launch buckets of shit over the wall. Go ahead. Get them. No, it's, Semper Reloaded with 199 says, can we go back to sports ball? See, I told you. I know what he means, because you look at this, and if you don't laugh, you'll go insane, because you have to laugh. If you don't laugh, you'll just go, why aren't they bringing him up on charges? Why aren't they? Because the party that he's a part of that's in charge is not going to want to see him damaged. They're not going to want to see him harmed. And also, they're taking money as well. Well, why aren't the Republicans pushing it harder? Because a lot of them are on the take, from the Chinese as well. I mean, this isn't a partisan issue. Johnny,
everyone always thinks, though, that their team's the good guys. It's like, no, but my team wouldn't do that because I'm a Republican, so, we fight for America. Yeah, sure.
Even the Republicans discovering this stuff and putting it out there for us is kind of part of the cover-up, because they're going, we released it out there, and, it's not our fault the American people didn't care or do anything about it. And it's like, do something about it. That's your job. You're the ones who are supposed to be doing something about it.
Look what we just found out was happening. That's only happening with this guy, not the rest of us.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, it took us 5 years for us to find it. We didn't find it before he ran for office. We didn't find it while the election was going on. We found it after he already came in and fucked everything up. So yeah, it's all part of the same work. It's all part of the same wrestling thing. And that's why I enjoy the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce thing. Because at least with that, I can look at it and go, oh, at least that is exactly what it is.
And they don't have access to nuclear secrets. So I'm like, all right, so no matter what, the worst thing that blows up here is their relationship. That's fine.
Exactly. So look, you can't get too deep into the Joe Biden. I like to report this stuff to you guys because I want you to at least know what's going on. I want you to at least know it's happening. But I don't want you to go in there and be like, all right, Aaron, is this where we're going to get him? No, you're never going to get him. He's going to serve out his term. He might lose the next election, but there's no get him. There's no, we're going to run him out of office. There's no, it's not 1776. Nobody's getting tarred and feathered and ridden out of town on a rail. It's just, you can look at him. You can go, you're a corrupt piece of shit. Here's the evidence. I know you're dirty. And then you just go, you move on. It's cathartic for you, but nothing's going to happen. I mean, how many of us have liberal friends who you point this stuff out to them and they just either go, oh, I didn't know that, I'll have to look into it, or they go, nuh-uh.
Or some of the ones I have that I speak to, they realize that and they're just like, oh, but they always go back to, yeah, but Trump is so much worse. And it's like, that's the worst part is when you confront them and you're like, no, the both parties are the same. This is how, and they can't argue it. So they just kind of yes and it. They're like, yes, and my party's better though.
Right. Yeah, that's you're right. That's the third one, and that's one of the bigger ones is, well, Trump did this and Trump did that. It's like, okay, cool. So, Corey and I always used to say this. I always take those people who do the what about thing, and I just accept their premise and throw it back. I go, you know what? You're right. Let's ban both of them from doing anything.
That's what I'm saying too.
Yeah.
Investigate them all.
Both dirty and corrupt. Let's treat them exactly the same. And those people go, well, no, that's not what I was trying to do. I was just trying to get the heat off my guy. I wasn't trying to. Damn it.
Like I said, with this thing with Trump and the whole fraud case thing, I'm like, how about we bring all of the clients that work with these banks that are also big property developers, and we look into all of them and see how many of them maybe kind of also fudge their numbers. Because I bet that Trump isn't the only person playing this little shell game to maybe make things a little better for himself. I bet everybody does it, but nobody else runs for president. So why bother bringing it up?
Real estate developers in New York do that? You're out of your mind.
Fudge their numbers and kind of, make loan rates better for them? Maybe grease the palms of the bank that does it because the bank's kind of like, hey, if we look into this, it looks screwy. Well, how about I give you 15% of what I'm saving? Actually, it looks all great from here.
You're out of line. You're just plain out of line. Can't believe it. Hobo Flexible says actively campaigning. He never did that. He was in the basement. All right, fine. Passively campaigning. Is that better? There. Is that better? Demon Hunter says tinfoil hat time. They're reporting it now because they don't want him to run again. I've been saying that for a couple months now, that the media is starting to report on Biden far less favorably, and they're putting stuff out there that they never would have put out there before. And
they're slowly turning on him. Everybody, right. And they're just they're also subtly trying to grease the wheels for Gavin Newsom, which is the weirdest part to me because I'm like, you guys know that the other pretty much 49 states are like, well, at least we're not California.
Right. You're right. I was just going to say they're pumping up Gavin Newsom now, clearly trying to make him the next guy in line. And by the way, I love when Skeezy writes in during these segments and he goes, oh man, just vote harder. I'm sure this election will fix it. He's right. He is right. That's why I love the Travis Kelce Taylor Swift thing, because I know that this isn't getting fixed. I know this is none of this stuff comes out and the people who are truly in charge of the country go, oh no, I can't believe that got out. They're always we can
better.
Yeah. They're like, you know what? We can handle this. We can deal with this. Skeezy says, don't forget to pay your freedom taxes this year. The guy's right. But the nice thing is a lot of those taxes, you pay them after you pay your initial taxes that they just take from you. And then you pay taxes on your things you buy and your cars, and You pay taxes on your water, and you pay taxes on your property, and you pay taxes on your gasoline, and you pay more taxes on everything else after they've already paid you and taken the taxes out for you already. So
it's almost like they double dip on your money.
Double, triple, quadruple. What's the one? What is it called? It's not triple or quadruple. What's the one after you get to 972?
No idea.
Okay, that's the one I need to learn. Semper Reloaded, I think, raises a good point. You know, you and I talked about how the media is pushing Gavin Newsom and saying, like, yeah, they're totally trying to make him the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I are like, Gavin Newsom? That's the guy who runs that fucking state of California, runs it into the ground, and the rest of the country goes, holy shit, California's a shithole. I feel better about where I live. But Semper's right. Stupid white women are going to vote for Newsom.
Oh, God damn it. I want to rip up, but I mean, I will admit there is a solid portion of the male population in this country that will vote for a pair of tits if it's in their political spectrum, like a hot pair of tits. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure she has great points, but I'm pretty sure the two main points that got Lauren Boebert elected were the ones that were on display at Beetlejuice.
Yeah. I mean, her grabbing that guy's cock is going to guarantee the male vote for her as long as she keeps running for office. It's like, oh, is that the one with the tits under her chin grabbing dicks in the theater? I want my dick grabbed in a theater by a chick with tits under her chin. I'm voting for Lauren Boebert. She seems wholesome. Hobo Chili says everything is a psyop. It does kind of, that's why you have to allow yourself to like the distraction stuff. You have to like the silly shit, because otherwise you're just going to go, oh, no matter what they release, they're just kind of fucking with us. I don't like that.
Better start burning it all down.
Yeah, Jose Pantalone says, hey, at least they put that tax money to good use. That's true. You got to give them that. At least when they take all your money from you, they spend it wisely.
I'm sure Minnesota will do much better with that $17 billion than the residents of the state could have possibly done with just being allowed to keep their money.
Absolutely. You know, your lips to God's ears. Hey, you know, we were talking about that story about the guy, the rapist in Baltimore who was let loose, and then he just went and murdered some CEO lady.
Yeah, some tech startup chick.
We were playing a fun game yesterday, and just finding out who the DA was in these different areas. And then just typing in George Soros afterwards and seeing how many of them are connected. So, like yesterday, there was the news that Target was closing 9 stores. And it was Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, and New York. And the reason they were doing it is because the shoplifting was out of control, and the district attorneys in those areas don't charge people for shoplifting. They just,
theft is legal.
Right, theft is basically legal, or at the very least decriminalized. So we started looking at who the DAs in these areas were, and then we found out who, and then we typed in their name, and then I typed in another word that I always type in after I find out who those people are, and sure enough, that was confirmed. But then after that, I would type in George Soros, and I think out of the 4 of them, 3 of them were people who were bought and paid for by George Soros.
Weird.
Yeah. So I haven't checked out the Baltimore one yet for this one.
I make way better about the fact that he bought a whole bunch of like local and regional like newspapers and news stations in Maine because it's a swing state and everything.
Yeah, it's
like,
really good.
I feel really good that he's not doing that in any way to skew an election.
Right, because election interference, as we know, is a bad thing.
Right. You know, and one party is never engaged in it, and Donald Trump apparently has tried to steal the election when he didn't win. So,
quite frankly, he should go to jail for it.
Right. He caused January 6th. He got out there. He put on a red baseball hat and a gray vest. And he's like, "We're going to the Capitol. Everyone round up. We're going to the Capitol." Trump was leading the charge.
Hey, leave Ray Epps alone. He pled guilty to a misdemeanor last week. The man served his penance.
He's not innocent. He committed jaywalking.
Ivan J. Bates is the state's attorney for Baltimore City. Let's go ahead and type in Ivan J. Bates, George Soros.
Okay. Why are you laughing?
I just saw an article from the Metro Voice News in Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I might have fucked this one up. Give me 1 second here. This is from 2002. Baltimore's Marilyn Mosby is the latest progressive prosecutor to be defeated at the polls. Okay, so last summer, a George Soros-backed two-term incumbent lost the Democratic primary. Okay, so Baltimore had it with the Soros person who was running it into the shitter. And then they elected Ivan J. Bates, a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. Okay, so it was actually the Soros person who had been in charge for a long time.
So we can't blame this one on Soros.
And No, she is the one who let the guy go, though.
Oh,
she's the DA who allowed that guy to, be let out. So you can technically blame her for that one. Yeah. So Baltimore threw out a George Soros-backed DA. Well, look,
I hope we see more of that. I'd really love to see more of that.
better late than never. Well, it's hard to see more of it whenever they try to do it, the media goes, oh, they're talking about how George Soros gave this person a lot of money. Is that anti-Semitism in action? No. It's not anti-Semitism. I mean, all right, fine. In my case, it is. But that's just incidental. For everyone else, they're just they're noticing something.
Why would it be anti-Semitic? What's anti-Semitic about it? There's nothing You're saying you don't like that this guy supports this person. There's nothing anti-Semitic about that.
Hobo Chili says it's called rebranding. It's still George Soros. Yeah, I guess that guy could have been funded by Soros too, but I don't know. All right, guys, we are 2:30 away from today's goal. If you'd like to chip in, please do. We started today at 280, looking to knock it out without rattling this here offering plate. We haven't done this all week, and you can tell I'm very excited to hopefully not do that at all this week. We are 2:30 away. If you'd like to contribute, please do. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. The links are in the YouTube chat. The links are in the Rumble chat. Thank you guys very much in advance. If you want to throw a couple bucks at us, if you want to gift memberships, that's cool. If you want to do super chats, that's awesome as well. $230 away from today's goal. Let's do it. All right, I want to play this Ric Flair Kill Tony thing. This was very odd.
Flair was on Kill Tony?
Yeah, well, Tony Hinchcliffe is a big wrestling fan. And he had Ric Flair on Kill Tony. And Kill Tony, if you don't know it, it's a show where a bunch of comedians sit down, they watch open micers perform, or like guys who haven't gotten a big break in comedy. They watch them perform and they shit all over their set. So you come on, even if you have a good set, they're still going to taunt you and rip you apart about something. And there's a panel of comics on every week, and they shit on the guys, and it's a successful show. People like it, I think, don't they? People like Kill Tony.
I know for comedians, like going and performing on Kill Tony and getting the golden ticket's a big thing. The comedian from around here that you really like,
Ryan,
yeah, he got one.
Oh, great.
He went there. He got a golden ticket. I don't know if he ever used it or anything, but yeah, he got a golden ticket when they did something, I think in the Twin Cities or something. They were here.
Okay, cool. Well, this Ric Flair thing, this is kind of, I use this term a lot. Sometimes a kick starts left and stays left. Like it just never gets back on track. I think that's what happened with Ric Flair on Kill Tony. Now, first of all, don't put a 75-year-old wrestler on a fast-moving comedy show where the whole bit is they shit all over each other and say nasty shit. And I mean, the panel he's on, if I show you right now, the panel that Flair's on Kill Tony is Shane Gillis, Ari Shaffir, Tony Hinchcliffe, Louis J. Gomez is in the background. I mean, this is a group of people that can be, they're all very funny, but they can be very mean.
Yeah.
Shall we say. And apparently Ric Flair was not playing this shit. Rick was not okay with it. Now, also, you're going to find in this clip that was put up by Too Lazy to Try. Love Too Lazy to Try. you're going to find that Ric Flair was also incredibly shit-faced during this. So Rick got really drunk with Tony Hinchcliffe, who's a big wrestling fan, loves Ric Flair, loves all these guys, big mark. And Ric Flair decides to take him to task and walk off, kill Tony.
Set. Do you have any words of advice? You're the GOAT. You've had a rough night of work before, right?
I have, but I'm not that rough.
The position. Who do you think you're going to get challenged by next week?
I apologize, sir.
No, you don't have to apologize on this show.
You're not a POW, Cap. You don't have to call him, sir. It's nothing personal.
So then after the next comedians.
All right, so then Ric Flair shits on, or kind of takes a little swipe at that guy. And then there's another clip here.
No, he's on his...
All right, so here we go.
Michael Moore behind Ric Flair.
What's that?
What's with Michael Moore standing behind Ric Flair?
That's Zach D'Amico. I believe that's Zach D'Amico.
Oh, it must just because it's pixelated here.
I could be wrong. But so then they keep going. They keep shitting on this comic. Rick's been drinking. And Rick apparently not okay with the shit-talking people, and they don't know that yet. He just starts looking at his phone. He's tapped out of the show. He's checking out his phone.
Doesn't want to do the shit talking, or
dude, this gets really, really weird. And then, look, man, I'll shit on Tony Hinchcliffe when he does something stupid or hacky or dumb or whatever. He's not doing anything wrong. He's doing his show. You got big names like Shane Gillis and Ari and Lewis and all these people there, and they're having fun. They're shitting on the guy. Even the other comic is laughing about it. And Rick just got way too drunk. Rick got way too sensitive, and this starts weird and stays weird.
Did he fall asleep? Oh, sorry. I don't know.
No, he's on his phone. He's on his phone.
Okay.
He's like fun Joe Biden.
He's scrolling.
It's literally...
He's scrolling the Breitbart app.
Teasers these days on their phone, am I right, guys?
Shut up, Daniel.
Now they're ragging on him just because he's tuning out.
I love that, though. I love that all the seasoned comics are shitting on Rick, and then the minute the open micer's like, hey, guys, I got one, and like, shut the fuck up. I do like that. I like that they're like, hey, we can make fun of our friend Rick. You can't say shit to the nature boy. Yeah, they're like, oh, he's old. He's on a jitterbug. He's scrolling Breitbart. And then this guy's like, old people, right? Like, hey, fuck you. Don't disrespect Ric Flair, you piece of shit. I like that. There's something charming about that.
You're not part of this thing.
So this is when things get really awkward. When
all right, so then they go from that to they're trying to figure out, like, Rick's staring at his phone. They're now just getting to the point where they're like, all right, we can joke all we want, but people are starting to notice, like, Rick's being weird. Rick's being awkward. What the fuck is going on here? Rick decides to take the mic, and this is where you realize how drunk he is. How you realize Rick's like an old man who doesn't get shit. He doesn't know what Kill Tony is. He doesn't understand how this podcast works. He doesn't know
but he's not there because he does. He's there because Tony Hinchcliffe's a wrestling mark.
Tony Hinchcliffe is a big wrestling fan, and he wants Ric Flair to come see his podcast. And he regretted that, I think, by the end of this.
Thing ever.
No, you're
not really.
You're incredible. Thank you. Hey, no. Hey, guys.
Woo! I didn't even mean to say woo that first time.
Guys,
I'm just
come here.
inspired.
Shut up, Daniel.
Whoa. I want people to understand something.
Oh.
I'm here having fun, but as long as it's fun, it's fun. When it becomes something that I'm not comfortable with and saying something bad, I don't do that. In a minute.
Some people are laughing because they're like, he's fucking around, right? Like he's... And they're very mildly shitting on the guy. Like, if you've ever watched Kill Tony, as long as the comedian is cool about it and not a dick, they just kind of lightly roast him. I mean, yeah, if the guys get a little cunty and they start thinking who the fuck they are, they'll lean in and they'll really beat the shit out of the guy.
They'll slap you if you step up to them.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're cool and you're a good sport about it, I mean, they'll roast you a little bit, but it's not like Ric Flair's about to break down and cry as he's drunk as shit here. it's fun, but when it's something I'm not okay with, it's not. Like, he's doing the Rocky IV speech all of a sudden. Like, if I can change and you can change. And even you saw Shane Gillis there in the middle of it, started looking behind him like, dude, I don't think Ric's kidding. Because you heard in the beginning there was just guffaws of laughter because they're like, oh, drunk Ric's just being silly. And then he's like, bullying and something I don't like. And I'm like, oh, fuck, he actually is upset about this.
Which is weird for me. Like, I mean, dude, you did wrestling. You understand? Jesus.
No, he understands it too.
Yeah, he understands it.
He does understand it. And, you know, honestly, Johnny, what you just said there is not a peachable fence.
But so
I mean, Johnny, that statement is like a boat falling out of water. You're good. Those were all Gino-isms this week, by the way.
Boat falling out of water.
He's like, oh, it's like a boat falling out of water.
Jesus Christ. So Ric Flair is Gino drunk right now, is what we're saying.
Yeah, no, Gino falls asleep before he's this drunk. Like, Gino gets really, really fun, and then you'll look over like 20 minutes later, Gino's out. Like, he's just taking
a nap.
He's taking a grandpa nap. Ric Flair stays up past grandpa nap point, and he starts going, guys, look, it's really fun, but when it's not fun, it's not fun. And when I'm fun, it's some fun, and then the fun is in the sun with a hamburger bun. And he reminds me of the guy in Chuck and Larry, the homeless guy who was Sean Hunter's dad in Boy Meets World, who's in all of Adam Sandler's movies. Right. He reminds me of him when he's digging in the cake looking for a wiretap. Like, that's how shit-faced Ric Flair is right now.
He goes that way, I'm out of here.
Like sideways Asian pussy.
What's that?
That was fun.
That was fun.
That's fun. That's fun.
And you could tell Tony.
Yeah, and like you feel weird if you're like Ari Shaffir. You're sitting there, I feel like a dick. I'm not wearing my shirt. Just trying to make fun of a guy, and Ric Flair's in here killing my vibe. And it's like you're Tony Hinchcliffe, and you're Ari Shaffir, and you're Shane Gillis. You love this guy, so you're like, well, I can't shit on Ric Flair. If this was a comedian who was doing this, they would be like calling him the gay F word and telling him you're muted, by the way.
Oh,
you muted yourself.
What?
Yeah, you're good now. No, you're good now.
Yeah, no, I'm not touching anything.
Oh, okay, good. No, yeah, you said something a little bit ago and no sound came out. But anyway. Yeah, if that was a comedian who was drunk and trying to do that on Kill Tony, they'd beat the shit out of him for it. But they have so much respect for Ric Flair that they can't say anything. So now they're in this awkward position where they're like, do we have to mock Ric Flair endlessly to get him to shut the fuck up? Or do we have to kind of let Ric Flair take our show in a really awkward direction and just kind of play it off later? I mean,
yeah, but you're one of the comedians. Do you call them out on that then? If they take it light, do you start like that's what I would do if I was there? If they're taking it light, I'd start not rip on Ric Flair. I'd start ripping on everyone else for being a little timid.
Yeah, you know what? I would have a lot of respect for all these guys if they just went, you know what? No, fuck this. We do a certain kind of show. And right now, he's kind of wrecking it. I would respect them if they would have just like leaned in and started teasing and taunting Ric Flair.
And not to be rude to Ric Flair, but I mean, could do a little bit of work into looking into what these shows are when you go on them.
Right.
I mean, what you're in for.
And also, you're not supposed to have this much estrogen after menopause. I mean, does he have to be such a little bitch about it? Oh, the comedian... Yeah, the comedian signed up to do this. He came out. He knows what Kill Tony is. He knows he's going to get made fun of. And now Ric Flair, like this would be the one time where I'm like, dude, I don't want Ric Flair white knighting for me on a podcast right now. Like came to kill. For some of these guys, they come to Kill Tony to get made fun of by a Shane Gillis and an Ari Shaffir.
That's like, honestly, getting ripped on by a big name comedian can be just as fun as performing with them. And in some ways it is. You're part of the bit.
Yeah. One of my favorite parts of being on Anthony's show when I went on there is when Anthony forgot who the fuck I was and didn't know my name. That was hilarious to me.
Did he know anybody's name? I'm trying to remember now. Did he remember anyone's name?
Yeah, he remembered April's name.
Oh, weird.
Right away, right off the bat. She
But
I hear when she turns 30, he's going to forget it. So there is that.
Clock's ticking, honey.
Yeah.
You got to move.
And everybody just starts laughing except for Tony. He is just dying inside. And Shane, you could see he's trying his best not to laugh.
But I will never ever embarrass anybody or.
Too late, Rick. Too late, Nature Boy. You already embarrassed poor Tony Hinchcliffe trying to do his fucking show. Look at Ari Shaffir on the end of the table. He's like, because Ari doesn't give a shit. Ari will say anything to anyone at any time. So he's trying to be nice and for the first time in his life be diplomatic. He's like, I won't shit on Ric Flair on my friend's show. Like, if this was my show, I'd hammer this guy for being a pussy, but I'm not going to do it on Tony's show.
Or humiliate anybody. The minute that happens on this show, I'm out of here.
You're not going to do that. We're going to do that for you. You're the good cop.
Daniel just embarrassed himself.
I'm not the good cop. I respect these people. Do you guys get it?
You shouldn't.
You have paid you have made me.
Oh, it's so hard to watch because he's so fucked up. Even sober, I wouldn't respect this speech. But
I don't think sober he'd make it. I think sober he'd just play along.
Maybe you're right. But just him watching the Nature Boy, watching Ric Flair, the pro wrestler, just be a 75-year-old drunk who's sitting up there lecturing comics on a show about making fun of people, that making fun of people is bad. I mean, is Ric Flair going to do a roast and he's going to stand up in the middle of the roast and he's going to go, guys, it's really fun, but it's not fun when you're making fun and we're saying lots of mean things to people tonight.
Who I am today.
Amy Schumer's pussy is not as wide as the gates of a medieval castle. That's factually incorrect. I don't know why you said that, Jeff Ross.
But it is a hellhole. That part is accurate.
She is fat, though. You're right, too. I know you're a big star and you're Ric Flair. Although, is Ric Flair a big star anymore? You could ask that question, too. But you're right. You should know the show that you're going on.
You should know what you're in for. I'm not saying you got to watch every episode, know the people, or have it planned out, or what. But you should at least know, all right, so I'm going to go into this thing. What's kind of what happens here?
Yeah, right. I've asked people to be on this show, and they research and find out what the show's about. You know how I know that they did their research and found out what the show was about?
Because Opie said no.
They said no to the interview, exactly. Ric Flair could have watched this, and he could have been like, I don't want to make fun. But he got shit-faced, and then he got sensitive, and he got in his feelings, and he's been through menopause, and there's a lot of changes going on, and here we go.
I laugh. The minute someone says something disrespectful to me or to you, I'm out of here.
We're not going to be disrespectful to you. We will make fun of these people that sign up for the show.
I'm serious.
No, we make fun of them.
You hear that, Johnny? He's Sirs.
He's Sirs.
He is Sirs.
Peaceable fence, you guys. You got to realize the territory you're in with him. He considers this a very peaceable fence.
Look, this whole thing is a peaceable fence. And you guys think it's as easy as a boat falling out of water, but it's not. And it's not funny.
No, I'm serious.
No, we make fun of them.
No, you guys are so nice. Do you know how many people are bullied and hurt by comments?
Oh, this is the first time in my life I've wanted to yell the gay F word at Ric Flair. Somebody like, Rick, no offense, but you're being a bitch right now.
Look, dude, if you want to defend these people, the way you got to do it in Ric Flair style. You got to jump up there. You got to maybe rip your shirt off. Next person who comes with these comedians has to deal with me in the ring. Woo! And then you're just,
start strutting and everything, elbow your jacket. Yeah, the whole deal. And I do feel bad for Tony in this because he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He loves Ric Flair, so he doesn't want to shit on him. But he also kind of has to shit on him because Rick's being ridiculous and he's being drunk and stupid.
And he just tried to tell him twice. That's really the point of the show. They come up here, we shit on them. That's the idea.
Tony's got a show to do, and he's like, God, my audience won't respect me if I don't shit on Ric Flair right now. But he's also like, I love Ric Flair. I'm a big wrestling fan. I can't do this. Would be like me having to shit on Hulk Hogan. I couldn't do it. But I know that my audience would be like, dude, if this was anyone else, you'd be shitting all over him right now.
You're trying to say stuff. Well, listen here, brother. I'm not really confident with all this. I'm not comfortable with this anti-Semitic stuff and the misogyny. It's not what the Hulkster's about, brother.
And I can't insult Scientology anymore because he married a Scientologist recently.
Yet he did.
Yeah, they're going to take all his money.
Oh, no.
You know that she's getting all of his money.
Hulkamania is going to be owned by the church.
What you gonna do when David Miscavige runs wild on you and your bank account, brother? Yeah, they're gonna fuck me the way I fuck Bubba's wife, man. Yeah, she's gonna use.
What you do when you've got a whole bunch of alien ghosts living up in you, brother?
I've got 24 thetans in these pythons, brother. So what you gonna do when me and all of the xenomaniacs, brother?
No, you get it?
It's like a
social media has made the world crazy.
Maybe I should have sent. I probably should have sent you an episode to watch before.
Okay, see yes, you should have. Very funny joke, but accurate. Oh, poor. It's gonna get worse from here.
I'm ready to leave in 1 minute, guys.
No, don't
I
leave.
love you. I am.
Don't leave, Rick. No, don't leave.
No, hang
You know
out.
why?
No.
I'm uncomfortable with the format.
Yo, you did so bad, Ric Flair. Damn, dude.
That's very funny. Shane Gillis looks at the guy. You did so bad. Ric Flair's leaving.
Is leaving. Oh, that's bad. And even Tony can't. That one's good. You can't help but laugh at that one.
You walked Ric Flair. He thought it was bullying.
There is no humor in the world that makes fun of people.
Fuck you, Rick. You stupid
Know what
asshole.
jokes are?
Yeah. Ric Flair, when you cut promos on people in pro wrestling, you didn't insult them, you didn't shit on them, you didn't make the audience laugh by saying something very negative about them. Never, not once in your life. You never called Dusty Rhodes a fat guy. Never. God. He's really annoying the shit out of me. At first, I felt bad. I haven't gotten this far in the video before yet. I felt bad at first because I'm like, look at this old drunk just falling apart. But now I'm just kind of annoyed that Ric Flair is such a goddamn pussy.
He's virtue signaling so hard.
Yes, Ric Flair, like he's there with a bunch of men and he's like, guys, we shouldn't be making fun of each other. There's bullying on social media. This fat, bald dipshit signed up for this.
This is the highlight of his goddamn week.
Yeah.
If you follow his social media right before this happened, oh my god, I got on the list. I'm on Kill Tony tonight. Ric Flair is there. This is like a wet dream. That's literally the whole time that he's been down in Texas. Every opportunity he's had, Corey's tried to get on Kill Tony.
Yes.
So I mean, just being on that stage is the V. That's the victory right there. It doesn't matter how well you perform. They're going to shit on you anyway. And you hope you perform well either way. But the whole getting ripped on is part of the equation. Signing up for it. It's really weird to have one person peeing in the punch bowl when the rest of us are here to party.
Yet nobody else has a problem. Like if this comic would have been like crying or starting to feel shitty and they just kept relentlessly going after him, I mean, I'd still call that guy an F word. But then maybe I could see Ric Flair's point a little bit more. Like, dude, we've beaten this guy up enough. Can you let him go off stage, please? But knowing comics, that guy, even if he was breaking down and it was getting to him, he'd still be like, this is fucking great, man. Dude, I'm just getting lit up by these. I love Ari Shaffir. I love Shane Gillis. And I think, is that Mark Normand down on the end? So you got a good collection of guys there.
Guess what? I apologize. I'm not one of them.
No, you're good. You don't have to.
No, I'm not apologizing.
I'm an unusually horrible.
I will have fun, but I won't make fun.
So at this point,
he can't open his fucking eyes.
And his words are becoming really, like, he really should have been on a podcast with Unique. I feel like those two would have a great time.
You think those two would have done some really good work together?
Oh, back and forth. You just be, I'm so happy to be here, Unique. How are you?
Yeah, you're right. You know what? I would listen to that.
he makes fun of Rick up here, and you can tell the look on Tony's face. He's thinking, really, you have to do that right now? Do you want this guy to walk off?
Oh, so they have another guy. Oh, no, they had a new comic come up, and that comic shits on Ric Flair. So I thought Rick went on this rant, and then he walked out. So Rick, apparently, they calmed him down. They got him, okay, he's going to do the show still. You know, maybe we cut him off at the bar. I don't know. But all right, we're gonna bring another guy on, and this open mic fuck comes on and starts up with the Ric Flair shit again.
And I think they do. Like later on, Louis J. Gomez is like, "Thank God he left."
And based on how this is going,
Oh my God, this is so boring. Holy shit. Ric Flair, can you please tell us a story?
Yep.
The little sand poke is it a minute? If you could do that.
You are here with Ric Flair. You are a wrestling coach. How does it feel to have a performance like that in front of Ric Flair?
Fuck.
No, hey. Actually, to be honest with you,
You know what would have been really great is if one of these guys would have had the balls. Would have had the fucking balls to just, as soon as Rick goes, you know, to be honest, if one of them would have went, Rick, shut the fuck up. Just yelled at him and gotten really mad. Like Ari, I think, would be the number one guy to go, Rick, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. They asked him.
But I mean, you got to be worried about Ric Flair actually stepping up to you, regardless of his age and everything else. The guy's drunk and well, I mean, would you want to realistically fight Ric Flair?
I mean, at his age, it's a lose-lose because either you have to let Ric Flair beat you up or you're the guy who killed Ric Flair.
Yeah, like I said.
Yeah, you don't want to be the guy who murdered Ric Flair on a stream.
I respect that very much. My son was a great amateur wrestler.
Oh, God.
And this is why I'm going to make this. This is why. Come here, guys.
He's so drunk, he's giving them campfire talks. Come here, guys.
All right, everybody, huddle up. We're going to talk about why we're a team.
Oh, and by the way, he mentioned his, my son was an amateur wrestler. Yeah, his son died, like in his 20s.
Yeah, that's the part I got with the was a great amateur wrestler.
Yeah, his son's dead. So bringing up his dead kid on the show, that's, it's always, Ric Flair's done this before, and we can show clips after this video's done. WWE did like a WrestleMania panel the weekend of WrestleMania, or it was for their video game release or something like that. And Jim Ross hosted it, and I think Stone Cold was there, a bunch of other really famous wrestlers. Paul Heyman was there, Ric Flair was there. Jim Ross actually got fired from WWE for this. Ric Flair went on completely shit-hammered, and instead of talking about like WWE memories and the video game and all that, he just starts talking about how he buried his dead kid with his Hall of Fame ring, and he cried so hard at his son's funeral, and he was hammered talking about it. And it went so bad that Vince McMahon's like, hey, Jim Ross, you were supposed to, be able to host that thing and control Ric Flair. You're fired, which I thought was really unfair because, as you can see here, you can't put a saddle on Ric Flair when he's drunk and doing this stupid shit.
Really, the only thing you can do is not have Ric Flair on if he's completely drunk.
Yeah. Like, I'm not a guy who just hates on people and like, there's a lot of people who hate Tony Hinchcliffe. Like, no matter what Tony Hinchcliffe does, no matter what happens, it's his fault. He's shitty. I'm a very fair person. This is not Tony Hinchcliffe's fault at all. If anything, Tony and Shane and Ari and Mark and Lewis and all these guys should have been meaner about this. They should have gotten him to shut the fuck up. They should have put him in his place like the drunk old man that he's being. They should have put Grandpa to bed. If anything, if anyone wants to shit on Tony that he didn't handle this well, I disagree. He could have been meaner. Tony could have been, he could have leaned harder on Ric Flair and shut him up, and he didn't. He gave him respect. I mean, this is just Rick ruining a show. What are you supposed to do? You ever try to reason with a drunk? It ain't easy.
It goes really, really well every time.
Yeah.
This is why I'm leaving after I say this.
No, come on.
No, stop. No. I have more respect for people that take their time to support any youthful athletic event. My son was a great amateur wrestler. He died of a heroin overdose.
Shut the fuck up.
He is literally in real time fucking trauma dumping an entire audience.
Trauma dumping the Kill Tony show. My son died of a heroin overdose. Oh, great. Just kind of like you're overdosing this show on cringe and killing it too.
My dad died.
My daddy died.
in 2013. I don't hear that. I'm over that. But
you're over it. Your kid died. You're just over it. Guys, it's okay. He's just totally shit-faced on a podcast, casually bringing it up. He's over it. Don't worry.
It was just so 2013.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not a queer. My son died. I mean, I'm gonna outlive my kid. I mean, who fucking cares? I have to tell you, this may be a secret that a lot of people don't know. I love my children. If one of them died, I can promise you, I'm never getting over it.
Yeah, I regret the fact that I love my daughter so much because now it's like a literal problem for me because I'm like, well, now I have to make sure you survive no matter. Because if you're gone, I'm like, well, So, and I didn't sign up for that, but I'm forced into it some reason.
This is really, I don't know about you, but this is really making me hate Ric Flair.
I'd love it. He went, I've saw Al Pacino say, so it's not too late for me to plant another seed.
It would be great if you went, it's not funny, it's not good to make fun of people, so I'm going to leave. Woo! Just walked off.
It's not fun to make fun of living people, so I'm going to burn on my son. If he was a better man, he could have taken 2 spoons, the son of a bitch.
Over that. But anybody that could take time away from their life to support kids and make them better, because I can tell you right now, from personal experience, and because I believe it.
God bless the guy who's somebody with some fucking balls who started playing the goddamn piano during this rant. Look at Ari Shaffir's turning red because he's trying so hard not to shit on Ric Flair for this.
Right, and everyone else doesn't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, in the back, oh man, Louis J. Gomez is laughing his balls off at the piano coming on.
Louis is losing it.
You ever had Asian
You're
pussy?
I guess that's funny.
Rick, don't leave. Are you really leaving, Rick? Don't do it.
Oh, no.
Thank you for all the respect.
We lost Ric Flair, everybody. I love you, Rick. Thanks for doing this. I'll see you afterwards. No, you're good. You're good. We love you. Make some noise for Ric Flair, everybody. Come on.
Dude, he can't even open his eyes. He's not gonna make it to, the backstage area without somebody helping him. He's fucking hammered.
And I'll see you after the show, buddy. After the show, he's got to be passed out, right? By then?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope they put Grandpa down for a nap after that embarrassing showing he gave.
Thank you all for all the respect. But I will never sign up to make fun of people that donate their time. I won't.
Oh.
I swear to God, I respect you all and thank you for coming out. I can have fun. I will never make fun of time of people that donate their...
Oh, God, he's a mess. He'll never make fun of time. Better not, because time always wins in the end, Rick.
Yeah, talk to your son about it.
That's what somebody should have asked. It's like, hey, you never finished that story about your son. What happened? Fuck him. I don't like people like this that go on shows and fucking ruin them and make it all about them. I get that he's an old drunk, so he can't help it. I'm 100%. Anybody who empathizes with Ric Flair outside of the fact that, oh, he's a drunk, I hope he gets help, which I guess that part's fine. But anyone who's empathizing with Ric Flair and acting like this isn't all his fault is an idiot. Ric Flair pisses me off. You got a bunch of funny people, the whole show. Everyone who signed up to do comedy signed up to get made fun of and roasted by these people. And he's got to go and be a wet blanket and then act like he's some kind of virtuous guy during it. Fuck you. You're old, you're drunk, you're sensitive. You've got problems.
And for a lot of comedians, getting roasted like this is a big honor. Because again, it's not like it happens every day. It doesn't. When you walk down the street, when you go out onto to perform a set somewhere, they're like, "Aren't you the guy that they said was a total on Kill Tony. Like, it's just, no, nobody remembers that shit. You have that moment for you. It's, again, the people sign up for this, do this for them, and the chance to maybe get, like I said, a golden ticket. That's all it is.
Or in this case, they'll go, hey, are you the guy who walked Ric Flair?
I killed his time on the show like heroin and his son.
I'm not going to make fun of time. Well, don't make fun of time then, Rick.
Personal time to making children better.
Ric Flair, everybody. The legend, the nature boy.
Yeah, so that was Ric Flair's legendary appearance on.
Oh boy! So was that the end of it? Yeah.
Have him back, I'm sure.
Come back anytime, Rick. We'd love to have you on the show. Oh, that is the worst. That was really bad. I hope I didn't miss any here. I just want to catch up. Thank you to Curly Adam. He said with $20 says Ric Flair is just a drunk. I mean, he really is. That's if you're not a 75-year-old man at that point, your friends take you right off stage and go get you help. But if you're Ric Flair, I mean, A, who can tell you? And B, what are you going to do at 75? You're going to get him clean?
No, man, you're gonna force him outside so they can, take him and put him in the drunk tank and then brag to everyone that you manhandled a drunk elderly nature boy.
Ric Flair, I don't know. Do you know anything about the plane ride from hell, Johnny?
No, please enlighten me.
So the plane ride from hell was this. There was a flight back from a European tour that the WWE guys were taking, and a bunch of wrestlers were on it. And Ric Flair, everybody got drunk and they were on pills and everyone, all this other stuff, and they were just behaving horribly, getting in fights. And then in Ric Flair's case, he got naked and put on his Ric Flair robe and was wearing just that with the robe open, swinging his dick around on the plane. Even went to one of the female flight attendants, cornered her in the back galley area, and started rubbing his dick on her and like dry humping her and all kinds of other shit. And this is the guy who's going to have moral objections. Mick Marshall says, breaking news, alleged plane grapist is a sensitive boy. I hate this drunk fuck. That clip really did make me hate Ric Flair because you ruined a show that was going to be very good with very funny people, and you did it because you're an oversensitive cunt and you didn't do your homework, like Johnny said. Rick probably isn't in a good place.
History.
Rick probably isn't in a good place 10 years after his son passed. Oh, no, didn't you hear him? He's over it.
He's over it. It's so 2013.
Yeah. It's
been 10 years.
Totally good. He's figuring it out. Jose Pantalone says, tell Rick something and risk a chair to the head. Dude, Ric Flair was so subduable at that point.
He had barely enough energy to fight back verbally. I don't think physically he could.
Yeah.
Like, he could try.
Ozymandias says Flair's a weird booking for that show. I don't blame Tony. He loves all these pro wrestlers. He's a big fan of all these guys. Having someone you idolize on your show, I'll tell you this, as someone who had Anthony on, and, we'll probably get some other ones before we're done here, but having these guys on, like, you don't really think about whether or not they're a good fit. You can go back and watch our Anthony interview. It was amazing, but you don't think about whether or not these guys are a good fit. You're just like, I love these guys. I want to talk to them.
Right.
I want to hang out with Ric Flair. That's what he was thinking. So I really, the only thing I would blame Tony for with that is that he didn't kind of get Rick up to speed on what they do.
Like he said, probably should have sent you an episode to watch.
Yeah, he's absolutely right about
the show
that.
started, just one.
Yeah, right. Ryobi, all that was missing from that was Ric Flair going, if you can change and I can change, everybody can change. Semper with $4.99 says, I haven't seen something this bad since his last wrestling match. People need to learn when to hang it up. He just, look, the guy was just, he was in over his head. He was, overserved, I guess they could say. And he really did. Ric Flair or not, he ruined that show.
I'm stuck on the speech now. I'm just thinking, and look now, I guess you and me verbally abusing each other is better than me possibly graping an airline steward.
Curly Adam with $5 says this would be like you having to shit on Hitler. No, I don't feel the way about Hitler that these guys
We do that all the time. Like, dude, seriously, you chased him into Russia, you dumbass.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, come on, you could have won the thing. My God says Rick and Howard Stern should do a show together called Toothless. Yeah, who's got a bigger cunt, Rick or Howard at this point? The awkwardness after Shane called him gay was edited. Oh, do we have Red Band easily edited 10 to 15 minutes out of Kill Tony? There were jump cuts all over the episode. Oh, really? See, I didn't see it live. I haven't seen, and people were saying that, the YouTube guy, Too Lazy to Try, they're saying he cut a lot of shit out. But, like, I mean, if Rick was rambling on forever and ever, the guy's got to, he's got to make some cuts somewhere.
And Too Lazy to Try does usually a pretty good job of putting the important parts in the video. So if it really was a big part of it, I imagine that would have been included if he had it.
I trust Too Lazy to Try and his work. Hawk Not Top Gun says Hulk Hogan has said a few times Flair needs to be in bed by 9 p.m. and Tony knows this. Yeah. Wood Chippy says 70-plus-year-old drunk with brain trauma. What did you expect? Yeah, he just humiliated himself. I mean, now I'll say this. If you have him on again, it's a big mistake. But like one time because you idolize the guy, I get it.
If you have him again, everyone has to literally be lining up and pretty much taking a punch shot at Ric Flair the whole time.
Yeah. Semper Reloaded said with 199 says Rick is just a huge fan of Hannah Gadsby's comedy. We don't need to make fun of people. All right. We can be nicer. He was, look, man, the guy was in rough shape. 299 from Mad Joe. Oh, my God. But he's not a comedian. He is him. These comedians come on to Kill Tony to be roasted. They don't need Ric Flair, like I said, white knighting for him.
Mm.
But in this case, that was, people have been talking about that since the weekend. And I've been having people send that to me and stuff. I didn't realize, I hadn't watched it until now. That was bad.
That was so bad. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Oh my God, it's making you have to shit.
Walked me to the bathroom.
Thank you guys very much. 210 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants, etc. Only 210 away from our goal. We still have an hour and a half to hit it. And we have not brought out the offering plate at all so far this week. So if we can knock that out without playing the music, that would be a huge win for Steel Toe. We do appreciate it. 210 away from today's goal. Everybody become a member. Everybody throw a couple bucks into one of those links. You got it close to 200 by 8 o'clock. Let's get it within striking distance by the top of the 9 o'clock hour, and then we'll hammer that thing out. We'll do 30 minutes of overtime for you. Everything extra will roll over into tomorrow, and we can have ourselves a successful little show today. Are you not entertained? Charlie keeps telling me to pick up. Now just Charlie telling me to pick up is exhausting to me. Is anyone else getting that vibe? Like just Charlie going, hey, I'm calling you now, makes me go, oh, for fuck's sake. By the way, thank you guys. Over 700 people watching the show at the moment. We got about 370 over on Rumble, 350 over on YouTube. YouTube a little down today, but Rumble a little bit up. That's nice. Everybody who's watching the show at the moment, hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate your support of our program, and if you feel like throwing in a couple of bucks, please do that. All right, this one's going to make you a little upset. It's the Fauci CIA story. And if you don't know the Fauci CIA story, now you'll see why we did the Ric Flair thing. You see how I'm kind of pacing it out today? I'm kind of spacing these stories away from each other. We don't go from news to news, news to news. Mr. Approachable says, come on, boss, give me permission to drop the ban hammer. Do you guys think it's time? I am kind of getting the feeling that Charlie, like the bit has even worn out, like the he's dumb bit is bad. Like, guys, do I give Mr. Approachable the permission to drop the hammer? Do I? Here, let's start a poll. Should Approachable ban Charlie? There we go. Yes or no? Let's put that up in the chat. You guys go ahead and leave your thoughts, and then in about a minute or two here, we'll go through the results of this poll. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. It's Thursday. It is bike night at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Of course, bring the motorcycle. There's going to be live music this weekend on the Fireball stage. You've got, I think, Great American Songbook this weekend in Stoney's Garage, which hang out on the patio. It's going to be really nice this weekend. Could be the last nice weekend. Can't really take it for granted. It's going to be in the 80s. So absolutely head to Stoney's this weekend. It's going to be great. Keanu, Gino, April, and I were there on, Tuesday when we brought them back to the airport. We stopped at Stoney's for a couple. Always a great time. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. If you go in the ditch, you live in this area, you need someone there faster than anyone else can get there, it's our friends at All Care Towing. Midland Armory, downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Get your firearms, get your ammunition, get your optics, knives, parts, and gear. Get it all delivered to your door at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. That's MidlandArmory.com. Order today. Use the promo code SteelToe and get yourself an awesome deal. And go to crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com to get your Steel Toe coffee or April's Magic Bean coffee. That is crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. And one last thing. We are about a month away from Chrissy Mayer at Partners Pub with Lila Hart, Nick Ricada, us, Johnny. Everyone's going to be there. It's going to be an awesome time. There's still some tickets left. Get them at eventbrite.com. That's eventbrite.com. Chrissy Mayer, Saturday, October 21st, Partners Pub in Sartell, Minnesota. Get those tickets at Eventbrite. All right, let's take a look at the results of this poll, Johnny. 80% of the audience is saying that we should let Mr. Approachable ban Charlie. Yeah, Charlie is a little... There's sometimes like people get that they're a bit and they're funny about it. Like Hobo Chili's or not Hobo Chili. And not that Hobo Chili isn't great, but I mean like Annoyed Wawa Supervisor is a great bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like he knows how to do it. He knows when to jump in, jump out, so on. Charlie loves us when we answer the phone. Thinks we're crazy pieces of shit who are awful if we don't. He did come here from the Eliza Jordana crowd. And I don't think we've seen a person come from the Eliza Jordana crowd that isn't mentally ill in some way. I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm saying that as a statement of fact. Everyone who has come to us that likes Eliza Jordana,
I'm having an issue here.
Has had very serious problems. Yeah, what's up?
I'm having some personal issues. I might have to step off again.
Okay.
Not feeling well done. I'll try and be back quickly, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll bring my phone with me and let you know how it goes.
Right. Do you want April to come down for a little bit, or how you feeling?
Good idea.
What's that?
It'd be a good idea. I'm having some medical issues and it feels like they're about to get worse.
Okay, do you want me to just cut you for today and just let you?
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, sir.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. Just get better. All right, there you go. Here's Johnny. That's nothing wrong with that. April, if you want to head down and join me for the next couple of hours here. Hopefully Johnny gets well very soon. Yeah, I don't want a guy to like feel like he has to struggle through doing a show if he's having medical issues and he's just like, I'm not feeling very well. Well, yeah, then go focus on getting better. We'll be okay. So yeah, I hope Johnny's okay. It's unfortunately with that with MS and with that affliction, look, he's got a show to do at 2:00. I don't want to, sit here and make the guy. If we hit the goal today, we're going to be on for another 2 hours. And if he's not feeling well, he's not doing okay. It's April. No. Unban Charlie right now. It was April. That was not your contract to take. There we go. I'm unbanning Charlie. The poll does say, should Mr. Approachable ban Charlie? 83% of the audience has said yes. I'm going to say that Mr. Approachable, go ahead. Feel free at any time now to drop the ban hammer, sir. Let us know when it's done, Mr. Approachable, and we will celebrate accordingly and then move on with the show. At the moment, $210 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, etc. Go ahead and throw a couple of bucks our way, and we'll knock out that goal and go till 10:30. All right, Mr. Approachable, let me know when when the banning of Charlie is done. Yeah, if a guy's a funny bit, if he has if he's got a good bit going and he knows it and he knows how to do it, that's one thing. If a guy's just being like hostile and shitty because he's not getting his way, that's just a guy who's a little too mentally uneasy to do anything with. Mr. Approachable says he has gone existed. There we go. Sorry, Charlie. Curly Adam with $5 says R.I.P. Johnny. Yes, 2:05 away from doing a half hour of overtime today. And remember, have not used this yet this week. Let's see if we can go the whole week without doing the e-baggy bit. I'm excited about it. You guys are getting closer. Okay, Dr. Fauci, CIA. This is another one where I think we've been beaten down by so much stuff like this. Me telling you, I'm not telling you guys this to make you go, oh my God, that's crazy. I never would have thought. Just again, keeping you in the loop, letting you know what's going on. And I'm sure you're going to meet this story with the reaction of, yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. In fact, a lot of these things that the media report to us as revelations, we're sitting here going, yeah, we kept telling you guys we think this is happening, just like regular people who don't know shit, like all of us dummies. We're, on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook getting banned because we were telling the media types that like, hey, I think they're doing this. It looks like they're doing this. And like, oh, these stupid plebs doing your own research. You look so stupid. And then 3 years later, the media goes, oh, hey, by the way, did you know that they were doing this? And you're just like, are you fucking kidding me? Some of these people are like, I still can't get my Twitter back because you told me I was insane when I said that. When people were saying, I don't think the vaccine works, it seems like people are still getting COVID after they get the vaccine. That is vaccine misinformation. How dare you engage in medical misinformation? Oh, by the way, you can still get and spread the disease even if you're vaccinated. You're like, I'm still banned. And then you go, hey, I feel like Fauci maybe worked with China to cover up how this thing really got out. And they're like, wow, talk about anti-Asian hate. Oh, my God. This is racism. Then a few years later, hey, did you guys know that this disease probably came from a lab in China? I can't believe Rand Paul is hassling Dr. Fauci, claiming that he okayed funds to go to Peter Daszak so he could work on this COVID and other viruses in the Wuhan lab in China. That is just a crazy cockamamie conspiracy theory. 2 years later, a lot of evidence coming out, and it looks like this disease probably leaked from the Wuhan lab with money from the NIH to Peter Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance to work on coronaviruses. So now we're at the point where in late 2023, where when this stuff comes out, we don't even bother saying, I told you so anymore. We don't even bother going like, oh, see, I called it. See, I totally... This is, remember we were saying that? We don't even say it now. We're just like, fuck, here we go again. Just another one. Another one. The House, the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic says that Dr. Fauci went to CIA headquarters to influence its investigation into the origins of COVID-19. If you want to know how powerful Dr. Fauci was in 2020, Dr. Fauci got to walk into the CIA and tell the CIA that, hey, beautiful disease we got here. Be a shame if you told people it came from a lab. I think it came from a pangolin. The last person to try and do that to the CIA got their head blown off when they were riding in a convertible down in Dallas. And now this guy just gets to strut right in there and go, hey, guys, pangolin, am I right? What? Pangolin. Well, no, we think it was this lab. And so you hate Chinese people. Why don't you just call them Ching? All right, I guess it was pangolins. According to information gathered by the Select Subcommittee, Dr. Anthony Fauci, then director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, played a role in the Central Intelligence Agency's review of the origins of COVID-19. The information provided suggests Dr. Fauci was escorted into CIA headquarters without a record of entry. So they didn't want anyone to know that he was in CIA headquarters. Why would they do that? That doesn't make any sense. If he's just there to help them out, why not sign the guest book? Doesn't make any sense. I mean, usually if you did something like that, it would mean that you were up to something nefarious. Hey, wait a minute. Now, he participated in the analysis to influence the agency's review. God. We judged the virus was not... here you go. Here's what he told the CIA when he went in there. We judged the virus was not developed as a biological weapon. Liar. If I were to make a biological weapon, I would make sure that it mutates a lot. I would also make sure that it's super vaccine resistant. Because you want it to spread and get as many people sick as possible and maybe shut down their government. And who needs weapons testing anymore? The Chinese and American government can just release shit and then lock people down and do the experiment in real time. Most agencies also assess with low confidence that SARS-CoV-2 was probably not genetically engineered. However, 2 agencies believe that there was not sufficient evidence to make an assessment either way. That was the CIA's takeaway from this. Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic Chairman Brad Wenstrup, a Republican from Ohio, revealed new allegations that Dr. Fauci went to the Central Intelligence Agency headquarters to influence its investigation. The revelation comes on the heels of recently acquired whistleblower testimony alleging that the CIA potentially skewed its COVID-19 origins review by offering 6 analysts significant financial incentives to conclude that the result of its investigation was inconclusive. If we don't get rid of the CIA, nothing that any of you want to see this country become will ever happen. Never. You will unless you get rid of that fucking CIA. I mean, look at the way they literally skewed reality. They went, well, we might have found out that it came from a lab, but we got Fauci in here under the cover of night and didn't tell anyone he was here. And then we paid 6 people to tell us what we wanted to hear. There's no honor. There's no decency. There's no honesty. These people are fucking gross. They want power for power's sake. And the only thing that makes them happy is more influence. That's it. If you don't get rid of that CIA, you're not fixing anything that's wrong with this country. Not at all. Nebo says, I love the Chinese government. Rules keep us safe and questions are dangerous. Enjoy Chinese government. How are they going to explain this one away? You know what? That's a stupid question. They just won't. That's how it works now, is they just go, hey, what do you think about this thing here? It says that you guys, brought Fauci in so he could skew your analysis on where COVID started so it didn't get leaked out that he paid a guy millions of dollars and that guy worked on this disease in China and then it got out. And it's kind of partially Fauci's fault. What do you guys want to say to that? And they're like, nothing. We're just going to keep doing our work. I mean, that's kind of the new workaround trick they have, is where they just go, how are you going to respond to this new controversy? It seems like you CIA guys and Fauci really stepped in shit. And they're like, oh, no, we're just not going to talk to you. Wait, what? You can do that? Yeah, I mean, what's going to happen? Is the media going to hold us accountable? That's hilarious. So they're just going to go ahead and just keep not talking about it, move on to the next thing, and then the rest of us can just sit here and shake our fists at the air, and that's it. Zio Gold says CIA is going to take out Aaron. I hope not. That's the nice thing, is I'm not important enough. Throughout my entire career, people, when they get mad at me, are like, oh, you're on the CIA payroll. And I'm like, I wish. It would really help my bottom line a lot. I'll say what they need me to say. And then other times like, oh, the CIA is going to take you out for saying that. And I'm like, I'm not important enough. I'm in that way down here nobody stage where they have no fucking clue what I'm saying and don't care. Silverwolf says, actually, you don't want to mutate too fast or aggressively as that'll trigger a faster research response. And you don't want that until you infect Greenland. That's true. Everyone always forgets about Greenland. My God says, who cares where the virus came from? Yeah, they might say that too. They might do the old Hillary Clinton. What difference does it make? Somebody says if you are important enough, you wouldn't even know you'd be dead. Exactly. SC Motorsports says the CIA already got Johnny today. It's a good point. Paul says Aaron's next sparring session is going to be against a new gym member with a brutal polonium 210 jab. You know what? Thank you, Paul Polito. I'm going to look out for that today. If they say, Aaron, we got a new guy, I'm going to go, nope, I don't trust him. I'm going to need to see some credentials. Guys, we are 205 away from today's goal. Let's do it. Let's hammer this fucking goal out today. What do you say? 205 away. That's not a terribly terrible distance to knock out. We've got, what, an hour and 10 minutes before we rattle the offering. I don't want to rattle the offering plate today. We've had a whole week of not rattling the offering plate. So I think we're going to be able to stay away from the music. You guys are going to go on a rally. We're going to knock this thing out. We've only got 205 left. Get in there. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, membership, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Everybody get financially irresponsible supporting your favorite streaming program. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. Let's go on a rally right now. Next 10 minutes, big rally. From here until 9 o'clock, we're going to put this thing under $100. I know it. Go in there, 5, 10, 15, 20 at a time. Throw a few memberships in there. Get weird. You didn't want lunch today. And also, we got April coming in just a little bit. If you're just joining us this morning, Johnny wasn't feeling well a little while ago. So we just want Johnny to get better. He had to make an early exit for today's program. So hopefully Johnny's feeling much, much better as the day goes on. All right. Everyone chip in a little bit. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, the best way to do it, but all of them are welcome. Okay, this next story has to do with, it's the first of a couple of public school stories where, you know, if they would have had cameras, and I guess we did have camera phones when I was a kid, but it wasn't like a big, you know, you didn't really use them because the camera quality was dog shit. And, you know, if you couldn't, there was no like posting it. Your phone didn't, I graduated in 05. Your phone didn't have enough memory on it to like go on an app on Facebook or Twitter and just like upload it right away. So when I was a kid, you could still get away with wonky shit and like weird, naughty things that we used to do. You know, where you would like, somebody would wear a shirt for a couple of minutes with a bad word on it. Or, you know, somebody would say, you know, somebody would write down something kind of, you know, a little, as Keanu would say, untoward. And then you can kind of go, oh, that's fucking hilarious. It's really funny. Now, cameras everywhere, phones everywhere, nothing you can do. You know, it's kind of stopped kids from being able to be stupid anymore. And when you're in high school, some of that dumb shit is some of the funniest stuff you do in that whole 4 years. But these guys, they got to take pictures of everything now. They got to film everything. And then, you know, they swear to God they're all going to keep it a secret. I swear we won't say a word. I swear we won't share it on social media. And they can't help themselves. The best laid plans of mice and high school kids often go awry. So at this school, they had a student, a biracial student, posing for a picture. And then they had 6 students behind that student in shirts that spelled something out. Now, I have a mixed race student. I have 6 people. They're all wearing a letter on their shirt, and they've had to apologize for it. Anyone want to make a guess? You know what the funniest part of doing this show is? There's 700 people watching at the moment, and every one of them is doing this with their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're spelling the word in their head. That's 6. I think it's that one, Aaron. Play the story. I got to know if I'm right. Let's go to Salmon High School in Boise. Oh, and it's in Boise, Idaho. That's fun, right? I bet you they go old school in Boise. You guys might not be thinking of the right word that they used here. You guys might be thinking of the wrong one because it's 6 letters, mixed race kid, Boise, Idaho. They could be those kids in Boise. They know words that you and I don't even think have been invented yet. Thank you very much first to My God with $5. There we go. There's our rally. Rally's coming. I told you. Rally's coming. $200 away from today's goal. We're not at 9 o'clock yet. We can still get under 100 by 9, and we can avoid having the offering plate come out today. $200 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Let's do this. And then if April could get down here, that would be wonderful. I'm just going to start this story and move on with the program.
Welcome to the news at 6. I'm Morgan Romero. We begin with a racist photo that surfaced today from Salmon High School.
See, now I disagree. I think we should be saying racist with finger quotes. I mean, let us be the deciding factor, right? Let us decide if it was racist or not. I mean, everybody's got a different threshold. It's like calling food spicy. You know, I'm German. Ketchup is spicy for a German, but for somebody else, they might think it doesn't taste like anything. This is totally fine. So maybe when we say, oh, racist sign, racism, we put it in quotes.
The Salmon School District superintendent says they took disciplinary action after a photo involving a group of Salmon High School students was posted on social media. It shows 6 students with a racial slur spelled out on their shirts standing behind a girl laying in front of them. We've blurred out their faces.
Okay, now quick question. 2 quick questions. One, if the biracial student is in front of them, doesn't that mean they all agreed to take this picture? And number 2, why are we taking pictures? And why are those pictures getting out? How are we not just taking those pictures and then shutting the fuck up about it forever? It used to be, this is where social media has really fucked up the high school experience. It was funnier when I was in high school to have a picture like this and you could show like 5 or 6 people you really trusted. And all 5 or 6 of you would have a great laugh. And everyone else would be like, what are they laughing at? And them not knowing made us feel cooler. Now they take a picture of this and they're like, oh man, I should put this on Instagram. And it's like, are you out of your fucking mind? No, you're not going to post this on the internet. This is for us to laugh at. They always deserve it. And by the way, look at how disingenuous the news is. They want to blank out like the whole word, but they want to keep the N in there just so they're like, oh, we want everyone to know what the word is. So we want to put the word in everybody's head. We want the viewer to say the word in their own head. But we don't want to show it on the news because then people will call us the bad guys. So we'll just put the N there so you can fill in the rest, and then we'll still be innocent.
And any profanity, all the students are flipping off the camera. Superintendent Troy Easterday says the school district became aware of the post early this morning and consulted with his administrative team and law enforcement. Easterday says the photo was not, quote, posted maliciously, but the district took all the necessary legal steps to make sure the students faced repercussions.
Well, then you're dumb. Not the school, I mean the kids. Oh, it wasn't posted maliciously. Oh, you just thought you posing with a biracial girl with the N-word in the background, you just thought everyone's going to see this and go, no harm, no foul. Read the room, bro. Read the room, for Christ's sake. That'd be so funny, though, if we saw the actual picture and it said, like, Nergin. Like they stood in the wrong place and they fucked it up. Like, principal, what are we going to do about this photo these students took? Well, I mean, I would be able to tell you if I knew what a nergi was, but right now I'm completely stumped. Good morning, April.
Morning.
Thanks for coming down.
I wasn't here, so I wasn't.
Really?
I wasn't doing my makeup. I wasn't doing any of that. I was.
Where were you?
On my way to the gym.
Oh.
So I had to
you got to sneak that in some other time, huh?
Yeah, I had to quick run back home, change my clothes, and I saw somebody say I better dress for success. So I tried.
Oh, is that what success
I'm
looks
trying.
like?
This is what it looks like to me.
That's good. That is a very successful getup.
I'm sorry about my hair. I'm sorry about my face and my tardiness.
Are you still a little touched today from the long weekend?
I'm doing okay.
Really? I'm a little.
No,
I'll get there. I'm still a little bloated.
I'm fine. I think the worst part of my shit is like my lip got dehydrated and cracked from the weekend, but like
that's nice.
I
have
really
a herp
my
lip.
biggest complaint. Yeah, you will not be touching my cracked lip with it.
But I'll be touching your crack.
Oh no.
How about a little butt herp?
We're not doing. Oh, I'm not into the herp anything, so let's pass on that.
Some people aren't adventurous.
I'm hoping Johnny feels better. I'm sorry, Johnny.
Salmon School District has not or does not ever condone what was posted on social media today.
Oh, see, now I'm glad he said that because I thought that the principal really liked calling people the N-word. God, everybody just turns into such chicken shits the minute that word comes up. They're like, I just need you to know that I'm totally innocent. Yeah, nobody thought you had anything to do with it.
You know, it does appear that we're all so afraid of that word for some reason. Maybe we should just face our fears and lean in.
You know what, April, just because you want to say the N-word all the time doesn't mean you got to keep pitching it to the rest of us.
It could get easier.
First of all, Hobo already agrees with you.
Everything is always scary at first, and then you start trying it, and pretty soon, it starts as like, oh, this is kind of weird and uncomfortable, but then you all start doing it, and you're like, well, this is kind of okay.
Oh, so
and then it turns into, oh, this is just fun.
That argument works when you're talking about the N-word, but not when I talk about trianal. That's nice.
Yeah.
That's great. That's hypocritical, if you ask me.
Easter did not specify what type of discipline the students got, but several concerns.
Actually, I heard what happened was they took them out in the hot box for 2 days.
Oh, no.
And then after they were done, they whipped them.
They try to run away again.
Yeah, that's what happened. When they tried to catch them for their suspension, they ran off.
Oh, no.
And so now they actually deemed all these kids racist for posing in this photo.
Yeah.
So what they did was after they caught the kids, they branded a little R on their cheek for racism.
Racism and Runaways.
Yeah, I think it's
Runaway
it's
Racists.
Runaway Racists.
Actually, that was the name of my high school band.
Really?
The Runaway Racists.
You should have trademarked it. That's marketable.
I actually used to perform at Raleigh's a lot.
Nebo says, don't let the fear control us, guys. Let's everyone face our fear of the N-word and yell it out loud all at once. God, I would love to organize that publicly and then bail when they got to 3. That would be wonderful. I would really enjoy that.
So wait, in my rushing, all I heard was that they had like a racist thing in the picture, and obviously it was blurred out. What was the exact thing?
Biracial girl.
That was it?
No, you said there was a racist thing, and I called the girl.
Oh no,
thing.
I didn't know if it was a word or whatever. I was rushing around.
They had shirts, and they each had one. There were 6 kids, and they each had a letter on their shirt, and they stood behind the biracial girl.
See, now that could, if you just rearrange those letters, though, I'm sure it meant something innocent.
Yeah, they posed and it spelled out Nergi.
Actually, doesn't it say ginger if you move it around enough?
Now you're making everyone here spell the word.
But you could get away with it, is all I'm saying. It's like, oh no, we were just in the wrong order.
Right. Yeah.
I'm really sorry.
We meant to say ginger. And we fucked it up. Sorry about that.
We just love ginger so much.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $5 over on Rumble says, here's some money, fathead. Christ, you are a human bobblehead. That giant-ass helmet of yours must weigh 20 pounds. Also, April, you look awful. You look like One Night Stand the person. What?
Nothing you say offends me anymore.
That's not what I'm gathering.
It might surprise me, but it doesn't offend me.
Well, you know what, Hobo, I take a different tact when you send me stuff like that. I'm going to say this. I'm working on it. I'll work on it.
Well, I'm going to not brush my hair for you later, sir.
I'm going to work harder and make sure that I can, one day I'll come on here and you will say, wow, Aaron, you're making improvements. And that's ultimately what I'm looking for out of the criticism I received from Hobo Chili Recipe.
Which improvements are you going to work on first? We are all curious.
Well, apparently this big giant waterhead that I've got.
Are you going to get it shaved down or something?
Got to knock that thing down. I'll lose about 2 or 3 pounds when I finally get a haircut.
You know what, though? When you don't have gel in your hair, I was looking at it in bed last night. Yes, I do go to bed with this man.
And you stare at me while I sleep, apparently.
I do.
Yeah.
You're so cute.
Thank you.
Until you start going,
Well, Hobo Chili Recipe would say that's the fatness.
Right. It's just the blubber. It's getting in the way of his nostrils.
Exactly.
No, your hair without gel in it kind of looks like you're intentionally growing it out now, and you might as well just keep it going.
Actually, I looked at it in the mirror today. I thought about not doing my hair because I was like, this kind of looks like my hair now.
It does. It looks better without gel.
Well, we'll keep an eye on guys. We'll keep an eye on the situation. We'll report back to you as the story continues. Right now, we are 195 away from today's morning show goal. If you want to throw in a couple of bucks, we're getting very close to striking distance. We have not brought out the offering plate so far this week. And while, look, one day would not be the worst thing in the world. I'm really hoping this is like keeping a perfect game alive, you know?
Right, it's hard.
Right now, we got a perfect beg week going, and I'd like to keep it going. So if you want to throw in a couple of bucks, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships, so we don't have to bring out the offering plate today, 195 away, go on a rally. We've been asking for that rally. I'm hoping we're going to get it. 383 Novocaine with $5 says, I will share some of my shekels from my win last night. Yeah, I tell you what, 383, either give us a Venmo and we can get that to you today.
You might have sent me one already.
Yeah, or we can mail you something here in the future.
His used underpants.
I'll send you my used underwear, and you'll feel so much closer to me. All right, 190 away after 383 Novocaine. Oh, and Jive Turkey with $10.
Damn, thanks, dear.
Jive Turkey says, Google Play Points, April is such a pretty lady tiger.
Ooh.
Maybe like a
she
lady
is
tiger.
too, though.
Guys, thank you for those Google Play Points, too. Since you guys have started doing that, that's been very helpful. Thank you. So the rally has begun. 185. How far can the rally go to avoid the offering plate today? Let's go into our 7 o'clock hour stories here. The Michigan State football coach, Mel Tucker, has officially been canned. You remember a few weeks ago, they suspended him pending some allegations being investigated.
Yeah.
They found out that the allegations were true.
Uh-oh.
And they have fired him, quote, for cause, which is a legal term that means you can't sue us. We don't have to pay you anything more than what we're contractually obligated. We're okay to fire you. This is okay. We can't be sued for it.
So they're basically out nothing but a coach now.
Right. Yes. No statement in your attorney's response attempting to undermine the jurisdiction of the investigation, justify your actions, or call into question the university's rationale and justified decision to terminate your contract for cause. Present reason to the athletic director and the university's president as to why you should not be terminated on the ground state. So legal jargon for nothing you've told us, nothing you've said to us changes our mind. You're fired. You fucked up. You know what he was accused of doing?
I don't actually. All I heard was the sexual harassment.
Doing some of the jacking off.
Can't you do that in private? I never understood that about men. Like, even if you're into somebody you shouldn't be, like apparently he was, like, can't you just go home and do that? Or in your car?
Well, no, he wanted to jerk off in front of the girls.
No.
Yeah, that's where he wanted
We don't do that. Girls don't want to see that.
Tucker is alleged to have masturbated during a phone call with Brenda Tracy, whom Tucker had hired to speak to his team and honored as an honorary captain for a spring football game. Masturbated during a phone call, sent her gifts, and asked if she would date him were he not married. That's an ego thing. Like married guys,
100%. Yeah.
Married guys need to feel a little wanted. They need to know they could still get some pussy, you know.
You just want a little pick me up, right?
Yeah, it's like, hey, if I wasn't married, would you suck my dick? Like, I'd suck it so hard.
So it's not even like he was the girls' coaches. This was a lady who was a speaker coming in.
Maybe like a lady tiger.
You like this?
People are saying you're practicing for your Joe Exotic Halloween costume.
God damn it. I really like this shirt and you're not going to sway me.
Hey, is my Crusader outfit here yet?
I didn't see it.
Okay.
But I can't wait for it to get here.
I am very excited for my Renaissance Festival
Yeah, mine feels
costume to get here.
Mine feels very lacking now. Like mine is a nothing and it's almost like just a shirt.
Hooters girl says, oh, do it at a radio station, right, Aaron? Yeah, I didn't jack off in front of anybody when I would go to my first radio station after hours because I didn't have internet, but I lived across the street, so I just used the station's internet, and I would whack off at my desk. Problem was back then, I mean, we're talking 06, 07. The porn sites you had to go to back then, they were risky, and my computer got bogged down, and I fucked up my office computer. I had too much porn.
Gotta go to comic books, son.
Yeah,
like PK Jr.
That's what I have to do. But I just went in I was the production director, so every morning after I fucked up my computer and I had like reset it to factory settings like 9 times, I just started going in the production room to prep the show, not to whack off.
Oh.
Like during work to prep the show because the computer was so slow and bogged down, it couldn't do what I needed it to do.
Did Steve not have security cameras around this place?
No.
Oh my God, sir.
So I just, I would just beat off. And
So wait, did nobody ever ask you why your computer was always screwed up? Or did the janitor not ask you why there's so many crusty Kleenexes around?
We didn't have a janitor.
You took out your own crusties.
Yeah. And then one day I forgot and they stayed there over the weekend and
And they stunk.
Our news guy found them and he confronted me about it and said, do you know what these are? I go, no, I have no idea. I just lied. It's embarrassing.
You're the only one in there.
Yeah.
You are such an asshole. Do you know how bad that stinks over a weekend, by the way? You're an animal.
I don't know. I'm not really sure.
Cum don't smell good the longer it sits somewhere.
I didn't know. I thought
attest
maybe
to
it
that.
dried up and then the scent went away.
I don't think so.
Well, at any rate,
you're disgusting.
That's the way it went, and look, a guy's got to whack off. Have you guys seen the girls in Litchfield? Not a lot to write home about. Am I right, April? You probably didn't have very many hot friends in Litchfield.
I beg to differ. I think there was a lot of hot chicks in my school.
I don't know. I wasn't. Yeah. Wood Chippy says if you can jack on the job, that's not a real job. I didn't jack on the job. It was always after hours. I went home. I made myself some Cajun mac and cheese. I'd eat the whole box. And then I'd go back to work and I'd be like, it's wanking time.
I'm sitting here thinking to myself across all the jobs I've had and like the 2 most serious large ones before this one. I'm like, we all get horny at work sometimes. Something just turns us on suddenly. But like, I always figured I could wait till I went home. I never felt like, I should really go to the bathroom right now and just, take care of business or something like that. You can't even, there's just nothing you could have done on like your phone or something in your own apartment. You had to use your work computer.
I
don't get that.
I was broke. I was making like 27, 30 grand a year in my first radio job, and internet was a luxury I could ill afford. I watched I had cable, I think, at the end, but I didn't bundle it with the internet.
Why didn't you just bring your Colombian chick over every time you're feeling horny?
That was only a one-time thing. Sorry.
You hook up with a Colombian and it's one time?
Well, it wasn't my choice.
Aren't they smoking hot?
They're crazy, though.
You don't got to keep her.
They're fucking mental. They really are.
That's really mean.
They are really crazy people. I don't know what to tell you.
All right.
The Renaissance Fair recommends being vaccinated. Doesn't seem very Renaissance, says Kyle. Yeah, that's not very in character.
I expect to get polio when I go there, actually.
Somebody says, I can just imagine Aaron sneakily crossing the street in the dark over to his station. Oh, yeah. Nobody drove through that town after like 5 o'clock.
That street, I know where he lived and I know exactly where that station is because I've been there many times. It's abandoned at night.
Nobody was going through there.
Maybe if there's a big movie at the theater, there's people like down the block,
And then even not
then,
many.
It's like you got time.
Nobody.
But you're still a pig.
And plus, if I go back into the station, people would be like, oh, he lives across the street. He probably forgot something. They don't go, oh, he's probably going to whack off at the radio station.
Until you guys keep running out of Kleenexes.
There were a few times where I was looking for like my perfect video and the door would open on like a Friday because they were coming back from doing the play-by-play of the football game.
Yeah.
I was like, shit, I don't want them to know I'm here. So I would hide under my desk until I heard them leave. And then back to work.
You hid under your desk.
The early years of my career were pathetic. They were really bad.
I'm sure Hobo will retort that how is it any different now?
That's true. I'm begging you guys for money. What are we at now? 185 away from today's goal. Go on a rally.
So
I don't want to rattle the offering plate today. We haven't rattled it all week. I'm hoping we can keep it that way. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, memberships. Let's do this thing, boys and girls.
So all I know of our personal experiences at the next radio station you were at, at 101 and stuff.
I could afford my own internet. I could beat off at home.
I understand that, but all I knew of with my personal experience with you is I think we maybe made out twice in your seat off air when you were prepping or something.
Sure.
But while you're on air on the commercial breaks, you'd sext me every now and then.
I would do some sexting.
There was some sexting going on, but did you ever jack it at that station?
Never jacked it at that station. I didn't have they gave me a cubicle, but I never used it because I always just went home after the show was over. So I'd literally, the only places I'd go during the show were to the studio, downstairs to the bathroom, and to the water cooler.
It's a disgusting bathroom.
It's not the nicest bathroom in the world.
I do know somebody who probably did jack it at that station.
Ooh, who you think Lou jacked it?
Randy.
Oh, Randy, yeah.
You
The front desk guy, he used to watch pornographic films.
God,
while all of us were on the air.
It's so weird and like unsuspecting that it was him too, because he's just this like little dude and he was pretty conversational and nice to me, and then to just picture him off watching porn somewhere.
You wouldn't think it to look at the guy, but yeah, he watched. He wasn't picky either. Like he just liked a good guy and girl fucking. He didn't need certain situations.
He didn't need no tentacle shit.
Nah, he was pretty meat and potatoes. Hobo Chili says the Colombian chick looked like Edward James Olmos. It's funny you should say that because one of the movies she brought over for us to watch one time was American Me.
You said it was one time. Now it's not one time.
Might have
Oh,
been twice.
you filthy liar.
Might have been twice because once was a zombie movie, Fido or something. And then another
Fido?
one. Yeah. And then another one was American Me.
You had a few girls over though, didn't you?
Never finished that one. Neither did she.
Wait, American Me, you said?
Yeah, American Me. Didn't really give a
I've never
shit
seen
about
that
that
one.
one. Triple N says, stop being such a fucking hypocrite. I quit smoking, didn't I? Penelope Cruz from Blow. Sean says, Aaron was jealous. She had a better mustache than him.
What did she look like? I don't know who this person was. Ironically, there was a Colombian in my town and I didn't know about it.
I can't remember what her first name was.
Wow.
But you'll never believe, I'm almost positive her last name was Zuniga. Gino and I were making the Daphne Zuniga jokes all week, but I think her last name was Zuniga.
I kind of don't believe you.
Was it Teresa? No. What was her?
No, the other chick you told me about, that was Teresa, though. You had another one.
Yeah, one of my listeners' babysitters. They're like, oh, I'm going to set you guys up on a date. We never went on that date. But,
stayed in that sexy little apartment you
They
had.
were. The girls are desperate in that town. A guy like me looks.
You ain't kidding.
A guy like me looks really good in a town like that.
Mine had cowboy boots on.
They were all gay F
or
words.
camo.
All gay F words. Aaron called his station masturbation station, says Kyle. I didn't. I wasn't as good at marketing.
The masturbation station. That's perfect.
Mick Marshall says the Venn diagram of your early career and present day are awfully round. Thank you, Mick Marshall. I'll bounce back eventually here. I'll bounce back eventually. I promise.
Wow.
I promise we'll get back to relevance. Mr. Approachable says, and you give Randy K shit for watching porn at work. At least he had the balls to leave it up and not give a shit what people thought. That's good. No, Randy would always, he'd do the hurried minimizing thing.
Yeah, you
when
might
we'd
as well
walk
have
out.
left it up. I think that was lore around that station, wasn't it? Everybody knew.
I think what we wanted to do was, Oz and I always had this idea that we would do the Ace Ventura thing when he was warning the animals that he was coming home.
Yeah.
Where he shook the key
the
a bunch.
jingle jangle.
We were going to do that for Randy. When we were coming out, we'd take the door handle and go.
Why didn't you do that?
And then we'd open it because we didn't want to see him whacking off.
Oh,
Suave Banana says, at my work, there was an old guy who stayed late, and one time our receptionist came back after hours, and he was printing pictures of ladies' feet off his work PC. I mean...
Why feet? I do have to know that I'm sure there's someone in our chat right now that's a feet guy.
Feet don't do it for me.
And me either. Why is it feet for you guys? Like, what do the feet do that, like, gets you horny? What is it?
You're going to have to ask them. Maybe it's an arches
I'm
thing.
asking.
I don't know. Red Fox Mad says, I remember when April locked herself out of the house without a bra on and had to go to the radio station during the show.
Yeah.
Now, did you have your car keys or did you have to Uber?
I had to Uber, and I had to sit with that Uber for that was a weirdly long Uber ride too. It was like a 25-minute drive over there from this house. And it was rather uncomfortable. I forgot about that till they just said it. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Now that he mentions it. Yeah.
You were so mad at me.
Friendo says Aaron won her over via his sponsorship. For pennies a day, he saved her life. Oh, the Colombian chick. Yeah. Fauci's Pangolin says, so Aaron likes Colombian babysitter porn. She was one of those girls who had fake tits that like didn't fit her frame.
Oh,
she was slender and they were wide.
Like the big, round, heavy ones?
Yeah. And,
okay.
Look, if you know anything about fake tits, you know that.
Is this the Colombian or
Yeah.
Teresa? Okay.
The thing about Colombians, the things about fake tits, not Colombians. The thing about fake tits is they're all for show. They're not for function. Once you get in there and you start, messing around with those things, you're like, not for me.
Really?
But you look at them, I mean, the way they sit in a shirt and everything, if they're done right, you're like,
oh God,
nice tits.
Like even like 6 years ago, I had a girlfriend at the time, and she was already talking to me about how she has like a separate savings account for her boob job she was going to get, and her tits weren't even small, but she only wanted them because her sister had fake tits. And like, let's say wearing a shirt like this that I'm wearing right now, her tits would just perfectly like sit up at all times, and she's like, I just need them to do that. I don't want to wear bras.
I get it. I mean, I understand, but at the same time, yeah, for guys, here's the nice thing about fake tits. It'll bring them in. Like it'll now you have to close. And then when the guy, like say they get the water tits, the saline, if they take a hot shower, you'll see wrinkles in their under tit. Like the bags from the heat of the shower.
The bags.
From the heat of the shower will form like a ridge in the under tit area.
You should make your bitches just take cold showers then.
That's right, woman. You bathe out in a barrel in the yard. That's what you do.
Just put a clawfoot tub in the yard. That'd be hilarious.
Go.
Aaron's got all his bitches coming over, showering out there.
Gray Duckling or Wild Card? That's Gray Duckling, correct?
Yes.
Gray Duckling with $25 says, feel better, Johnny. Yeah, somebody said in one of the chats, I think the Rumble chat said that Johnny's already canceled his show for today.
Yes, I did text Johnny as soon as he left the show. It's something he's dealt with before. He's going to be okay, but we are checking on him.
All right, guys, that we are officially 160 away from KO and our goal today. We can do this without the offering plate. It is doable. We've got about 35 minutes. It is something that can be accomplished. I'm very excited to see if we can throw a perfect game. The Rumble audience on Friday is so much fun with like the clips and stuff that we usually knock the goal out pretty easy. Yeah. So I feel like today is our last hurdle. And if we hammer this out today without using the offering plate, the perfect game is still intact. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, and gifted memberships. Thank you, guys. Freedom Furniture says, my mother found my brother's porn stash and left it on the kitchen bench. She was furious. Yeah, do you really get furious? I mean,
I think if you're uptight, you do. I think, let's say, like, we get a few years down the road. I hope more than a few years, okay?
Yeah, I was going to say.
How many years would you say? 10? Let's say we get 10 years down the road.
I got bad news. 7, 8.
Ew.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
7 or 8.
Okay, well.
That's the other thing I don't get about my parents is that I feel like I have a pretty good head on my shoulders about where I was at certain ages. So I don't think I'm going to be one of those parents who's going to be like, oh, they're so little and why are they doing that? I'm like, you got to have a frame of reference. You got to remember where you were at and go, a lot of parents freak out. And it's like, no, you don't freak out. You were there. You ended up fine. If anything, the thing that's going to make the kid feel worse is not you getting mad. It's going to be you trying to like talk to them about it. That's what's going to make them go, oh, God, I feel gross. I don't ever want to fucking do this again. If you go, hey, I understand. Look. When I was your age, I had certain urges and I did this, that, and I had to, blah, blah, blah. So I know what you're going through. Like, oh, Dad, fucking shut up. Stop. If you just stop, I swear to God, I'll never look at tits again. You're like, well, son, that's not what I want.
But even if you get through that conversation, you do get past it, though, and realize, I didn't really get in trouble. And you do it again. You just get smarter about it.
Yeah, you just got to hide it better.
Right.
Like you hide your purple sleeping bag in the corner of your closet under your wrestling stuff. And then you can keep jacking off and using that sleeping bag as the catcher. And then when you turn the sleeping bag open like this, you see a bunch of gray streaks all over it.
No offense, like I wasn't born yesterday. That shit fucking stinks. Like it smells badly. You're disgusting.
I feel like once it dries, the stink goes away. Right?
I know.
How often are you leaving dried cum on you,
I've
you
been
whore?
in relationships, and if stuff was left in a garbage can for too long, it smells.
All right, garbage
it doesn't
can.
smell good.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Stop leaving cum everywhere, you heathen.
Hey, it's okay. Nobody's going to hurt you.
Okay.
I promise.
It
just seemed very triggering.
It was terrifying, really. But no.
I'll just leave it in.
Okay, so you're saying I got 6-7 years before your little starts leaving porn around the house, potentially.
Well, it'll be on digital devices.
Yeah. And I was going to say if he
Why
did
is he going to the Apple store so much? I don't understand.
Right. I'm the only one who typically cleans, and let's say especially in a kid's room and stuff here, like I clean the house. That's part of my wifely duties. And let's say you don't divorce me by the time he's got porn in the house. To trade up. I don't know what I'd do if I found it. I don't think I'd be angry, but I'd be so disgusted
I'll tell you what
to think that the kid is doing that.
I'll tell you what you'd do. You'd go to me and go, talk to him.
Oh, I ain't talking to him.
Yeah,
about
you
it.
ain't talking.
I'm going to show you, but I'm going to be like, ugh.
It's pictures of his stepmom,
Yeah.
and she's like, what the fuck?
No, you take that back. I will leave before then if there's a threat of that.
He did used to threaten that he was going to take you, or he was going to take you away, and
He thought that was very funny.
he was he was better looking than me, and
He
shit
still
like that.
comes around and he thinks it's funny to slap me in the butt when he runs by or something sometimes.
I taught him that.
I wish you wouldn't.
I didn't tell him go slap her
He
on
sees
the
you do
ass.
that, and then he's sprinting through the kitchen to go outside or something, and he'll just give me a quick slap like this, and he chuckles and thinks it's just so funny, and I'm like, buddy, no.
Freedom Furniture's, Death Beholden says she can smell cum a mile away. Yeah, it's one of April's superpowers.
I really can. I can tell when the neighbors are having sex.
Yeah, April she has a nose for cum. What can I say?
Gets clogged a lot.
Yeah. Can you tell how backed up I am? I need some pussy. We've had people.
We had the people.
Yeah,
in the
we've
house.
had people in our house for 3 days.
We and you know what's funny is they didn't have sex either because none
of us can have sex.
I made jokes to Keanu about it. We were talking something sexual, and I'm like, "Oh, you better go give Gino a nice, whatever I said."
April likes to say rogering.
Did I?
Yeah, no.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know what I said, but I'm like, oh, you better go give the business to Gino or something later. And she's like, oh, no, we won't have sex in that bed, just out of respect. And I'm like,
And then
I changed the sheets.
Yeah, but then we're in our room and we're like, are they going to be able to hear? And do you want?
Yeah, because we almost did the one night, and I got. Well, you were almost passed out dead, anyways. Drunk.
I told her, I said, just jump on.
And
We'll be
I'm
good.
like,
Just jump on.
there's no way they don't hear that down the hall. They're right there.
Daddy's a screamer. Zul McCool becoming a steel toe bro. Thank you very much, buddy. 155 away from today's goal. We've got this. You guys can do this. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. I don't want to bring this thing out today. We got a half hour. I want to knock that 155 out before that half hour is over. How's that?
Oh, my God, no. These chatters are a bunch of pigs
It's really
now.
bad.
Stepmom's hand was stuck in the dryer once. Oh, are you really stuck, though? Let me help you with that. Wow, you pigs.
Optic nerve is right. Yeah, that's what I would have. If any of us would have tried to have sex with company over, I would have called it. I would have said personal foul, 15 yards.
You just barge in.
He's giving him the business.
Just barge in on him.
All right, guys.
Aaron would have to join though and just kick Kiki out of the room.
Let's continue on here with today's show. I want that 155 KO'd and I want it knocked out before we have to play the music and all that. Thank you very much for your support ahead of time. Let's go to Beechwood, Ohio, where apparently a football team there for a high school, another high school race controversy. You'd think they'd learn by now and just kind of keep that shit under wraps till they get home. But one school has a very creative way of calling their football plays.
Okay.
A lot of teams, they have to have codes for, audibles
Of
and
course.
things like that.
It's So they don't get found out.
Peyton Manning's famous Omaha and then calling a play and all that stuff. It's part of the game. Let's find out what one team in Ohio used for code names for their plays and see why it bothered people.
Maybe.
We might.
2 Northeast Ohio school districts are talking about next steps after anti-Semitic and racist language was reportedly used during a high school football game. News 5 first told you this
Or as we
weekend
called it Friday, racial slurs and just, come on. We could knock that out during the football games. Yeah, that was just the stands.
Spill over into the cornfield party later.
Yeah. Playing North Minneapolis. Tackle that!
Brooklyn's team using the term
I didn't
Nazi.
have those.
And then from across the field, we just heard a bunch of pistols cocking, and we shut the fuck up.
I think I maybe had the whitest football team of all time.
Definitely.
I think there was negative amounts of black people.
Yeah.
News 5 first told you this weekend about Brooklyn's team using the term Nazi in a play call in a game against Beechwood Friday.
Am I the only one who thinks that's just kind of fun?
That is, it's
Because
really
it's not
funny.
like real Nazis are going to pop up out of the grave and go kill a bunch of Jews.
But people pretend that that's what's happening. Like, if you say the N-word or you say the other N-word, Nazi, like, oh, what, are they just going to show up now and cause problems?
It's not like Beetlejuice, where if you say it 3 times, he appears. It's, you can...
It'd be kind of fun if it did, though.
Right, the war's over. We won.
Right, or if you say the word, like, suddenly everybody's just going to, go back to, saying... Oh, I kind of understand their point.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to do that.
Yeah, if you're at a football game and you hear Nazi, Nazi, you're not going to be like, oh, man, I forgot. I don't like Jews.
We revert back to the 30s and 40s.
Right. I never forget that.
The real 9/11,
And then yesterday we told you the Brooklyn head coach.
Oh, no, just the original one. Still same.
Had resigned. Many of you reached out to us wanting to know exactly what happened. So News 5's Catherine Ross follows through tonight, speaking with parents and players about what happened and leaders in both communities about what comes next.
Tuesday will be the first.
Well, I'll tell you this. Their next play call is going to be yarmulke, yarmulke.
Dreidel, dreidel.
Interest rates. Mortgage, say that.
Bail bonds.
Football field for the Beechwood Bison after an experience under the Friday night lights.
It wasn't just an impact, I don't think, just on the kids and the
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Stop it. Of course you talk to them.
He was mad about the Nazi thing, huh?
I like how he has a Dunder Mifflin thing on his desk.
Right. He probably thinks that's fucking hilarious.
Doesn't he? And then he has like a...
do you see what that coffee mug says?
World's best boss. Of course you are, sir. I salute you.
Was one of those things that transcended because it was just so base. It was so negative and so uncalled for.
Matt Klein was watching his son Johnny.
All right.
Can't sleep at night.
Here's some fun. When they call the play Nazi, what is it? A fake handoff, and then you throw it long. It's a fake ground attack and then a great aerial assault. That could be Nazi.
The final play?
Oh, the final play. Maybe.
I liked it.
Got a whole playbook. Blitzkrieg. Luftwaffe said it.
Play against conference rivals, the Brooklyn Hurricanes, when the home team says it was hearing the coach and Brooklyn players using the term Nazi as a defensive play call.
It kind of hit all of us who were Jewish because it means he found it okay to use that word.
Okay,
nobody's gonna come get you.
Yeah, it's just a word, though.
People have got to be.
That would be like if black people were mad, like, oh, a guy said slave. He said, oh man, guy's a real slave driver.
Right,
and then
now
black people got upset. It's like, no, it's done. It's over with. The slaves aren't coming back just because we said the word.
Right, nobody's putting shackles on you and
By the way,
selling you.
I guarantee, now that I know it's a defensive call, I guarantee the Nazi thing is a blitz. Nazi is blitz.
That's
for
kind
sure.
of funny.
Yeah. Nazi is blitz.
I think it's funny. Stop being so upset.
After the team reported it to officials, Beechwood administrators say the coach apologized.
Yeah.
Jonathan says the term stopped in the second half, but the offensive language did not.
Nazi
K-word!
And Frank.
wasn't called anymore, but there still was a lot of slurs being thrown around.
Since Friday, the incident has drawn outrage in both communities.
Guess what they did after that? They gave each other brain damage. Guess which one's going to stick with you longer?
communities.
I was stunned. It was like a punch in the gut. I just...
Read his name for everyone who can't see it.
Guys, Eric Sonnenberg is really upset, too, about all this.
I bet he's about to say that he's traumatized and he cannot sleep at night.
The guy literally just said Nazi for a play call once. Jesus.
Laugh a little.
I couldn't believe it. It was astonishing.
I was mortified when I heard what happened.
Brooklyn Superintendent Dr. Ted Kalera spoke to us by phone Tuesday, one day after the school board there accepted the head football coach's resignation. He says
he lost his job over that. Now, it's almost October. The football season's been going on. He's called the Nazi play before.
Yeah, I would be afraid to tell people what our calls were back in sports in my day.
Oh, really?
I don't want to talk about it here, of course, but
Are you serious?
They're funny. Nobody means them.
Did any of them have the N-word? In high school?
Not like an N-word play per se. It was just things that were scattered about in lore. Wow. But nobody means it. People always think, ooh, small town racist. Nobody's really racist. Maybe the parents, but not the kids, okay?
I don't know. I met plenty of people in Litchfield who are very racist.
What? You've never seen any of them close to me.
Look, you got to remember, I covered the Obama election twice in Litchfield. Believe me, there's a lot of racist people.
I won't specify who. You can fill that in your brain by yourself, but I wish you had been around my circles when the Obama elections were happening, and I'm sure you can't guess things that were...
Oh, yeah, still don't think that it was a racist area?
I don't think they really feel that way.
Yes, they
in their
do.
soul. I think they just lash out.
Have you ever heard the phrase, people show you who they are?
What? I don't believe
the coach told him he had been...
How many people? Did you know more than 5 people who were convinced he was a Muslim?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
all
exactly.
Of them. What do you mean? It's easier for me to count the ones who didn't believe that.
Did you know more than 10 people who thought he was from Kenya?
Kenya?
Or wherever. Libya,
I don't think it was Kenya.
Wherever they thought he was from.
But
Somewhere
they were
in
from
Africa.
somewhere else, yeah.
Using the play call for years prior to his time with the Hurricanes.
But I will tell you, it was not targeted.
Then the fucking couple of Jews start whining, and now you got to stop something you've been doing for years. Again, Jewish people, I know it was terrible, it was awful, but you got your own country out of it, and also, I'm not going to say anymore. But look, they've been calling the play for years, and every time they call the play, Nazis don't show up and start gassing Jews. I think you're going to be fine.
I do hate that.
If a black person came up to them and said, hey, people use the term slave driver or talk about people being slaves to something or they're slaving away, we don't get pissed. Like, well, that's you.
Specifically for Beechwood. That being said, I think, my coach lacked common sense.
Jewish community leaders call the use of Nazi unacceptable.
I think it's something that should be offensive to every American.
I mean, I got to be honest with you, Jason Wooliger. You're kind of being a Nazi about the language here.
Yeah, right. A language Nazi.
Being a real speech Nazi.
I don't like this guy.
This guy
his name's particular.
This guy wouldn't share his chicken noodle with me. He was being a real soup Nazi, this guy.
Because we had to mobilize as a country to defeat the Nazis and their hateful ideology.
Many say the coach stepping down.
Well,
They're not here.
I mean that, and they were trying to control the world, and that was our job.
How many legitimate Nazis do you think are in this country?
The ones that aren't FBI agents?
Right. That doesn't count. They're fronting.
Honestly, I'm going to say maybe a few thousand.
Not enough to notice, right?
Not
enough to notice.
If we had to fight the Nazis that were in this country, it would be a one-day war and it would be over quickly.
Not even 15 minutes. Yeah. If we could, really centralize them all.
And it was the right first step.
I'd like to see this become a learning experience
I'm sure.
I bet
Brooklyn
you would.
And for Beechwood.
Leaders in both districts plan to meet to discuss what's next. Klein says he's disappointed the behavior wasn't addressed even more quickly. And he's hoping administrators make it clear the language won't be tolerated.
We have to take care of our kids, and it should be, I hope that there's school leadership talking to you. I really do. I hope that they're coming out with a strong stance. And if not, then I would ask that they do.
In Beechwood.
I'm sure if they don't do it right, you'll be in touch.
The ADL for sure.
The ADL will absolutely let you know if you're doing it wrong.
I have one question for you.
Yes.
Was the play effective?
Right. Did the play work?
I
mean, obviously they've been using it for years, so it had to be relatively effective.
People are so sensitive. That's the thing. You got to get away from the word fears and like pretending that like because you said a thing that now you're like manifesting this thing into existence.
Democracy manifest. Veldrain with $5 says the players have hand signals to tell the cheerleaders to start singing Erica. All right, well, look, that's a little over the line. We don't need to be. You're right. That they could have done away with.
That song's not even a Nazi song. They just tended to march to it. It's about a girl.
It was a foot stomper. That was all. Yamaka said, there you go. That'll make it all better. Guys, we have 15 minutes until we have to bring out the offering plate, and we're at 155 for today's goal. We have had a perfect week so far.
Finish it for Johnny.
We have never had to bring out the offering plate at all this week. It's been great. If you could, throw a couple of bucks at us. The links are in the chat. 155 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. Come on in here. Knock this thing out. Finish it up. We got 15 minutes before we rattle the cans and try to make our money for today and break even, as it were.
Chevrolet JB has a good point. Maybe it was not C. Like you couldn't see something instead of Nazi.
Oh, yeah. It was like a blindside blitz.
There you go.
Not C.
Not C.
Perfect.
I would have used that defense.
Raz of Chess. Chauvin, 842. Chauvin, 842. Oh, shit. They're going to tackle the running back.
A lot of knees to the neck.
That's the game plan, I suppose. Show is canceled, but I'd not talk about it until you knock out your goal. I'll be fine. Okay, Johnny's show for today is canceled.
Johnny was doing a great job before he had to go. Finish that goal for him.
Friendo says April is starring in One Girl, Two Cups. That's worth a donation. There you go.
These cups?
Your cups.
Aww.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks, Friendo.
155 away. Let's knock that out before we have to rattle the can and we can keep our perfect week intact. Let's talk about an adorable young child who decided to get into a little bit of mischief in his Pittsburgh neighborhood. I mean, nothing bad. You know, kids, sometimes they get into trouble.
Yeah, they can be a little naughty.
And ma'am, sometimes I do get into mischief. We all do. Let's go and see what this 10-year-old boy did in Brookline, Pittsburgh, that caused authorities to have to get involved.
Neighbors tell us they're still trying to wrap their heads around the whole ordeal. A huge piece of heavy machinery stolen from a nearby construction site being driven by a 10-year-old.
Now, first of all, I'm impressed that the kid was able to figure out how to get it started, how to get it in motion, how to drive the thing. I mean, I'm sure he's got to be punished or whatever, but it's also very impressive.
Right. Look at how like advanced he is. Like we've got our adopted fourth kid's 10. Our oldest is almost 10. I can't picture those two getting a piece of machinery.
They wouldn't know how to. Well, they're girls.
They're
too.
girls.
Yeah.
I mean, but no way, right?
They wouldn't be able to drive a piece of heavy machinery. Not after they've been drinking like they do.
Milk. And he was just like taking it out for a joyride.
A bobcat on the prowl was the talk of this usually quiet Brookline neighborhood after the
I mean, he's driving it pretty well, too. He's keeping it straight down the road.
Yeah, it didn't look bad. Sir, you can put the bucket down, though.
Well, I mean,
you don't have to drive it way up there. What if you get hung up on something?
One thing at a time, right?
Piece of equipment was stolen from a nearby construction site.
He like plowed over the fence and came up around this corner and like hit my car first and then just smashed a bunch of other cars along the way.
Okay, maybe not as good of a job as we originally thought.
So we apparently didn't see the full video.
He's banging into shit and wrecking people's cars, and
I'm picturing him as like Carl from Shameless, the little troublemaker guy, just smashing everything he can.
Said to be wearing a construction hat and goggles.
I love this. This little 10-year-old bag of shit is like, he's even putting a disguise on. He's like, they'll never recognize me like this.
I look the part.
They'll think I belong here.
I'm a real boy.
Jumps in there and he's just like, see you later, fuckers. That had to be but dude, I'm sure the parents were terrified. I'm sure the neighborhood was like, oh shit, what is he doing? That kid had to be having the time of his life.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
He doesn't have the concept of insurance and having to pay people for the damages and stuff.
Because now do his parents have to pay for all this? Boy, that kid's never getting an allowance.
Their insurance does at the very least.
Right, but you got a deductible, right?
Oh, you know what? If it was all like this Kia here, it won't be that expensive. He'll be out $500.
I hope they were all Kia Souls.
Yeah.
Jay's car was one of several heavily damaged along Fordham Avenue Monday night. She's now working with her insurance to get the damage fixed. But it's not such an...
Oh, no.
Oh, that's an old one. That's like a 2007.
That's an older Escalade?
Oh,
okay.
fuck yeah. That ain't
it's
new.
not so bad.
Fuck 'em.
Easy situation.
A Bobcat is not like a licensed vehicle. It makes it kind of tricky. And because he's 10 years old.
That's because the driver of the Bobcat that damaged her car was just 10 years old. Mount Lebanon officials confirming the age of the young boy to Pittsburgh's Action News 4 late Tuesday afternoon.
So not a licensed vehicle, it's a piece of equipment, and not a licensed driver. So their insurance is being a little shitty about it.
Oh, their insurance might not get accepted then.
Ooh.
Oh, that's trash.
Then you have to sue his parents.
I think so. Yeah. Why aren't you watching your kid?
If you're the parents, you're rooting for her insurance.
Okay,
because otherwise you got to get sued.
Either the parents weren't watching him or like, what's an acceptable age to start leaving your kid home alone?
God, I think it's like 11 or 12 is the
I don't know.
legal age.
So I couldn't make out a face. I did take a mental note that the person driving it did seem a little bit short.
Lucy Sullivan lives nearby and watched the whole thing unfold. She first saw the machinery making its way down Castlegate Avenue. Doorbell camera footage from the street captured the Bobcat before it took out this stop sign.
I saw it turn onto Fordham Avenue, so I ran home to attempt to move my car in time.
Thankfully, the driver and the machinery did not make it as far as Sullivan's car. As for Taylor Shea, she's taking the damage to her vehicle in stride, saying she's just glad no one was hurt.
Oh, fuck that.
Oh, I'd be pissed. This isn't okay.
10-year-old wrecks the shit out of my car. I'd be like, if my insurance ain't paying for this shit, they sure as hell are.
Right.
Oh, I'm just glad no one was hurt. Oh, I wish that little kid would have ran himself over. The little shit. Look at all the phone calls and paperwork I have to send out now.
I'd be livid if it was somebody else's kids, of course, that did that to my truck.
Yeah.
But even if it's my own kids, I'm like, what the fuck were you thinking, guys? Do better.
Now I might be coming up and checking when they're outside. I might check on them every 5 minutes instead of every 10.
Yeah, just make sure there's no construction vehicles in the neighborhood.
Jesus, it's road construction season still.
Uh-oh.
And nobody was like in their car, like coming out of the car. Nobody was on the sidewalks or anything. So like no harm, no foul. Just like a lot of damage scars.
Yeah, I don't really feel the same way you do.
No, if insurance is not going to cover that shit, I'd be...
That is both.
She's taking this too cool,
Yeah.
and she's only doing it for the news, I guarantee.
Ma'am, that is both harm and foul if it's not
Right.
covered. Yeah.
Now, after the incident last night, Mount Lebanon police, and Pittsburgh police were here investigating. We're told Mount Lebanon police are handling the investigation into how exactly that equipment was stolen and how.
Oh, yeah, that's the other part of this. Somebody's fired.
Yeah, because that stuff is supposed to be not only like locked up typically behind the construction fence, but like the keys removed or something disabled.
I don't know. I bet you that thing was running when that kid took it.
No.
A kid's not getting that thing started.
It's not going to be running if nobody's at the construction site.
No, this was the middle of the day. They could have been working on shit.
And somebody doesn't just notice a kid hopping onto their site.
They might not. That's what I'm saying. Somebody's fired.
That young boy was able to get access to the Bobcat. At this point, it's unclear if any charges will be filed. We reached out to Mount Lebanon police for an update this afternoon, but we did not hear back. Just as soon as we have any new details to bring you, we will do so both on air and online at WTAE.com.
All right, cool. A lot of people to blame, but funny fucking kid, though.
Yeah, who is fired in that situation? Is it the foreman or whoever was using the Bobcat last?
Everyone's going to get interviewed, put it that way.
Oh, man.
Everyone's going to have to give a statement, that's for sure. Death Beholden says, you're forced to pay for insurance and it doesn't cover shit. Well, I mean, they're always going to find a loophole. They're always going to try and find a wiggle room to not have to write the check. I mean, that's just kind of their job is is there anything in this policy that says we don't have to pay them?
Right. The loopholes, where are they?
Erica Transpatrick says Lily Coleman looks like Laura Loomer if she had got work done. I was thinking she kind of looked like a smaller-titted Lily from the AT&T commercials.
I don't know which one this was.
The Lily from the AT&T commercials, she's the one who got like, everyone told her how big her tits were.
No, I know who she was. Are you talking about this reporter?
The news lady, yeah.
Interesting.
Everyone told her how big her tits were. Like, you got fucking massive tits.
Were they that big?
She got oh yeah, Lily's got huge tits. The AT&T girl. Really
I
big
don't remember
tits.
them being that big.
Oh yeah, Lily from AT&T, they hide them in the commercial because she told them, she goes,
They
I don't
butch them up a little.
Yeah, they don't want she gets so much shit about how big her tits are.
Well,
that
no
she doesn't
kidding.
want
Like,
them shown.
I have remarkably what used to be average sized tits, and if I wear a shirt like this, of course they look nice, but if I put a polo on, can't see shit.
Well, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's Lily from AT&T.
Those are some big ones.
She's got some big tits.
Is she just pushing them up to high hell or what? Like,
No,
oh my God.
no, in the commercials they hide them.
I know.
So she doesn't have. So when you see her out and about and she's got big tits,
Those are like puffy and meaty, and those are real.
Yeah.
Like, that's a meaty tit.
she's got puffy real tits.
Damn. Got some little pillows there.
She's selling some cell phones.
But she could take a nice nap on her.
But she's one of those people who's like, she doesn't want to be known as the chick with really big tits.
Well,
So,
then
like,
don't
when-
wear that.
So like when people pointed out, like she would do live streams on Periscope and stuff, and when she would do them, people would be like, "Oh, they keep saying milkers," and they keep saying, "Can I have some milk?" Like they just keep saying shit like that.
But do you know what I mean? If you don't want to be known for your huge tits, then you got to have them covered. You can't wear
Well, that's what
corset dresses that push them up and stuff.
Okay, well for the commercials, she did tell AT&T. Here, let's see, boobs live.
Yeah, but then when she went to events, she had her tits out. That's what people are going to remember.
Is this the one I'm thinking of?
Is cool. People really care about that.
She's cute.
And
Boob like, mommy.
there's a
Milk.
negative byproduct of that.
Shake them
And
milkers.
Maybe it just has to be with being a person on the
Jam.
internet, or maybe it's specific to being a woman on the internet.
Milk, glasses of milk.
But it's because of your tits. And so, listen, that's why I'm here. All of these milk and milkies comments and milk wagons and all of that, it hurts my feelings.
Don't tell the internet that it hurts your feelings.
No, that is fuel for the fire.
They're going to do it more now.
And I know it's just dehumanizing and
That's kind of why they're doing it, though.
and
Right.
sad. It makes me sad.
But that's why they're doing it.
doesn't
So
make
I
you
know
sad
that
or you wouldn't
part
talk about
of,
this.
what you guys are trying to do is be funny, and like connect to each other and have your community and like get props from your friends. But it just really bums me out, and I would much.
Hell no. I'm really trying to see them milk jugs, one person wrote.
I like that person. I'm sorry.
You can't let that bum you out either.
No,
Like
you've
you're
got great tits.
They're trying to say you've got nice tits.
Like-
and honestly, if you leaned into it and said, "Oh, thank you, that's very nice. Yeah, don't they look nice?" They wouldn't do the milker shit so
It wouldn't
much.
be as exciting to them anymore.
You'd kind of welcome them in, and they'd
Mhm.
now just kind of be cool with you.
rather have like
You don't sound
real
woke.
conversations with you, and
Bobbies. It's a compliment.
yeah, and I guess I'm like continuing to see the comments about the milkers and the milks, and you know what? I guess that just is proof that like you don't actually care about how I feel. Maybe that's a notion.
What was the first hint? How did you first know that they didn't give a fuck on the internet how you felt?
I feel like if I actually had great tits like her, there's not one compliment about
Yeah.
them that would make me want to cry and do a live stream.
Stop saying my tits are really
Stop
nice.
it. It's really bumming me out.
Moment for
I always hate that when a woman tells me like, "Oh, you got a big old cock on you." Like, stop talking about how big my dick is. Stop it. I'm a human, not just a cock.
Oh, I could see that outline of Aaron's cock through his pants, and I had to tell him how big his hog was. and
No.
God, how much I just want it.
Stop talking about my dick and how big it is. It's not nice.
M. Holt McBig cock over
My
there.
cock is fine. It doesn't need to be spoken of. You don't need to
Your
tell-
cock protests and leaves.
Yeah, he's gonna pack up and leave.
No, because you're are preventing compliments.
And it's got hands because it's so big. All right, guys, we got to knock out
Like a
this.
baby arm holding an apple.
We're not gonna have the perfect no begging, no offering plate week. That's too bad,
guys.
But we still got to knock out that goal for today. So let's fire up the music. We'll do Real American twice today, and then we're 155 away from knocking out today's goal. So about striking distance. Everybody get generous. Start the rally yourself. Everybody else will follow. 5, 10, 15, 20 bucks at a time. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, Rumble rants. Anything you want to do, fire up the music. April, grab that offering plate.
Come on, for Johnny, right?
Fill up that offering plate. We're playing the music. Back to e-begging on the Steel Toe Show. Here we go. You gave us a 3-day reprieve. All right, off we go. Fill it up. Money time.
Money time.
Money time for Steel Toe. We're either done in 5 or 6 minutes, or we're going on for another half hour by grabbing the 155. Johnny 1.0 says you're still begging. No, we haven't had to all week.
Just right here.
Yeah, this is the first time that we've had to do the begging thing this week. So here we go. 155 away. Let's rally up. Let's do it. As Optic Nerve says, let's fucking go. I'll take that. Imholt McBigcock, they're calling me in the chat. That dehumanizes me.
Well, that's what I called you, and I think it should stick.
Yeah, it's dehumanizing, I think. Shut the F up, Karen says, please no. Come on, Pores. Yeah, we've been light on the asking today because we just thought, you know what? We've had a good run this week. Let's keep her going. But now we're going to get aggressive and right in your face. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Who's going to start the rally? Let's do it, guys.
Knock it out.
155 away. Let's get some chunk plays, as they call them.
You can cure Johnny's AIDS.
MSO says, sorry, April. Yeah, I don't want MSO to win today. We've had a huge week. It's been really, really good.
This is my day off.
Viewership has been great, well into the 700s today. Just missing that little bit of generosity. We started at 280 today, so we had a really low goal to start the show. Let's get generous. 155 away. Links are in the chat. Do this thing. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. We've got nothing.
Why?
6 minutes left to go. And we are bottoming out after having 3 big days right in a row.
Huge.
155. Let's go, boys and girls. Throw that money around. Kyle says anything over the goal goes to Johnny's funeral expenses.
Or his cure.
Bad luck. I'm going to shake it. Come on, fill this up.
Bad
You
luck.
see this? This is my whole life here. I'm just a filthy, stupid e-beggar who does a show in between asking you for money. Is it pathetic? You're goddamn right. But it's the only way we stay in business. So here we go. Who's kicking it off?
Gotta do
Donald with $5.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we need a lot of those. 150 away from knocking it out today.
Support
Come
your
on
show.
now. Carlos says do it for Johnny.
Yes.
Well, come on. We need everybody then. All hands on deck. We need them all. Show's wrapping up in about 4.5 minutes.
Johnny carried this show before I got here.
If we don't get there in 4.5 minutes, we are donezo. 150 away from knocking this out. Fill up the offering plate.
Don't make me come down here for nothing.
The pastor is here. He's passing it around saying, is the church doing well? Do you oh, wow. Is that the first? That's the first
How?
3.5 minutes already. Okay.
I'm so fast.
Fire it back up. We only did $5 during that rally. Ooh, shit. This might not be good. 150 away from today's goal. We might be making a transfer today to make up the rest of this.
Can't do it.
Oh, boy. All right. We're done in about 3 minutes. About 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Kotod with $2 says, shake that plate. Really jiggle them milkies. Yeah. Oh, my God. I'm doing it for $2 at a time here.
Come on.
Daniel with 55 via
Shit,
PayPal.
man. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. He's got us down to 95. You guys do the rest. Phage Lives with $9.99 says, man, this steel toe coffee is good. Man, it's going down smooth.
Yes.
CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com $90 away from today's goal. Thank you, Daniel, for being so goddamn generous.
That was very nice.
I'm calling that he's jump starting
Yes.
this rally today.
That was a shot in the ass.
All right, 90 away, not very far, guys. Everybody get in there. $5 from Hobo Chili. He says, dance, fucking dance, monkey, with your 3 inches of anger. It's whole foreskin. Oh, my
Just
God.
foreskin.
Thank you, buddy.
Yikes.
Thank you, Hobo. $85 away
Thank you.
from KOing today's goal. Oh, boy. And now we've got, I was upset that April tried to steal my Charlie band, says Mr. Approachable. So upset I had to take a walk and make a 30-second short about it. Please watch. All right. Thank you, Approachable, but send it via a link in the chat because they don't let me play them from PayPal. Thanks for the $10, buddy.
Thank you.
So now we're 75 away. So now we're very, very close to knocking this thing out. And we've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
This is a banger.
Left to go. 2:10 to go. Or 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. We got Not the Father with $10 over on Cash App.
Thank you.
He says, super fine, Ape. Sup, funny, Aaron. Thank you very, very much. Texican Marine gifting memberships to Andrew Schultz. Guys, I gotta make an announcement. Goal's done. It's over. It's over. You guys went crazy at the end there. It's done. It's over. I gotta catch up. Thank you very much. Texican Marine with $5. What was the one I just said before that? I had 10. It's 55. I got to do some math here. Sorry, they came in hot and heavy towards the end there. 55. And now I hit refresh on this one. And we've got 150 from Taylor. He says, shut the fuck up. Or is that his name?
No, he's just, no, that's not what his name.
He said with $150, he says, shut the fuck up.
I don't mind that.
Thanks,
Thank
buddy.
you for
That's
your
true.
150. That's insane.
It's true. That's very nice of you. And $5 from Matthew Q says, feel better, Johnny. All right. So we were 55 away. That puts us about $100 into tomorrow's goal. Thank you guys very, very much. $100 into Rumble Friday. I appreciate that. Let me just make a note of that for tomorrow. Woo!
Thank you, nice people.
That was
you're very supportive. Just like a good bra.
We appreciate your now I'm all horny. We appreciate all your support.
Why?
Sorry. There's a lot of horniness going on.
What happened to what happened?
I'm just
Did you catch a nice breeze down there?
No, I'll tell you what happened. It's been all weekend. There's been fucking people in the house all the time. I haven't been able to,
So, I just thought you didn't love me anymore.
give my old lady a good rogering, and I want to, I got some emptying to do. Erica transfer.
Sounds medicinal.
You lucky girl.
Oh,
Eric may have to go twice. I don't know. I have no idea. Hey, stretch.
I will do that.
Erica Transpatrick says, does this TM get drunk and talk nonstop and live with his mom and call cartoon internet personalities at 4 a.m. to talk about dumb shit too? Who's TM?
Yeah, who are you talking about?
I don't
Erica.
know TM. Not sure. Dan with $2 says, was a good kickstart, good rally. Yeah, Dan kickstarted the whole thing.
Thank you.
And then everyone started throwing in. And then Taylor said, hey, shut the fuck up. And was very generous. I like it when people are generous, but also give us the insult we need to let us know, hey, you work for us. You're filthy beggars. Take my money, you fucking whore. I kind of like when they throw it at my feet.
You want to talk about being horny? I kind of did like that comment. Shut the fuck up. No, I would love to.
It's
about
like
this.
He came in our mouths and then he shoved the money in where the cum is, and he just now shut the fuck up. And it's
You're saying Taylor came in our mouth.
yeah, figuratively speaking.
And then threw money in it.
What is TM?
I don't know.
Oh, Texican Marine. I swear it's you, friendo. Oh, they're saying Texican Marine. Oh, I like Texican Marine. He's always a very funny, generous guy. I like him. All right, guys, I got a couple of stories during overtime here. And then E-Rock sent me something that I really want to use for the show, but I can't find the actual, the actual clip of Opie. all I can find is the clip of Anthony making fun of Opie for the I Hate Steven Singer thing.
Oh.
And I had a lot I wanted to talk about with that, but I can't find Opie's. Like, I don't want to play Anthony being really funny and then us trying to be funny over Anthony's being funny.
Right. He does a good enough job.
Yeah, Anthony's, I don't know if you know this. Pretty funny guy. Hobo Chili Recipe says, you didn't read mine. Yes, I did. I read the one about my foreskin and my dick and all of that stuff.
Was it on Rumble?
Yeah, I read your Rumble rant, Hobo. Mr. Approachable sent us his short. All right, let's check it out.
Yeah, April, that really did hurt. You know, the way you just undercut me like that.
You did.
You're the last one out of everybody on the show I would expect to do something like that.
It's a Bush League move.
And it stings to know that you do that to me, you know?
Yeah.
I'd say on a scale of 1 to 10, it probably hurt at maybe a...
And then it's a picture of a shark. Oh, that was perfect. Oh, I love a good long where the fuck is this going setup. And then boom. Knocks it right out of the water. Oh, was that perfect? What, April? Are you okay? I thought that was really good. I thought that was well done and well produced. Yeah, he really worked hard on that. Thank you very much to Mindy Lee for $20. You guys are already well into tomorrow, and I appreciate that. You didn't like that one? Mr. Approachable says we're even now. Well, what did you call him? Oh, she called you a gay F word that I'm not allowed to say on YouTube. Well, April, are you going to be okay? Atomic Ray says now that's 2 co-hosts out with medical conditions, right? April's out with pussyitis, and Johnny's got uncontrollable MS. It's remarkable. April, I have a story about a 90-year-old pervert. You're actually I like this guy. I think unless he got caught years later and they're just catching him after the fact, if this really is a 90-year-old acupuncturist who's being charged with sexually assaulting his patients, I get that sexually assaulting your patients is wrong. I do understand that. I don't mean to be controversial.
Nah, I'm for it.
I don't mean to give out too many opinions on this show, but I do believe that sexually assaulting people is wrong. But I also feel like if you're 90, it takes on another tilt. You know, it takes on another kind of angle. Especially if you're 90 and you're an acupuncturist, imagine how much pussy you could get if A, you didn't ask for permission, and B, you're 90, so they don't see you as threatening. So like, oh, this cute old man, he's going to give me acupuncture. And then he's about to put a needle in your back to make you not be hungry. And then all of a sudden a thumb is up your asshole. Like you wouldn't suspect a thing.
What if he put needles in your body that would like disable you feeling certain parts of your body? And then he could just touch those parts of your body and you don't know because you can't feel it.
I always thought that acupuncture was a bunch of horse shit.
No, it's not. I don't think so.
I thought it was I thought it was fake, like chiropractors. But apparently some people claim that it's a thing and that it works and that it helps. I don't know what sticking needles into your body does.
I've never had acupuncture, but I do believe it does work.
Okay, well.
But I also go to the chiropractor on occasion, once a year.
Bunch of gobbledygook, if you ask me. How's your shoulder doing?
Fucking hurts.
Yeah. 90-year-old Asheville. Oh, no, now you're going to tell me, you know, what a chiropractor would tell you is, oh, well, you're just not coming in enough.
I don't go to the chiro anymore. I went maybe once in the last year and a half.
What I'm saying is, like, if you just went to the chiropractor not too long ago and your shoulder really hurts, and then they would say, well, no, you got to come in more. And then you come in more and you're like, oh, God, okay. Oh, my shoulder hurts again. Well, are you sure? Maybe you got to come in weekly.
The guy I used to go to didn't want me to come back in. He's like, let's make sure this, lasts a while.
I like that. He's feeling guilt. That's good.
He'd also done it for like 40 years.
$10 from Mr. Approachable says, okay, here's an extra $10 because I feel bad.
Oh, no.
That was pretty evil.
I think you'd send that $10 back to him because he's clearly, in the right.
Mr. Approachable.
This was my day off.
Mr. Approachable, April and I disagree on how to handle this $10. I feel like
I think you should send it back to him. I think he's a very generous man. I think he has been wronged. And
I think he's wonderfully generous. I'm just worried if I give him that $10 back, he'll just spend it on drugs. So,
do you think every small town man does drugs, Aaron?
Yes. And you know what? If I put my money down 52% of the time, I'd come back with money in my pocket.
Sounds like I need to party with Mr. Approachable more often.
Massages work much better, says
Yes.
01.
Oh, massages are great. Oh, they feel so good.
You know what else works? Heavy drugs. Heavy drugs. Really well. Let's see what this 90-year-old did. If this is a story about how like 50 years ago he was finger popping broads during acupuncture, I'm going to be really upset. I want this to be a 90-year-old man who is just trying to fist bitches as a senior citizen.
Yeah, I do want to know who I have to go to for my treatment so that I might be sexually assaulted. I've always looked for it. Can't find it.
These women are potential victims, or as April calls them, tattletales.
Tattletales.
Let's see what happened here. Oh, that's right. This is one of those news sites where
ages, shapes, and sizes.
A local 90-year-old man is facing charges after police say he sexually assaulted a woman during an acupuncture appointment.
News 13's Hannah McKenzie spoke with that woman today, and she wants to share her story in hopes of preventing something like this from happening to someone else. And it's a story you'll only see on News 13.
You can see the sign behind me there. Shai Ying Kwai works out of his home here on
Uh-oh. He's an old Chinese man. Oh, I come in. I help you very much. Help with your back problem. You can trust in me. And then he goes, oh yes, this lower back pressure. Yes, we put it right in there, and this will straighten out your spinal column. What that's that? That is my thumb in your butthole. I'm currently making a fish hook motion, so you cannot escape. Do you not want back to be better?
This sounds like the makings of a porn.
A hot porn with thumb fish hooking in the butthole.
In Arlington Street. The woman he's now charged with assaulting, telling me she was a patient here for years. A Nashville acupuncturist arrested Tuesday. 90-year-old Shai Ying Kwai charged with second-degree sex offense and sexual battery.
Wow.
Detective Jonathan McCain says...
you know what? Second and third degree, I would guess like really horny old man. He just groped tits and grabbed butt a lot.
So I hope he had that.
I don't think he was a finger popping guy.
No, that's a little too risky. Like, at least if you stay just on the skin without going in, you have like plausible deniability that you're doing your job.
This 90-year-old man was like, oh, yes, very nice. You get to much better when I do this emotion.
I assaulted a woman during an acupuncture treatment here at his home office on Arlington Street.
These type of cases can take a long time to investigate, but this one was handled in short order.
Oh, that's not good. That means there's not much doubt about what you did. That means they went to the 90-year-old and they went, these women are accusing you of this. Oh, yeah, so you know Retta Brava get a nut?
What are you going to do? Throw a 90-year-old in prison? You can't do that.
Yeah, they fucking will.
No,
Believe
let
me.
him live out his life. Just take his license away.
I'm not trying to blame the victim on this one, but don't go to acupuncture or anything at somebody's house. If they don't have an office, don't go there.
No, it's way hotter in an office.
Have you ever been groped by a masseuse?
No, God.
Oh.
I've had many massages in my life, but they've either been girls that weren't really hot or guys that weren't like really hot. So it was never somebody that you want to grope you.
Poor thing.
I know. I've had doctors that have been super hot before, and I was like, but it didn't happen either.
Didn't happen. You know why? I'll tell you why. April, it's not because they didn't think you were pretty. It's because they would lose their fucking license and go to jail.
I'm not tattling.
Due to the actions and cooperation of a very brave survivor.
That survivor stepping forward again, this time sharing her story with us in hopes of preventing someone else from falling victim.
He actually thought...
I mean, we have
that's who was
hopefully I can maximize this. Yeah, here we go. Oh, look, I found a maximizable version. Nice.
A month ago.
I started to realize like it wasn't right when he started taking my dress down.
Nothing gets by her.
Oh, she has hand tattoos. She looks...
When he started stripping me down and getting me naked for my acupuncture, I thought, hey, wait a minute. This isn't what I ordered.
as I had like needles in me, like just began taking like my clothes
You shouldn't call
off,
his dick
basically. And that's why I was like, okay, this isn't right. And then proceeded to put his mouth on my body.
A little Yoda-looking motherfucker just going, oh, let me smooch your titties.
It's a new form of cupping.
I take when he took his teeth out. That's when I knew I was really in trouble.
So, and then it just heavily escalated from there.
Pinned on the table,
You
the
didn't
28-year-old
leave?
says she screamed for help, but no one came.
He's 90. Elbow him in the dick. You'll turn to dust.
No offense. Like, I know it is, like, you should never, like, blame a victim, and I'm not necessarily doing that, but he's 90, he's tiny, and you can't leave? You can't just, you can't elbow him in the mouth and leave?
That would be like if Tony Hinchcliffe went, oh, what was I supposed to do? Step in and stop Ric Flair? I mean, he was so physically imposing at the time. He's 77 and shit-faced. Thank you.
I was telling him to stop. I was like, please stop. Like, no. And he literally...
Oh, I'm sorry. English only my second language.
just kept repeating.
You mean like a stop, a drop, shutting down, open up shop? Is that what you try say? Y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here. Yeah.
Thank you. And then kept going.
The acupuncture needles leaving her in partial paralysis. LaJoy
Really?
says Kwai knew exactly what he was doing, taking
Ew.
advantage of her while she was physically and mentally vulnerable.
You said
she
I would like
trusted
this?
him.
So he's basically like a grandfather, if anything, like a great-grandfather.
LaJoy.
Your grandfather never finger you while you were asleep? Where you grow up?
I'm offended you said I'd like this story. He's terrifying.
90. Terrifying.
He leaves you paralyzed with needles and then sucks on your bellies and stuff.
I brought a raspberry now. Nothing about this sexual at all. It relaxes you.
I'm going to do this to you later. I'm going to get an acupuncture kit and like learn how to disable you.
Cripple me and then suck my nipples dry.
Yeah, I'm going to suck your nipples dry and then I'm going to do butt stuff to you.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, there will be shit. It's a new movie I'm making.
There's going to be Aaron shit all over the bedroom. I fucked that up so bad.
I got to have like a Dexter situation where I put plastic wrap on everything.
It's going to look like a kill room.
But just for poop.
Oh, I take mentally damaged to stupid women and they come into my house and I finger them with needles in their back.
He says she's seeking therapy, still processing what
Hey,
happened.
that's a good idea whether this guy did that or didn't do that. You've got ink all over every part of your body. There's some pain that ain't getting out.
Yeah, she doesn't look correct.
No.
You know, there's something like kind of weird about her.
Yeah, sometimes you look at people who like report stuff like this and you're like, look, you're a victim 100%. I get it. I sympathize with you. You're totally right. However, I also think that this isn't the first time you've made terrible decisions that led to you maybe, being in a bad spot.
But wants others to know it's okay to come forward.
Never be afraid.
Oh, you come a forward, you come a backward, you come sideways. I don't get wrong as you come.
Correct.
Set boundaries and speak your boundaries.
Ew.
Especially when it comes to your own body.
Do you have to have gay speak with it?
Kwai's bond is set at $100,000. He's scheduled to appear in court Wednesday. Any
If
additional...
you'll excuse me, I'm going to go hit the bench press.
No, I think she needs to go to an acupuncturist of me. Look at her. She's got
some titties.
Tickle
She looks
bits.
like April with fake tits.
What?
Yeah, this chick kind of looks like you if you had
Her
fake
arms
tits.
look like they've got some
She's a little beefier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not muscle. That ain't muscle. She looks soft.
She's got a little more chunk, but like in the face, and then you put like ridiculous fake tits on you.
Do you think I should get a tit job?
No. Of course not. You've got great tits. You don't want to fuck it up and make them look all cartoony.
Around me and everyone's got bigger tits than me.
Yeah, but you don't want them to be like cartoon. You have a slight frame. It's like we were talking about when that guy put those tits on Keanu in that Photoshop. Those weren't bad tits, but those are horrible tits for Keanu.
Well, they don't have to be that big.
He gave you terrible tits.
Dude, that guy, and he has me blocked for some reason, which is very interesting to me, so I couldn't see it until she showed it to me. So he must not want to see the bad things he says about me and stuff for some reason, because he's a fucking pussy.
Okay.
He gave me the worst tits, and he made my waist twice as wide as it
They were
really
not
is.
good tits.
It was really bad.
Victims are encouraged to contact APD. Hannah McKenzie, News 13.
There's definitely more. That wasn't the only one he did that to.
No, she's just a tattletits and the rest liked it.
The rest were like, look, if I'm partially paralyzed by the acupuncture, then, then that way, once he starts fingering my butt and, squeezing my tits and smooching on my nips, I can pretend I don't like it. And then that woman said, I don't like it. I'm coming forward. And they went, hey, shut up. Not only is it cheap acupuncture, I get my titties sucked on.
Right.
Ulick MC Gee says, is it true that April has had more pricks than a secondhand dartboard?
What does that mean?
Means you've been fucked a lot. You've gone through a lot of dick is what he's saying.
No, I have a remarkably short list of men.
I know, I had to teach her a lot of things.
Okay, Dad.
So inexperienced.
Fucking old man.
I like him to be nice and broken in like a catcher's mitt.
Well, then you better trade me in.
Honky Tonk Tennessee says Gas Digital. Oh, they're talking to each other about Gas Digital in the chat. What the fuck? I love those guys, but Jesus Christ. Was that unentertaining? Are you not entertained? Veltrain says, good thing she survived. The 90-year-old was about to transform into Shang Tsung and perform a fatality. Oh, yes, when I'm done with acupuncture, you will know I will say your saw is a mine. I don't know. I feel like she could have fought this guy off.
April at least has a retirement planned out. What?
Friendo says April will pretend to be paralyzed. You had him at butt stuff. Producer Robert with $2 just says poop and blood.
Poop and blood.
Just poop and blood. That's all those appointments are.
That towel was so violated it had to be thrown away.
Death Proof says she was partially paralyzed from having an orgasm. She had one of these orgasms. She just kinked up. She just went. She had a seizure orgasm where you.
Do you do that a lot?
That's your face.
I don't paralyze. I don't know what I look like. I don't want to know what I look like. Do you know something? Like, do you want to know what you look like? It's terrifying.
I know what I look like.
You monster.
I look like a man in control of his universe. I look like Thanos. That's the way I'd like to picture it. All right, let's go into my favorite celebrity garbage track. Well, second best favorite celebrity trash couple. Aaron is strictly mish with lots of eye contact. I don't know what strictly mish
missionary
means. Oh, strictly missionary with lots of eye contact.
I'll actually argue you on that. No, he's not.
I like to treat April like a rotisserie chicken.
I think that to myself sometimes. I'm not even kidding. I'm like, he likes to flip me around every direction like I need heat from each side.
I like to cook April evenly.
No, he's definitely not a strict missionary guy. Not at all.
Oh.
Sometimes I can't even take the beating I receive.
No, she doesn't mean
I'm
the
left there
sex.
dying on the bed later.
She means the physical beating.
Oh.
Afterwards.
I prefer the beatings after when I'm already dead.
Yes, I'm just like, get the fuck up.
Get out of my bed.
It's food time now, whore. And then she has to yell, we're married now. We're not dating. And I'm like, oh, sorry.
One of these days I'll have to actually call for help.
But who's going to listen when I unplug the phone? There you go.
What do you mean? We don't have a landline.
That was a terrible landline joke, wasn't it? Oh, my fucking Tommy Kramer.
I'll unplug you from your fucking vegetable bed.
Optic Nerve says, you ever fuck a girl with a terrifying O face? That will give you a shitload of confidence. I mean, I've seen a crippled look when I was a lad, when I was a younger lad. Yeah,
I've seen a lot of men lose their shit before.
Seizure faces, and the.
I don't think I like it when guys make weird noises when they come, but there's a lot of you out there that make some weird noises.
Oh yeah, you're shit talking all the guys. Telling all these guys.
I didn't say they all do it.
Now all these guys are going to be self-conscious. Like, is she talking about guys like
some girls probably like it. I don't know.
This is my favorite face that April makes. That's not during sex. She had a stroke once. It was really scary. I had to take her to the hospital, the whole thing. I laughed for like 13 seconds. Then I'm like, oh shit, that's right. If I don't call first responders, like, it's risk of brain damage when people have strokes. But the face was so funny. Cutest little stroke faces. Kim Zolciak and Croy Bierman. I love these two. She is a giant psycho hose beast with huge fake tits, and he's a former football player with a gambling addiction.
Named Croy.
They're both broke as fuck, and they owe the IRS like $1 million. She's on Real Housewives, and I think he's just got an NFL pension. That's it. Well, they've been like the ultimate divorced, not divorced, divorced, not divorced couple. They've been trying to they keep doing this stuff where they get divorced, they trash the shit out of each other to try and get custody of the kids. Then they realize how broke they are, and they get back together, and then they're like, yeah, we're going to be cool, don't worry. And then the divorce is back on, and then they're shitting on each other again, and then they realize, I don't know what it is. I don't know if they win like a scratch off and then go, hey, we can afford to get divorced.
They're gamblers.
But then they spend the scratch off money on something else, and they're like, oh shit, we can't get divorced anymore. We got to be back together. I don't know.
Wait, so if these are your second favorite couple, what's the first one?
Blueface and Krishan. But they're not a couple,
Dude,
so that
video of her not supporting her newborn's head really fucked me up.
I've not watched that yet.
I did, and it's really not okay.
Krishan baby head addresses baby's head video in Walmart. Of course, Walmart. Why wouldn't
Just look at that picture. It's all you need to see.
Here we go. So this is my lady Krishan. I can't see the. Oh my God, that baby is bent in half.
Yeah.
My God, as God is my witness, that baby is broken in half. By God, Krishan's got a family. No, seriously, someone remind her. I think she forgot. Oh, y'all, my Cabbage Patch doll used to do this all the time.
Look at how downtrodden she looks. And she's in a fucking Walmart.
That is fucked.
Like, and that poor baby, though, that thing's going to die because, like you just said, she'll forget about it.
That baby's spine is about to snap in half.
They're not sturdy creatures yet.
Now, did he like call child protection on her?
He did something. I don't remember how the story goes.
She was juggling the baby, dog, and 2 full carts. Well, you shouldn't be juggling like that. That's really irresponsible. And with only 2 hands, as opposed to most people who have 3. Krishan says she was stretched to the limit. But enough about Blueface. So this is what she had to say to all the people who were shitting on her about the baby thing. And she wore a Jewish booby hat for some reason.
Like, instead of that lady recording me, she could have just helped me. I got a dog, 2 carts full of shit I need for my house.
Is she high or drunk?
Both. I will tell you this, man. When you've got a child in your possession, that is the only thing that matters. Your groceries, your stupid fucking dog, they're all replaceable. That is a child.
Yeah, let your dog fuck off and eat a toddler. It's Walmart. They won't miss it.
That is a child, ma'am.
The other thing, like when kids are around, you can't be this fucked up. Like that's...
You're going to start telling her that now.
That's a good point. That's fair.
You know, like that poor thing, it's literally a newborn. She just had it. And he's literally almost snapped in half. You're not supporting him in the slightest. And the worst part is she had him in a carrier. You'd think you could just tighten it so that it was upright.
You know, I'm utterly shocked. I lost a lot of money. I had a lot of money on her being a really good mom. And that's all flushed down the hops down the fucking drain.
Dude, I'm a stepmom, and even when I took in a baby of like about 8 to 10 months old, it's like, you know, just don't let the head go backwards. You never do. You got to support that
The one
shit.
thing that
It's
everyone knows to do from the time they hold like a little sibling or a cousin. So like when you're a child, the one thing you're taught is don't let this thing's neck snap in half. That's the one thing. If you got to hold the child like a pizza with your hand under the head, and that's the only way you can support its neck, then you hold the kid that way.
It's instinctual. Their heads are heavy as shit, and guess what? Their neck can't support it yet. It's over.
That's why what you do is, if you're ever in any doubt, carry them like a football. Shove the head right in here and like that, and then grab on like this, and that kid ain't going anywhere. Right, TJ Hawkinson? Maybe you won't fumble and drop passes. Sorry, I apologize.
You should give them all just babies for training.
But you put the football in here. You put I like the new way they carry the ball. It used to be you have the ball in here and then you cover with the arm like this. That used to be the new way. Now you camp the ball out right in that crook of your arm right there, latch in, and then you hold your wrist with the other hand. and you run
Yeah,
that
because
way.
this way, if it's laying down across your chest,
Yeah.
somebody can pop that out from under you.
But if you hit them this way, that ball ain't going anywhere because you got it cinched the fuck
And
in.
them sexy biceps of yours.
That's nice arms I've got.
Oh, I wasn't. I thought you meant the football player. But you have nice arms too. What?
Do I need to be here?
I don't need to be here. This
Should
is
I
my day
just-
off.
I'm calling my baby daddy. Is he helping? No. So I don't know why he's chiming in.
Well,
either.
he's too busy making sure his son isn't gay. Haven't you seen him? He's trying to get his girlfriend to shake her tits out in the living room, and he's out there getting Slim Jims. He's worried that kid might be a Mo. So you do your job.
This mommy shit is cool, but man, your mind is racing 8 hours a day.
There's 24 hours in a day.
36.8.
36.8 hours a day. That she's doing her measurements 36, 82, 38. She's really oddly. She's shaped like a pear.
That was a good one.
Yeah, no, wasn't a good joke. I get it.
And then transitioning to being everything in my situation. I don't know. Like everything is just.
It's almost like you should maybe be planning a little bit better and not just getting knocked up by the guy you beat up outside of clubs.
I just think we should probably just not be a mom right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like we're prepared. You know, if we can't get through a Walmart without breaking our child's neck,
should probably
just got to call it.
Head to the fire department. They've got a box. Just drop it off there.
Overwhelming. I'm still learning. I love my baby.
She's right here. Grabs the top of its head with her palm and goes, see, I'm supporting its neck.
That was the biggest spittle I've ever seen fly out of you.
Sorry about that.
He's a good baby. I'm gonna tighten up.
Shitty mom, but a good baby.
What are you talking about? Big Rock got this. You hear me? Everybody make mistakes. Period.
She really is trash.
That's how I want every mom to talk.
She really is just absolute garbage. Oh, boy. We got to throw a few thank yous out here. What the fuck is Gino giving us $60
Jesus
for?
Christ, Gino.
Why is this happening?
I miss him so much. Do you know how weird it is seeing his name in there and he's not up on my couch right now?
He gave me a herp lip. Gino Bisconti with $60 says the $60 I had allotted for my street cleaning parking ticket, that was not there just now. Oh, well, look at that.
I like that he plans for his street cleaning tickets. Do you know that I've been texting him before and he's like, hold up, I gotta go move my car before the street cleaner comes back.
It's called planning. I love
his cute little Sonic.
I love the just like a lazy fucking day because he's still probably wiped.
Yeah.
And he just goes, you know what? I'm just gonna eat the $60 on this one. And then he comes down.
I like that mentality.
No ticket. What a day.
Yeah, you should really buy a lottery ticket instead of paying us.
Thank you, buddy. We'll, you know what? I think Gratcast will be on when we're on our way to the Renaissance Festival.
Yes, it will.
We'll see a little payback
You coming back for that, buddy?
during the Gratcast.
Can't wait to see you.
And also, Gino, you're going to be really happy about this. I hooked Charlie up with the Compound Media call-in number. And I told him In Hot Water starts at 1:15 Central Time.
Well, after the show's over here, I've got somebody who might not be thrilled with you for doing that I'll talk to you about.
Did somebody say something?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Was E-Rock not happy about that?
Not for air. It's not for air.
Sorry. I wanted him to call into Gino's show. I thought Gino would enjoy hearing from Charlie.
This chat is disgusting. Zen says Gino gave April a herpy on her other lip.
Oh.
No, he didn't.
That's
It's Kiki.
disgusting. Why would you say
We don't
something
get
like
those down there. They're called little. I actually don't get them. I don't kiss Aaron when he has
I get
them.
in trouble with E-Rock a lot. Sorry, I'm sorry I did that. I'm apologize.
You look like a retarded kid right now.
Gino says, "Oh, I was told about Charlie." Who told you about Charlie?
Probably Charlie. You know.
It's wonderful.
Poop and blood.
All right, guys, we got to get out of here for the day. I will talk to you later. Tomorrow morning, 6 a.m., we'll start on both Rumble and YouTube, and then about 10, 15 minutes in,
He's going to have a guest host since I came in on my day off. So I'll get a real day off.
We'll fuck off and head over to Rumble about 15 minutes in and do Rumble Link Friday. We appreciate the time. Thank you very, very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, and we will be back again tomorrow morning. Again, April, thank you very, very much.
Sure, thank you. Feel better, John.